Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 10, Vulnerable. Hey! What are you doing? Rukia said urgently with shock as she came walking back into her room. She saw Orihime sitting down and reading whatever was on the writer's laptop. The strawberry blonde's eyebrows were scrunched up as she continued to read what was written. What is this? She asked, not taking her eyes off the screen. This isn't what you were writing about. Rukia ran over quickly and shut the lid. Nope. It's not. It's nothing really, she yelled awkwardly loud with a suspicious smile. Her hand remained on the top of the computer. Orihime raised an eyebrow with a small, curious smile. What are you hiding? She asked, beginning to pull up the top again before Rukia shoved it down again. Can you just wait? The raven-haired woman asked in irritation, yet with a chuckle. Geesh. A little privacy, maybe, she added. Orihime looked shocked. Okay. I know I usually let you read it as I go, but I want you to wait until I'm done, she said in a tone where she hoped her friend would understand. Orihime put out her lower lip in a begging manner. Rukia smiled sadly, please. Orihime sighed. All right. But don't take too long in finishing it. I'm going to hate the fact that you're writing and I can't read it. Rukia laughed, I'll try not to. And it looks like you've done a lot in 3 days. What made you get all creative so fast? She asked curiously. Rukia picked up the computer and began to walk towards her desk and place it down. I don't really know. It just kind of came to me, she said, not looking at her friend as she began to plug it back in. That's weird. I mean, you came running back into the house at Kyan's party and said you were taking off. I figured something must have happened when you were outside, Orihime reasoned. Rukia shook her head with an award-winning face that protected her real reason. I guess my mind finally clicked and figured it all out. She shrugged. That's strange, Orihime said in a curious manner. Rukia turned to look at her friend with a raised eyebrow. Are you complaining? The strawberry blonde held up both of her hands in defense. I'm not saying that. It's just out of the blue, that's all. Weird. Rukia shook her head and went about her room throwing a shirt that was on the floor into her open closet. So to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? She said in a proper voice to get off subject. Oh, Orihime said, realizing her meaning of being there. I was going to ask if you wanted to come with me to this function for the premiere of a new magazine tonight. I was asked to do an interview in the first issue, and there's this huge dinner event with photo shoots and other interviews and journalists. It's really strange, but it's also really interesting. I figured you might be interested. Rukia looked at her friend strangely. First off, why didn't you ask Yuryu to go? And second, do you really think I want to be in the public's eye? She went around her room picking up clothes that had been there for the past few days due to her minimum movement from her laptop. Orihime smiled sadly at her friend. You'll be there as a guest, not for work. I'll do whatever I have to do to make sure you won't get a picture or interview taken that you don't want. And besides, she added as her friend continued to move about the room. I feel like we don't get a chance to talk anymore. I thought maybe we could spend some time together. You know, like old times, she said sheepishly. Rukia looked back at her friend with a heartwarming feeling. She gave a sad smile and walked over towards her. She placed her hands on her friend's shoulders. How am I supposed to turn you down now? She said sadly, due to her annoyance in attending a public affair. It was going to be like jumping into a pool of flesh-eating paparazzi. Okay, you know what I don't get? She asked in confusion. She was sitting down on the steps to her front door with her head resting on his left shoulder. His right elbow was leaning back on the step behind him. How is it that you are always able to run over here so fast and make all my cursing and yells go away? I don't get it. I feel like I could go punch the living daylights out of someone and then you come and all I want to do is crawl up into a ball next to you. Explain this, she commanded. He smirked. I have that effect on women, he said cockily, earning him an elbow in the gut. He grunted from the impact and then spoke. I just know you so well, I guess. I mean, it took a little time to completely figure you out, but once I got it, everything just seems to make sense, I guess. It's hard to explain, but I feel like I just know how to calm you down in cases like these. It's weird, he finished with a look that showed he was trying to understand it himself. Well then I guess that means you're the only guy in the whole world that can catch me when I'm falling, huh? She asked with a smirk as she turned to look up into his amber eyes. He smirked down at her. Well, if you keep leaving me openings. She elbowed him again. He sighed with a smile, you writers and your words. Rukia, get inside, Byakuya said from the door in a cold manner. Rukia rolled her eyes and stood up. She began to walk to the door that her brother disappeared through, but turned when she went to close the door behind her. See you later, Strawberry, she said with a smirk as he shook his head with fake annoyance as a smile crept onto his lips. Rukia, wake up. We're here, Orihime said perkily as she parked the car. She blinked a bit and registered where she was. She sighed. Her dream had surprisingly been a memory of her childhood. It was a few months before she and Ichigo had finally become a couple, and even then she knew she loved him. It's weird how things turn out the way they do. Oh, this is just amazing. It doesn't even look like what I imagined. Orihime said in excitement as Rukia walked by her side with a smile on her lips as she shook her head. It really was different. It was more like a party instead of a business event. Off in the corners of this enormous hall was where the photo shoots were taking place. The occasional table of an interview was placed randomly throughout the room. In the middle was where guests stood and enjoyed a drink or a plate of food from the buffet tables along one side of the room. Come on, Rukia, Orihime said, nudging her friend's arm with her elbow, it looks like it's going to be more fun than you thought it would. Rukia rolled her eyes, yeah. Let's just get a drink already, she said. Moving towards a waiter walking across the floor. She grabbed 2 glasses of champagne and handed one to Orihime, who shook her head. I still have to do an interview. I want to be completely sober for it, Orihime said with no way of her mind being changed. Rukia shrugged, suit yourself. The raven-haired woman took the glass meant for her friend and downed it before placing it on a tray being held by a walking-by waiter. Rukia, Orihime said in surprise. What? She said in response. If you want me to enjoy myself, then I'm gonna need a few of these in me first. Orihime frowned, you go to public events all the time. Why are you being so difficult? Rukia sighed, I go to fundraisers, charity events, or things that my friends are involved in, such as a movie premiere. This is where someone goes when they want attention from the DMN cameras and busybodies, or if they are being paid to be here. Everyone who is here to dig into certain people's lives in order to get a pretty amount of money in their pockets. I am here because you asked me. I'm not even getting paid, she finished by downing the other glass. She took a deep breath afterwards and looked at a door that continued to swing open from people going in and out. I swear to God, if I end up on the cover of some bullshit magazine, she mumbled. This is my job, Rukia. I am one of those DMN busybodies. I may not be an actress like Momo where you could go to a premiere of a movie, or a fashion expert like Ranjaku where you could go to a fashion expo, she frowned in disappointment. But I'm a reporter. I dig into certain people's lives in order to get a pretty amount of money in my pocket, she said somewhat bitterly. Rukia was shocked. This conversation took a complete turn and her usually perky friend was staring at her with anger and hurt in her eyes. Orihime, I didn't dash. You're so afraid of being seen in public, and most people would kill to have your kind of fame. You aren't even a movie star or a rock star. To be famous and be a writer is so lucky. People read books less and less as the years go by, and the fact that you are seen as such an icon is amazing. You should be setting an example for people on how they can be heard by doing different things, not just winning beauty pageants or having a pretty voice. She shook her head, and all the cameras ever do is make you look angelic. Her face continued to give a frown. You can't even support one of your best friends. Rukia felt so small. She never had Orihime talk to her like this. She had insulted her best friend without realizing it. Her mind was too wrapped up in her own affairs. Orihime asked her to be with her for this function. Not Yuryu, not Tatsuki, Ranjaku or Momo, not Chad or even Ichigo. She asked her. And she threw it in her face. I can. It's just I was too busy Rukia began to explain, but was cut off. I have to go. My interview is supposed to start in 2 minutes, she said, avoiding eye contact. I'll see you later, she said, walking away. Rukia's mouth was left ajar. Did that seriously just happen? She thought as her mind was having trouble processing it all. Her usual instinct would have told her to go after her and clear it all up, but right now, she felt like she shouldn't. She would let her do her job and then hopefully clear things up afterwards. She exhaled and looked around. Another glass of champagne caught her sight. In fact, 4 glasses of champagne caught her sight and she made a beeline for them. After drinking down all 4 glasses, a small burp came out of her mouth startlingly, causing her hand to fly up to her mouth from surprise. She looked around to make sure no one had seen her and then noticed people continuing to come out of that room that she noticed from before. She picked up another glass and began to wander off in that direction. She stepped through the door and noticed people moving all around. She curiously continued to walk in after placing the empty glass on a table, and once she turned a corner, she saw the big deal. There was a huge photo shoot going on, but more in particular was who was being shot. Ichigo Kurosaki was posing for the camera as she stood watching from a distance. He had a pair of khaki shorts on with nothing but his bare abdomen and chest. He was leaning back against a concrete wall with his hands in his pockets. His head was tilted to the side slightly as his eyes stared into the camera with the utmost curiosity. That's it. Try to understand the camera. Try to understand why it's here. Perfect, yelled the photographer. Once Rukia gave the woman a glimpse, she noticed it was Yoruichi Shihoin, one of the most talented photographers in the business. People would pay her millions to get a single picture taken by her. And it would have been no surprise if Ichigo was asked by Urahara Kisuke to do a job with her. Urahara and Yoruichi were residents in Karakura during Rukia and Ichigo's childhood and were very close with both Isshin Kurosaki and Byakuya Kachiki. Thus, Rukia and Ichigo often saw them, whether they wanted to or not. Yoruichi was either flaunty or very authoritative, while Urahara acted very sly or immature. Rukia and Ichigo were always confused on whether or not the two were actually a couple due to their extreme opposite personalities. Rukia continued to watch as Yoruichi flashed pictures at the orange-headed man. She hadn't seen her in years and it felt somewhat strange standing there, watching from a distance. Her eyes drifted back to Ichigo. He did actually have a believable expression on his face. In fact, she remembered him staring that way at her. It was an expression of begging to know the truth, the answer, or the reason. She looked away for a moment and let some air out of her mouth. The champagne must have been getting to her, she thought as her eyes found their way back to the man in front of the camera. And as she continued to stare at him, his eyes found their way to hers. His head slowly turned as his facial expression turned into a somewhat surprised yet hopeful look. The camera continued to flash as Yoruichi yelled. Kurosaki. What are doing? Stop wasting my film. The purple-haired woman turned and saw Rukia standing with her hands folded in front of her with her eyes wide and her mouth slightly open. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow and smirked. Well, if it isn't little Miss Kachiki. She began to walk over quickly to the raven-haired woman. How the hell are you? She yelled as her arms were thrown around Rukia in a startling manner. She almost lost her balance as she tried to find the words to reply. I am doing good, she said sheepishly with a smile as the woman in front of her let go and stood back with a smile. How are you? She added. I have my ups and downs. DMN. I haven't seen you in years. Look at you. You grew into one beautiful woman, Kachiki, she said with happiness shown through her voice and a smile that extended from ear to ear. Rukia broke eye contact and looked down towards the floor in slight embarrassment. She then looked back up. Thank you. You know I absolutely love your books. And I've never been very big on reading, but DMN. You had me crying like a baby. I'm so proud of you. I remember seeing this little raven-haired girl chase around butterflies in the park, and who would have guessed you would become such a talented and successful young individual, the tan woman said with a sincere smile. Rukia suddenly found herself in awe of the woman in front of her. She had forgotten how supportive she had always been. There were few who ever were supportive of her. Her brother wasn't the kind to give praise or encouragement, but Yoruchi was. And for that, Rukia hugged her tightly. Thank you, she said again as her head was positioned over Yoruchi's shoulder. She pulled away and the two smiled at each other. So how's that brother of yours doing? I haven't spoken to him in a while, she asked in interest. Rukia sighed. I haven't been able to talk to him much lately either. He's been, on business. Yoruchi opened her mouth with a silent, oh, and nodded in understanding. I trust he's been sending you messages every now and then so you know he is okay, she said in a tone that presented a certain but kicking if he had failed to follow her instructions from long ago. Yes. I got one 2 days ago, she thought for a moment and then pulled out her phone and read. It said, Hello Rukia. Currently swimming in the tropics. Weather is beautiful. Although I have been stung by a jellyfish on my left shoulder, I am healing and should be completely fine for my return. Hope you are well, Byakuya. Yoruchi smirked, cryptic as ever. Well, at least he'll be coming back soon. Rukia sighed, yeah, but hearing that he got shot in the shoulder isn't very settling. I know, but he's too stubborn to let anyone get a good shot on him. Don't worry yourself, Rukia. He always comes back, she said with reassurance. Yeah, she agreed softly. I have to go look over some pictures I just took of that orange-headed idiot. Why don't you stick around and watch, she suggested. I don't know Rukia began, but was interrupted. Oh come on. I heard you and Kurosaki haven't talked much lately. Why don't you two catch up, she said beginning to walk away. Yoruchi, I don't think Rukia began to say louder as the distance between them got greater. I won't take no for an answer, she yelled before grabbing her camera and walking out of sight. Rukia sighed and began to walk around, looking at all the props around the room. She saw a table of drinks. There were bottles of water and soda, but her hands went straight for yet another glass of champagne. She finished 3 glasses, grabbed a full one and decided to look around again. As she looked at an area which was set up for a different scenery shooting, which was a piece of a wall with a window on it. She felt her phone buzz in her back pocket, causing her to jump and spill some of the champagne on the floor. She pulled her cell phone out of her jeans pocket and read the text she had received. Finally going to sleep after long day of filming. Miss you, was the message from Shohei. She sighed and put it back in her pocket without replying. She didn't feel like it. She shouldn't have to do anything she didn't want to do, right? She brought the glass to her lips and finished the liquid inside. Then, she took a step forward and found she had slipped on the champagne she had spilled from before. The glass flew out of her hand as she was on her way to slamming backwards into the floor, before she felt an arm underneath her and another one wrap around her from above. Her eyes then registered the sight above her. He stared down at her with the smallest impression of a smile. You're still leaving me openings, Kuchiki, he said softly. She was shocked at first, but her lips revealed just as much of a smile as him. I guess so, she replied before reaching up and placing her hand across his chest and onto his right shoulder to balance herself. There was then a flash. The two looked immediately at their old friend and saw she had a grin across her lips. Ichigo pulled Rukia up onto her feet as Yoruchi came closer. That had to be the most natural, yet photogenic picture I have ever taken. I need to use that. You have to let me, she said with her tone leveling between ordering and begging. Rukia blurted out with a laugh, do what you want. Why should anyone listen to what I say anyway? Besides, it always comes out wrong. Ichigo raised an eyebrow at her. Are you okay? He asked curiously. Rukia turned and looked at him as if he was crazy, then she smirked. I'm just peachy, strawberry. Thanks for asking, she said with a wink. He began to chuckle. Are you drunk? He asked suspiciously. She placed her hand on his chest and pushed him as she laughed at his accusation. Why would I be drunk? Are you drunk? He looked at her as if she spoke a different language, but couldn't hide his smile. He looked down at the floor and saw the shattered glass. He then looked back at her. How many glasses of champagne have you had? Rukia rolled her eyes. Don't get all parental on me, Kurosaki. I'm not going driving or anything. Yoruchi stepped closer and placed a hand on Rukia's shoulder. How many have you had, Rukia? She asked sweetly, trying not to get on her bad side. Rukia sighed and looked up at the ceiling as she began to try and count. 9, 10, 11. She asked as if someone knew the answer. Okay, Kuchiki. You need to take a nap or something, Ichigo said with surprise to how much she had. He began to guide her towards an area where there were some chairs and a couch. Yoruchi followed behind them. I don't need a nap, she said stubbornly after he pushed her to sit down on the couch. She stood up quickly, but felt dizzy and lost her balance. He placed his hands on her hips to steady her and then pushed her down to the couch again. I doubt that, he said in response. He looked back at Yoruchi who stood next to him. What do you want to do? He asked, not knowing how to proceed. She smiled. Well, the girl is trashed. I don't know who she came here with, but I think she needs to go home. It was pretty humorous. The older woman bent down with her hands on her knees. Rukia, honey, who did you come here with? The raven-haired woman scoffed. Doesn't not matter. She's PSS'd because I don't consider people's feelings, she said, not looking at either of the two. She then turned and looked into Yoruchi's cat-like eyes. Can you believe that? Orihime said. It's ridiculous. Ichigo frowned after pushing down the urge to laugh at her growing speech problem. What happened? Rukia waved a hand in his direction. Don't worry about it. It's not your problem. That annoyed Ichigo. He didn't know why or how, but it irritated him. He couldn't do anything about it though. Take her home, Kurosaki, she said looking down at Rukia who was playing with the buttons on her button-down white blouse with a small butterfly print across her heart. He looked at her somewhat alarmed, but we're not done. I think we are, she smiled, holding up the camera. That last one should be the clincher for the magazine's premiere. I doubt they would deny that once they see it. Share with me the blankets that you're wrapped in. Because it's cold outside, it's cold outside. Share with me the secrets that you kept in. Because it's cold inside, it's cold inside. Ichigo sighed. He didn't know if he liked the idea of using a picture consisting of him and Rukia. It was risky for both his and her relationship. But they trusted them, right? It wasn't like they were having an affair. They were just good friends, so it shouldn't be a big deal. He looked back at Rukia and knelt down. Rukia, he said to get her attention. She looked up. And you're slowly shaking fingertips. Show that you're scared like me so. Let's pretend we're alone. And I know you may be scared. And I know we're unprepared. But I don't care. He looked into her innocent violet eyes. Are you sure it's fine to use whatever photo Yoruchi's got of us? I don't want you afraid of rumors or Shuhei getting upset. She smiled at him. I don't care about what people think, Ichigo, she said confidently. He looked at her strangely. But you made such a big deal before when the misunderstandings with the press took place. Tell me. What makes you think that you are invincible? I can see it in your eyes that you're so sure. Please don't tell me that I'm the only one that's vulnerable. Impossible. She laughed. That was 'cause I didn't want to hear people saying I was with you. Too many painful memories, she said with a sigh and then looked down at her lap. Ichigo's heart fell as he watched how easily she said that to him. It's amazing the things people say when they are under the influence. I was born to tell you, I love you. Isn't that a song already? I get a B in originality. And it's true, I can't go on without you. Your smile makes me see clearer. If you could only see in the mirror what I see. Yoruchi looked down sadly at the two. She always thought they went well together. She was one of the many who didn't understand what happened to cause such a drift. He tilted his head to try and see her face. He then reached up and tilted her head up to look at him with his hand under her chin. Why would it be fine now? She smiled sadly at him, because we've both moved on. And you're slowly shaking fingertips. Show that you're scared like me, so. Let's pretend we're alone. And I know you may be scared. And I know we're unprepared. But I don't care. There was a moment of silence. Despite how believable her words sounded, her eyes gave her away. He saw them betray her every effort to persuade him and herself that it was true. But he wouldn't do anything about it, he knew he wouldn't. So he gave her the same sad smile in return. Yeah, he said softly. Let's get you home. Tell me. What makes you think that you are invincible? I can see it in your eyes that you're so sure. Please don't tell me that I'm the only one that's vulnerable. Impossible. He stood up and held his hand down to her. She grabbed his hand and let him pull her up, but she had no balance and was about to fall when he pulled her tightly to him. Okay, he laughed. I guess I'm gonna need to carry you. Rukia gave a disgusted chuckle. I can walk. Oh yeah, he asked sarcastically. Then go for it, he said, letting go of her and taking a step back. Slow down, girl, you're not going anywhere. Just wait around and see. Maybe I'm much more, you never know what lies ahead. She put on a determined face, or as close as she could get to a determined face in her state, and took a few steps before Ichigo caught her yet again before she fell. Still think you can walk? Still think you can eat? She said in response. He frowned. What does that even mean? Exactly, she said excitedly. I promise I can be anyone, I can be anything. Just because you were hurt doesn't mean you shouldn't bleed. I can be anyone, anything, I promise I can be what you need, I can be what you need. Okay, he said before he scooped her up and carried her with her knees bent over one arm and her back leaning on the other. You don't even know what you are saying anymore. I'll find Orihime and tell her you're taking her home, Yoruchi said from behind. Ichigo gave a nod and began to walk towards the doors where his car would be. She sighed as she began to close her eyes and placed her arms around his neck. I hate this. Tell me. What makes you think that you are invincible? I can see it in your eyes that you're so sure. Please don't tell me that I'm the only one that's vulnerable. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up from how gentle her touch was across his skin. He looked down at her as she got comfortable in his grasp. You're the one that drank 11 glasses of champagne, he said, making fun of her speech even though he doubted she would catch it. No, she said with her eyes still shut. I hate how you're still the one person who catches me. Ichigo smiled down sadly at her. He knew she didn't mean hate. That's just who she was. She was the kind of person that put up her defenses to avoid anyone from knowing the complete truth. This was as close as he was going to get to anything she really meant. He let out a single chuckle, such a writer. Impossible. He sat in an armchair that was a few feet away from her bed, which he had placed her in hours ago. After she slept for about an hour, she woke up and he was there to guide her to the refresher. And after 35 minutes of that, she passed out in her bed again. He took this time to sleep some himself. He woke up about 5 hours later and found she was still clearly not joining the living world anytime soon. So he grabbed a copy of her first book and began to read it for the 5th time. 2 more hours passed when she finally rose from her slumber. Her hair was slightly ruffled from her sleep and she wondered where she was. She couldn't remember half of the day before and she knew the reason when her head began to pound. She groaned and began to rub her temples. I thought you learned not to do that much back at one of your brother's business gatherings, he said with a smirk. She looked up and found it surprising to see specifically him sitting in one of her armchairs in her bedroom. She groaned again, I thought I did too. And champagne of all things, he added as he closed the book and sat it on his lap. She sighed again and continued to rub her temples, but harder. I hate how that is the one drink that hates me more than anything. And it's such a wimpy drink too, she whined. He chuckled, never understood it myself. You could handle JD with no problems, but a dainty, crappy but French drink could wipe the floor with you. She gave him a glare, don't push it. He held his hands up in defense, just stating the obvious, Kuchiki. What are you doing here anyway? She asked in annoyance. She had only talked civilly with him a few days ago and she had no idea why he thought he could walk right in and start up such a casual conversation. He raised an eyebrow, I guess that's the closest I'm gonna get to any appreciation from you. What the hell are you complaining about? She said, getting irritated by the millisecond. He gave her an unemotional stare, I said, he said with a much louder volume. I guess that's the closest I'm gonna dash, he began in a yelling manner. Her hands flung to her ears, I'm not deaf, Kurosaki. I know what you said. I don't know why you said it. BSTRD. She finished knowing he wanted to make the headache worse. He smirked and then titled his head curiously, do you seriously not remember? She looked at him in a way that was clear that she was completely unaware of what the past few hours held. He sighed, all you need to know is that you drank too much, got drunk and needed to be taken home. She looked at him in a different light. You brought me here. He broke eye contact and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. You were falling all over the place. I couldn't let you get a concussion or anything. She looked down and then pulled at her still buttoned white blouse and then her jeans. He spoke again, I thought it would be too much if I changed you. Took off your shoes though, he added sheepishly with an awkward chuckle. She smiled down at her lap. She then looked up at him, how did I end up running into you? The last thing I remember is talking to Yoruchi and then finding a table with more drinks. You ended up slipping and almost cracking your skull on some camera equipment. I got you just in time, he said quickly as to avoid too much concentration on the sentence. He didn't want to be praised, not like she would but still. Oh, she said quietly with understanding. She looked at the clock in the still ill-lit room and noticed it was 3:34 in the morning. She then quickly looked back at the orange-headed man. How long have I been here? He looked at the clock as well, about 9 hours. Her eyes went wide, how long have you been? About 9 hours, he said again. She shook her head and rubbed a temple, why? She asked, not looking at him. He chuckled, someone had to be here when you needed help to the toilet. This made her groan and throw a hand to cover her face, so I didn't imagine someone holding my hair back. He laughed again, then leaving them in silence. Do you need anything? Water or something? She sighed and shook her head, no, I think I can handle it from here. He nodded slowly in understanding. Seconds passed by before he spoke. You want to tell me why you were trashing yourself last night? Something about Oriheim. She threw her head back down on the pillow as she stared up at the ceiling. Not particularly. Don't lie to me. It got you pretty worked up, he said casually. She sighed, she asked me to come with her because she had to do an interview. She wanted to spend time with me because we barely see each other anymore. I hated being there because I hate anything that has to do with paparazzi. I think they are scum, she said in a matter-of-fact tone. It's just my opinion. I think they take the truth and twist it. They live off someone else's success and I hate giving them their next paycheck. Well, Kuchiki, don't hold back. Please, tell me what you really think, he said sarcastically. She bent her head up to see him, grabbed a pillow next to her and threw it in his direction. Shut up. Do you want to hear it or not? He waved his hand, go ahead, he said lazily. She dropped her head back on the pillow and looked back up at the ceiling. She then took it personally. She said she was one of them now and that I don't know how to support her. She compared herself with Momo and Ranjaku. She told me I should be embracing the spotlight because of what I'm known for, not running from it. She leaned up off the mattress with her elbows. Ridiculous, huh? There was silence, but then he opened his mouth in alarm and pointed his thumb at himself. Am I supposed to speak now? Rukia, slightly impatient, yelled, yes. Well, I completely agree with Orihime, he said simply. What? Rukia asked incredulously with a frown. He sighed, relax, midget. I see where you're coming from. How could I not? But she makes more sense than you. She sat up completely and crossed her arms over her chest. All right. I'm listening, she said stubbornly. The whole point of you going was to spend time with one of your best friends, right? You shouldn't have been so miserable when you weren't even there for the reason of getting attention. You were there with your friend, and it obviously hasn't clicked with you that Orihime hosts a television show that interviews the lives of celebrities. That is another way of saying interviewer, or media, or paparazzi. She's one of those people you supposedly hate so much. Does she dig into people's lives in hopes of her next paycheck? Do you know her to be this scum that you have obviously labeled them as? Rukia stared at him speechless. She knew Orihime wasn't like that. She was one of the nicest people she had ever met. If not the nicest. No, she's not like that at all, she said softly. So do you think it's possible that you've just been driven by some bad experiences? She sighed, yeah. There was some silence. She chuckled, you sound like a shrink. He smirked, well, you need one right now. Silence filled the room again. What do you think about me hiding from the cameras? You think she's right? She asked with complete seriousness. Her eyes somehow found his in the dim-lit room. Honestly, there's no right or wrong there. If you don't want the world to know your business then you don't have to do shit, he said easily. But she does have a point. You're a writer, Rukia, a DMN good one. Your face is known all over the place. Everything you've done represents to people all over the world that they don't have to either be a singer or an actor in order to be famous. They don't have to focus on being like everyone else striving to be noticed. They can do what they love and get seen for it. That's the kind of message Orihime thinks you can send to the world, he finished with a shrug. It makes sense. She took a deep breath and exhaled loudly, now it makes sense. They sat silently for a moment as she stared into her lap. She then chuckled and looked up at him again. How do you do it? He raised an eyebrow as a response. She chuckled again. How do you be you whenever I need it? Even after all these years. I guess I still have that effect on women, he said suavely. She laughed, or maybe just this one. His chest grew tighter at her last statement. He clenched his fist on his lap and disappointedly chose not to harp over her declaration. So, I'm guessing you don't remember the picture then, huh? She looked curiously at him. No. He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck for the millionth time in the past few minutes. Yoruchi kinda snapped a picture when I caught you from falling. She asked if it was okay if she used that one. He paused for a bit. You said, yes. He decided to avoid any details that she'd probably shoot herself for saying. She frowned and looked down to her lap. She thought for a moment and then looked up at him again with a smile. I guess this is the start of my campaign, huh? He gave her a questioning look, causing her to explain herself. This is the start of showing myself to the world. He hesitated. Does this mean, you're fine with it? She smiled and gave a determined, single nod. If it was that good of a picture, then why not? DMN. That was relatively easy. You don't put up much of a fight anymore, do you, Kachiki? He said jokingly. Were you hoping for a fist fight? She said with a smirk. Hell no. I'm basking in my victory right now, he said in complete accomplishment. But if you think about it, you had to deal with me head first in the toilet. Can you really count that as a victory? She said, making a very good point. He frowned. You had to ruin it, didn't you? She grinned, MHM. She then saw it on his lap. Her mouth opened, but words hesitated to come out. Finally she pushed. Are you reading my book? She asked with shock. He looked down at it and then placed it on the table next to him. Yeah. Why are you so surprised? I don't know. I mean, you've said you've read them. It's just weird seeing you read it. He shrugged. I like it. I've always liked your writing, he said simply. I was the one that submitted that piece you wrote back in that contest in high school, you know. I think I was the first to realize how amazing you are. I should get credit for that, he said confidently. Oh yeah? You don't think you're getting enough credit for all those silly songs you've made? You know. The ones that you've gotten awards for and such, she said, pretending to know nothing, but then finishing with a smirk. She tried not to think about his compliment too much. Nope. Not enough for me, he said stubbornly. She shook her head. Casually going into a new topic, Rukia spoke. So what exactly was going on last night? All I know was that it was some new magazine. I'm kind of surprised Yoruchi would bother herself with something like that. Ichigo stretched his back a bit. Yeah, well, Urahara is the creator of this new magazine, Fallen Angel. Rukia's eyes went wide. Really? Ichigo nodded. Yeah. I guess he was tired with all the political newspapers and shit. Rukia brought her finger to her lip and tapped as she thought, that would explain why Yoruchi was willing to do a photo shoot for it. The orange-headed man just gave another nod. But why was it so private? There were pictures being taken in the main room. Why were you back there? She asked curiously. Well, supposedly I'm going to be in the first few pages, and since Yoruchi was doing the pictures, do you really think she would be like everyone else? He didn't wait for her to reply. Yeah, he agreed to her thoughts. Ichigo watched closely as she rolled her head along her shoulders and rubbed her neck. He then spoke softly, How are you doing? She sighed heavily. Fantastic, she said sarcastically before looking up at him. My head is pounding right now. Are you that much of an idiot? He shook his head. No midget, I meant, how are you? I haven't talked to you in a while. How's your brother? Rukia's eyebrows shot up. Are you seriously asking me about my brother? She couldn't believe her ears. He exhaled heavily and glared. Why do you make casually conversation so difficult? Rukia held up her hands in defense. All right. If you really want to know. She paused and then answered. He's on some tropical island right now. He got shot in the shoulder, but he said he'll be fine by the time I see him. Ichigo gave a chuckle of disgust. Tough guy, he mumbled. Rukia just rolled her eyes. Byakuya Kuchiki never favored Ichigo Kurosaki, or vice versa. It wasn't originally because he was dating his sister-in-law, who more or less was his sister, but it started the day his eyes set on him, back when Rukia and Ichigo were just little kids. The reason is still undetermined. Ichigo felt uncomfortable, but he asked anyway. What about his Anna? Her name hit Rukia's chest harder than usual, probably because she had yet to hear someone say it out loud in months. She's no different, she responded softly. Ichigo looked sadly at the raven-haired woman in front of him. She avoided eye contact at the moment. The last time he had asked about her sister was well before their breakup those few years ago. He remembered going to visit her in the hospital every 3 weeks with Rukia's grip on his hand growing tighter and tighter as she continued to talk to her motionless sibling. Rukia was only 6 when her life changed. Her family was cut in half as Byakuya was the only one left to take care of her after that. He adopted her as a result. Byakuya had been married to Hisana a year before Rukia had been born, but had been in the family since Hisana was only 14. When she was 18 and he was 20, he proposed. Are you still visiting her every 3 weeks now that you're far from home? he asked curiously. Of course I am, she said softly, still not looking at him. She then met his amber eyes with her violet. She's half of my only family. How could I not? He smiled softly at her, I figured you did. He watched her gaze settle on her lap again. He remembered the day he asked what had happened to her sister, and he remembered how straightforward Rukia was about it. My parents died in a car accident when I was 6. They hit some black ice and went completely off the road. My sister was in the back seat. They were taking her to the doctors. She had found out she was pregnant. He remembered her emotionless voice as if she was rehearsing for an ORL report for school. He always thought his childhood was hard after losing his mother, but he always looked to Rukia for the strength she possessed. She was so young and lost so many. Hey, what's this book you're writing about? He asked, changing the subject. She didn't need to feel depressed while she was enduring a hangover. Rukia looked up at him with wide eyes. It's not really about anything. He gave her an incredulous look. So you're writing about Jack Sheet? Well, that's gonna be a top seller, he said sarcastically, crossing his arms over his chest. She glared. It's about something. She sighed to calm herself down. It wasn't good for her pounding head. She looked away from him for a moment. I just haven't told anyone anything about it yet. He leaned back and placed his feet on the hassock in front of him. He spoke with a smirk. Oh, it's a secret. Too embarrassing for you to talk about? She looked at him as if he was crazy. No. He brought his hands back behind his head. Ah, so you're too embarrassed to talk about it with me, he said, more as a statement than a question. Rukia was now confused. Wait, what? His smirk turned into a grin. I didn't realize you liked writing that X-rated stuff. It's interesting to find out these things after so much time. She felt her cheeks tinge pink in the dim light. What? Dream on, Kurosaki, she yelled, throwing yet another pillow at him. He couldn't help but chuckle at her discomfort. She quickly added another statement, just because you're a pawn addict doesn't mean everyone else is. He raised his eyebrow at her. I'm not a pawn addict. He then smirked. I don't need to be with all the women in the world throwing themselves at me. Rukia smirked. You mean throwing up on you? He glared. That would be only you, Kuchiki. The two glared at each other for a few seconds before slowing, turning into a chuckle. She then stared into his eyes for a moment. They had gone backwards in time, it felt. Not to the time where they were together, but before that. Like that memory she dreamt the previous day. They were acting like the best friends they used to be, and they had both gotten lost in that feeling. She finally said what was on her mind, and then, she regretted it. Senna's probably worrying about you, huh? Ichigo's chest immediately fell. He wasn't expecting to hear that, and he wished he hadn't. I told her a friend needed me to take care of them, he said, short and to the point. Does she know it was me? Rukia asked curiously before she could think about the question. He stared at her for a moment and knew he couldn't lie. No. Rukia broke eye contact and nodded continuously, not knowing what else to say. You might want to get back to her. Ichigo didn't reply. He just sat there staring at her. He tried to read her. From what he could tell, she didn't want him to leave, but she knew he was with Senna now, and that made her not want to cross any boundaries. He understood that, but if he wanted to spend time with an old friend, Senna shouldn't have a problem with that. Rukia, he began, but she quickly spoke. I didn't see her at Kyan's party. He tried to avoid her gaze. That's because she wasn't there. Why not? Ishin is probably dying to meet her. He's still trying to get me to call him Dad, she finished with a chuckle. He didn't laugh at this, but instead kept his gaze on the floor. I didn't tell her about it. Rukia looked suspiciously at him. What do you mean? She asked hesitantly. He then looked up into her questioning violet eyes. I didn't want her to meet my family. She continued to look at him with no understanding. He then spoke again. The last time I brought a girl into my family life, it left them completely attached to her. The old man, still hoping she'll call him Dad, he said with a sad smile. He didn't know why he had told her that. He must have felt deep down that he needed to make it even for what she had let him see and hear last night, even though she was unaware of her actions. Rukia was left speechless. She really had nothing to say. Thankfully, she didn't have to say anything. Ichigo stood up from the chair and began to walk towards the door, but stopped with his back facing her. He turned his head back slightly as he spoke. "Did you dig yourself out of that hole you were in yet?" She smiled at his back. "Yeah. Your feeling was right. I've been writing like crazy lately." He nodded and smiled to himself. "Good." He then walked to the door and turned around before completely walking out. "I'll catch you later, Kuchiki." She smirked. "Hopefully you won't have to any time soon." "Hey, you never know. You could see this picture tomorrow and then think you're all buddy-buddy with champagne. I'll end up spending another night in that armchair over there." He paused. "That is, when I'm not holding your hair, 'cause your head is deep in the bowl. I doubt I'll need you to come running again." "I'd be a big but if I wanted to put myself through that again," she said, rubbing her head. "Whatever you say. But I'm not complaining. It'll give me a chance to finish your book for the 5th time," he said with a wink. "Later, Rukia." She smiled. "Bye," she said before he walked out of the room. Her fingers graced across each key, not stopping to contemplate the thought she had just typed. The words flowed from her mind to her fingertips in a mad frenzy since that orange-headed man walked out of her door yesterday morning. She had been basically sitting in that chair the entire time that had passed, with a few exceptions: food, bathroom and an apology. She had called up Orihime the afternoon before and made it very clear how sorry she was. She admitted how cold-hearted she had acted and that she was not giving any support to her best friend. Orihime tried to apologize for coming off as a mean person, but Rukia quickly rejected it and told her she was now going to do what Orihime said, which was to stop hiding from the media. Everything was back to normal after that. Now she was sitting back in her chair, her fingers intertwined behind her head, and her chest filling up with air. She exhaled loudly and smiled at the screen. She knew how to acknowledge her hard work, a secret smile and the cracking of her knuckles before she continued. There was a knock at her door and then Orihime came walking in. "Still at it?" she said in more of a statement than a question. She chuckled. "Is it weird that I'm not surprised?" Rukia smiled as she continued to type. "I guess not." "What brings you to my humble abode?" she asked as she stopped typing and spun her chair around to look at her with a welcoming smile. Orihime smiled. "Well," she began slowly, "that magazine came out today. You know, the one we went to the other night? Fallen Angel?" "Yeah, Ichigo told me about it. I can't believe Urahara moved into the superstar realm. I thought he liked doing traditional journalism and such," Rukia reasoned out loud. "I think Yoruchi might have had something to do with his change," Orihime added. Rukia squinted as she thought, "Weird. They are always seen together, yet it's always so questionable on whether or not they are together." The two sat there thinking for a minute until Orihime brought them back to earth. "So the first issue came out this morning," she led in, catching Rukia's attention more now. The strawberry blonde pulled it out from behind her back and held it out to the sitting raven-haired woman. Rukia's mouth began to hang open. She slowly reached out and grabbed the magazine, bringing it slowly closer to her. The picture didn't end up in the first couple of pages. There they were on the cover. Rukia's chest began to pound. The picture was beautiful. If she hadn't known any better, she would have thought they had been dancing and he had dipped her. Her hand was placed on his shoulder, while her other was placed on his chest. His hand closest to the camera was placed on her waist, while his other was wrapped around her, on the small of her back. Their clothes were opposites. He wore a black button-down long-sleeve shirt with thin vertical white stripes along with a pair of dark blue jeans. She wore a white button-down blouse with a black sketch of a butterfly just visible on her left breast along with a pair of light blue jeans. The scenery worked perfectly. Ichigo was bent just enough so that the window scene behind them was visible, where a moon and night sky was photoshopped in, yet it looked completely natural. The lighting around them was dark with only the window illuminating them. The final draw-in was their captivated stare on each other. It was as if everything around them did not matter. And with such a sincere, piercing stare came the slightest bit of a smile across each of their lips. Rukia took a deep breath. "Wow. You're telling me," Orihime immediately said after her. "It's hard to believe you were drunk during that," she added with a chuckle. I don't dash," Rukia began. "You don't know what to say, right? It's an amazing picture that says so much, but you can't put it into words." Orihime interrupted with excitement. "Yeah," Rukia continued to speak slowly with her eyes still glued to the magazine. "It looks like a fairy tale, right? Like the happily ever after of a prince and princess." Orihime said with her excitement growing after every second. "Well, I don't know if I'd say fairy tale, but Rukia began in a correcting tone. More like a dream that every girl wished to have, right? I mean, what girl wouldn't want their knight in shining armor hold them like that with the moonlight shining on them," she said with her voice coming close to a high-pitched scream. Rukia started to laugh. "Calm yourself, Orihime." She continued to laugh and shake her head. "I was going to say that it's not half bad." Orihime's mouth fell open. "That's it," she yelled in disbelief. Rukia blinked at her friend. "What?" she asked, not helping the laugh that fell out of her mouth. "This is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen," she said in a surprisingly defensive tone. Rukia couldn't help but smile. "Well, I don't know about that," she said, placing the magazine on the desk as she turned to go back to typing. Her fingers started to hit the keys as Orihime looked at her friend as if she was crazy. The strawberry blonde walked closer to her so that she was standing inches away from her. "You're a very stubborn woman, Rukia Kachiki," she said with a smile as she shook her head. She pointed to the magazine. "That is a masterpiece whether you admit it or not." Rukia smirked as she continued to type away. "Or not." "Suit yourself," Orihime said with a disappointed smile. She began to walk out of the room. "Just don't forget to read the caption." Rukia simply let "MHM" come out of her mouth as Orihime left. Then, curiosity hit her, and it hit her hard. She stopped in mid-typing and looked at the magazine from the corner of her eye. She then took a deep breath before spinning her chair and picking the literature up. After her eyes went over the image yet again, she found the caption. "The most beautiful and electrifying couple who refuse it to be true." And despite all her past efforts and all her past annoyances, she smiled. Chapter 11, My Girl. "Alright, so do me a favor and tell me how I ended up here again." Ichigo said with the utmost regret. "Oh, quit being a baby. It's your turn. Chad already failed with his and we had to run from the DMN security guards. Just get it over with." Renji pushed him ahead as he held the camera from behind the bush. Ichigo flew forward and looked back with a glare at the redhead who was smirking behind the camera. Ichigo then looked forward and took a deep breath. He started his slow walk towards the pool full of many civilians on that hot sunny day. 2 hours earlier. "You're such a pansy. You can't kill a small but spider," Ichigo said as he laughed. "Screw you, Kurosaki. You can get bitten by those little BSTRDS and wind up getting a dangerous or fatal disease. I rather not risk it," Yuryu said as he stood away from the wall with the said pest. Ichigo picked up a particular magazine on a table and made his way lazily over to it. "Yeah, sewing kit boy, you could get bitten, and even though you're a geek and look like Peter Parker, I doubt you have any luck of ever getting to be as cool as Spider-Man," Ichigo said, rolling up the magazine and slamming it on the wall. He let the weapon fall to the floor with a slap, walked back over to the couch and flopped down. "Well, at least I'm not scared shitless of whether or not my girlfriend is gonna dump me or not for posing with my ex," Yuryu added with a glare. "And pick up that DMN magazine now that you ruined it." Ichigo took in a deep breath. "That wasn't low at all," he mumbled. He then looked back at his friend who approached the magazine on the floor with a grimace on his face. I thought I told you it doesn't matter. Rukia probably doesn't give two sheets about the cover. If there's nothing going on, then I doubt Senna will bother. She'll probably even say how nice it looks. Chad, who was sitting next to him in Ichigo's living room, spoke up. So why are you so miserable? Ichigo turned his head quickly towards his well-built friend. Whose side are you on, man? Chad just shrugged. It's a good question though, Ichigo, Renji said before taking a chug of his beer. Ichigo turned to look at the redhead in the chair. I'm not miserable, he corrected. No, you've just been bitchy ever since you saw the magazine, Renji said in response. No, I haven't, he said in defense. Yuryu wiped the side of the magazine off on the table it was originally on and then threw it on the orange-headed man's lap. You haven't done anything but sit there ever since you saw this. Ichigo groaned and held the edge of the magazine off his lap. Ugh, God. I swear if I have bug guts on me. You'll what? Yuryu said, crossing his arms as a glare was seen on his glasses. Don't challenge me, Peter Pan. I'm not in the mood, he said with a glare. I thought it was Peter Parker. Yuryu corrected. So we agree. Ichigo said with a smirk. Chad started laughing. That reminds me of the time I dared you to jump off the roof of your house with an umbrella, he said to Ichigo. Yuryu joined in laughing, and then he slammed straight into the pool and ended up getting a huge red mark from the impact. Chad smiled. Rukia was said at us. The room fell silent. Everyone avoided eye contact at that moment. Ichigo was now staring for the millionth time at the cover in which he co-starred on. Then I dared you to sing a song outside Oriheim's window, but you chickened out, Chad said with another laugh. I didn't chicken out. Yuryu yelled. I just had a sore throat that night, he added sheepishly. Bullshit, Renji smiled and said with disbelief as he finished his bottle. Oh yeah? Then why don't I re-dare you? Chad said in return. Jesus, you're grown men, Ichigo added with complete attitude as his eyes were still glued to the cover. Then I dare you to propose to the Chinese food guy that gives out samples in the mall. Yuryu yelled back to Chad, ignoring Ichigo's comment. Renji laughed. Well, you guys should make this interesting. Care to bet on it? Yuryu thought for a moment. We see who can fully complete their task. Chad nodded. How much? 200 sounds good, Renji added. 200, the two yelled in unison. What? Like you guys don't have enough cash. Renji replied in defense. Fine, Chad said, slightly annoyed as the two reached into the pockets and pulled out their wallets. They put $200 on the coffee table. Are those ones? Renji asked with a laugh. Yuryu glared. I don't usually walk around with millions of dollars in my wallet. I'm in, Ichigo said from the couch. The three men in the room looked surprised at the orange-headed man. What? He asked, slightly irritated. Yuryu raised an eyebrow with a smirk. I thought you weren't in the mood for a challenge. He shrugged. You've sparked my interest. 200 is it? He asked as he contributed to the pool on the table. Oh, I've got the perfect one for you, choirboy, Yuryu said smirking. Bring it on, schoolgirl. 2 hours later. Oh, Kurosaki. Yuryu whispered, yet called after Ichigo with Chad waving him back. What? Ichigo said, beginning to walk back towards the three. Everything but this, the man wearing glasses said as he threw something at the orange-headed man. Ichigo caught it and tried to process what it was. Since you think you're so cool, you should be able to pull it off, Yuryu added sarcastically. Ichigo frowned. Just a Spider-Man mask. Are you serious? Chad nodded. What? Are you backing out now? Chad added with a smile. Ichigo looked at them like they were crazy. Hell no. I'm just processing the fact that you guys really are gay, he said with a smirk as he turned and walked towards the pool again. He took a deep breath and saw the pool full with a lot of people. He grimaced at the sight of children in the shallow end and saw the row of teenage girls trying to get a tan by the side, followed by the row of middle-aged women trying to do the same. There was a variety of people and they had no idea what was coming. He put on the full-headed mask quickly over his entire head and continued on his way. His mind quickly flashed to something he hadn't thought about in a long time. He sat on the lifeguard stand cracking his neck as the sweat rolled down his temple. The sun was blazing and there was too many to count that decided to go to the pool that day. He was bored to death. No one ever needed him to come to their rescue and today was just too hot for him to sit up somewhere watching everyone else cool off in the water. "Hi," he heard from his side. He looked down towards the three girls who were smiling up at him. "Hey," he said somewhat awkward. He tried to pretend like he saw something and moved his gaze onto the water in a fake alarm. "You're in my calculus class, right?" one of them said with her shiny blonde hair and red lipstick. She didn't have to say a word, neither did the other two, he knew they were coming on to him. The sad part was he was never really good at letting people down. Rukia, Orihime and Tatsuki sat on the ledge of the pool with their legs dangling into the water. "Ugh, don't they make you sick? I hate those bitchy little princess wannabes," Tatsuki said with a grimace. "I can only imagine what you're thinking, there, Ruck." "What do you mean?" she asked somewhat confused. "I'm fine," she corrected with ease. Tatsuki gave her a look as if she was crazy. "Are you serious? They are totally hitting on your boyfriend. I'd expect some sort of death threat out of you." Rukia just shrugged. Orihime was kicking her feet lightly in the water. "Good for you, Rukia. You're taking the higher road," she said cheerfully. The three friends watched the three girls flirting with a certain orange-headed idiot and by the time they all saw the main blonde place her hand on Ichigo's thigh, Rukia was on her feet. "Alright, that beach is going down." Rukia yelled quite loud as she was about to storm off. "So much for the higher road," Orihime sighed and slowly stood up. Tatsuki was already to her feet as well, but she did it in order to hold Rukia back with her hands on the raven-haired girl's shoulders. "Tatsuki. What the hell? Let me go." "You encouraged me to be angry," she exclaimed in surprise. Tatsuki smirked, "Well yeah, but I rather not have to get rid of the bodies when you're done with M." Orihime stood standing somewhat sadly. "Just take some deep breaths." Rukia followed her friend's advice. Suddenly an idea came to her head. She had a smirk on her face. "I'll be back. Don't worry. I won't lay a finger on them," she said, earning Tatsuki's consent. The raven-haired girl of 18 began to walk slowly and quite seductively towards the diving board, where you would have to pass the lifeguard stand to get to. She had on the slightest smile as she noticed many of the male specimens, whose path she crossed, stop and stare at the mesmerizing young woman. Ichigo saw her coming and his attention was taken away from the three girls, who became irritated by his captivation of the approaching opponent. Rukia saw the glares that the girls were giving her and she wanted to grin so badly, but remained neutral. Once she was close enough, she turned her head towards Ichigo and winked without a single word, and then continued on her way. Ichigo was left to stare at her hypnotizing hips that moved in a well-balanced pattern. Her two-piece was clearly the young man's enemy due to his want to jump off his high horse and pin her to the ground. Oh, the many scenarios that ran through his head at the moment. She made it to the diving board and walked to the very edge where she thought she had achieved victory, but as she looked back at the lifeguard stand, she saw two of the girls place their hands further up on his thigh than before. Then, for the faintest second, she felt like her eyes could burn them to a crisp. Then, without a second thought she dove into the water. Ichigo grimaced as he tried to sit as far back in the chair as possible to avoid their touch. He looked up and noticed Rukia had already jumped. His eyes scanned the pool. She hadn't come up yet. His heart began to beat faster and faster and within less than a second, he had shoved the girls out of his way and dove expertly into the deep end. There, underwater, he saw her half floating at the bottom, her eyes were closed. He swam quickly, grabbed her and made it to the surface. He pushed her over the ledge of the pool and climbed up quickly with water going everywhere. His hair was beyond wet and it dripped down his face, but he could care less about that at the moment. He laid her down and held her chin up slightly and plugging her nose before his lips met hers. Then, she smirked and flew her hands up behind his wet orange head. His hands let go of her face as he needed them to balance him on the floor. After a few seconds of a very passionate and very wet kiss, she let Ichigo lean up. She stared up at him with a satisfied smile as she saw the three girls glare and walk away with their arms crossed over their chests. He stared breathless at the girl underneath him until his mind registered what had happened. What the hell, Rukia? What were you thinking? She didn't really think about this part of her plan. All she wanted was for those bimbos to get their hands off her man, but she never thought about what he would do. Whoops. She just stared up at him with her mouth slightly ajar as she searched for words. I thought you were drowning. My heart nearly came up my throat and out my DMN mouth, he yelled. She frowned and showed a clear face of regret. I'm sorry, she said with complete belief. He sighed heavily and looked away. I don't know if I can accept that right now. She leaned up slightly with her elbows. I get why you're mad. That was stupid of me, but those girls were just, ugh, she said in annoyance. I thought the walk would do it, but then I looked up and there was more touching and I swear if I had a knife I would have used it, she said getting very ruthless. It's not like I would have let them go any farther, he said in defense. Well, how am I supposed to know? You're an idiot and don't know how to say no, she yelled back at him. I know how to say no, he argued. They were causing quite a scene. You know what? I might have got your adrenaline running but I got their skanky butt fingers off you. I'm not apologizing for that, she said with confidence. He was silent and avoided her gaze. She then sighed and placed her hand gently on his forearm. I said I'm sorry. Come on. You know how protective you are. You get all macho when I'm paired with any guy for a stupid lab, she explained in a calm tone as she stared at his turned face. All she received was silence. She sighed heavily. All right, fine. Be mad. I said sorry, so there's nothing else I can do. She stood up hastily and brushed off her legs. She leaned down and placed her lips gently on his cheek and left them there for at least 4 seconds. His heart rate increased yet again. She whispered into his ear and in no way was it supposed to be in a bewitching way. Tell me when you finally forgive me, she said before walking away towards the restroom so she could change. She had to be at work in less than an hour. He sighed as her lips left a tingling on his cheek that spread throughout his entire body. He grunted and then picked himself off the ground. She was about to turn the corner and enter through the door when he quickly wrapped his arms around her bare waist, pushed her against the wall, which shielded them from an audience. Then, he slammed his lips against hers. After a few seconds, he titled his head back to look at her with smirk. Rukia was a little out of breath as she raised her hand to her chest. She then punched him on his chest. You just scared the living shit out of me. I thought I was booking my future appearance on the cold case files. He flinched from her fist, but then smiled as he leaned closer to her face again. I guess we're even, huh midget? She glared at first, but then rolled her eyes. Yeah, I guess. Good, he said pecking her lips. When you going to work, he added as he continued to give her light kisses. She began to laugh. I have to be there in about, she was interrupted by another peck. 40 minutes, she continued. He groaned in annoyance. She then raised an eyebrow. Don't even think about it. The last time you told me to skip work, I almost lost my job. He grinned, but I bet it was worth it. She smiled and looked up into the air as if she was thinking. Not really. He raised both eyebrows. Oh yeah, he asked as his fingers traced the top of her swimsuit bottom. She nodded, I don't really think I'm willing to waste my time again. Ichigo looked into her eyes. Well, if that's what you think, that's fine. I'll just give you a sample of what you're missing. He then pressed himself completely against her as his hands slid up her bare stomach so slowly that goosebumps began to form. His lips moved like magic as her mind tried to absorb every feeling that he was giving her. He leaned off her lips slightly as her eyes remained closed. He looked at her smiling face, still wasting your time. She chuckled slightly, yup. He then captured her lips again as his hands made it to hold her face. His tongue invaded her mouth and then her body went haywire. He leaned back to look at her again with a grin, her eyes were open now. Alright, she said while laughing. Stop, otherwise I really will miss work again and then I really will get fired. Wait until I'm off work. She began to push him away from her, better yet, wait until you're off work. Someone could be drowning right now, you know. He raised an eyebrow at her, you mean pretending to drown? She smiled and rolled her eyes as she began to walk around him towards the door. Oh, you know it was a good idea. Admit it now that you forgive me. Who said anything about forgiving you? You gotta earn that, he added suavely. She gave a single chuckle, piece of cake. He shook his head as he began to walk backwards. Go change, Kuchiki, he said before turning around and heading back towards his stand. Why the hell are you thinking about that? He yelled in his head. He sighed heavily. Alright, let's do this. He then grabbed the bottom of his tank top and pulled up over his head and threw it on the grass as he walked. He then pulled his jogging shorts down and stepped out of them quickly as he continued to walk towards the fast-approaching pool. He kicked his shoes off, which he had already planned on not wearing socks for this task anyway. He swallowed and without stopping, he took the final step and dropped his boxers. Then he ran. He made it to the diving board, where he was told to jump on it 3 times and then belly flop into the water. He heard shrieks and saw mothers covering their children's eyes. On the other hand, he saw many young women eyeing him up and even heard some whistles, some sounded manly. Ichigo hit the water hard and he knew that it was going to be DMN painful after the shock wore off. He stayed at the bottom of the pool to recover quickly and then swam up and jumped out as fast as he could. He turned around to the pool and with his own little addition to the task, he bowed and then ran off. He picked up his boxers, put them on and then picked up his clothes as he ran by them. What the hell are you sitting there for? Get in the DMN car before the cops show up, he yelled from underneath the mask as he approached the 3 men laughing hysterically behind the bush. They all jumped up and began making a mad dash with the half-naked orange-headed man towards the car. They all laughed in the car as Ichigo pulled the mask off his head. He ruffled his orange locks and cracked his neck. I'm kind of surprised, Kurosaki. I didn't expect you to remember the jumps or the belly flop. I figured you lose from that, Renji said as he held the camera in the passenger seat. Chad continued to drive and look in his mirror to make sure the police weren't in sight. Yeah. Good job. But next we've got Yuryu, he said as he took a turn. Ichigo smirked as he threw his tank top on over his head. I can't wait to see this, actually I can't wait to hear this. Yuryu rolled his eyes, just put your pants on, you corrupter of childhood. What does that even mean? Ichigo laughed as he pulled his shorts back on awkwardly in the moving car. Those poor kids' minds are scarred from seeing you, Yuryu answered. Ichigo gave a chuckle, those kids should feel bad for me. I'm about to go deaf from your terrible singing voice. Yuryu was about to throw his hands around his seatmate's neck before Chad hit the brakes. We're here. Orihime. Rukia said in shock but she began to laugh. Since when are you so forward? The strawberry blonde shrugged with a shy smile. We've been dating for a few months now, but it's like he's afraid to touch me. Is it too much to want him to push me against a wall or something? Rukia couldn't help but laugh. This was just weird to hear from Orihime. In fact, Rukia was holding her stomach and found it hard to stand up. Tatsuki was holding her hand over her mouth and avoiding eye contact as chuckles broke through. It is too much to ask. Orihime asked, becoming aware of how embarrassing this conversation was for her. Rukia shook her head as she tried to catch her breath. No, she said before taking another breath, it's not too much. But I get it. It's Yuryu. He's had a thing for you since high school. He's probably just too head over heels to know what to do with you. Orihime sighed. Then, Rukia's phone went off. She looked at it and then smiled curiously. Renji. What are you up to? She answered cheerfully. Hey Rukia, he said casually. Do me a favor. Are you at home? She squinted at his comment as suspicion grew. No. I'm at Orihime's with Tatsuki. What? No. I mean dash, he responded, not knowing what to do. She could hear a familiar voice in the background, but couldn't understand. Renji was then heard talking back, I'm not going to give it away. Just back the hell up and let me handle this. Rukia, he turned the conversation back to the girl who remained confused. What? She asked, trying to get him to talk more. I need you to slowly and delicately guide Orihime to a certain location in her house that would allow her to be able to look out on a certain area of her house that can be used to do certain dash, Renji said slowly and hesitantly. Give me the goddamn phone. Rukia heard the familiar voice again, and this time she knew exactly who it was. Rukia. Her heart must have skipped a beat when he said her name. She didn't know why, but she found it hard to let words escape her mouth. She cleared her throat. Ichigo. Yeah, hey, he said strangely soft. He subconsciously rubbed the back of his neck. Can you do me a favor? She then got a little more comfortable. She raised an eyebrow even though he could not see her. Geez Kurosaki, you know there is such a thing as kissing someone's but for those kinds of things. She did not expect him to hear him chuckle. The three men even stopped to look at him with surprise. I know, but I've never been really good at wiping other people's butts either. This time she chuckled. Ichigo heard Orihime speak. What's going on? What are Renji and Ichigo asking for? She asked curiously. Tatsuki didn't seem to care that much, but quietly observed the situation. Rukia shrugged and Ichigo quickly spoke. Don't tell her anything that I'm about to say. Say we're calling, 'cause we want you to pick us some lottery numbers, he said, thinking quickly. Rukia was kind of stumbled. Okay. She paused and then registered it. That's actually really lame. She heard a growl on the other side of the phone. Just do it, Kuchiki, he groaned. She held her hand over the phone and spoke to Orihime. They want me to pick them lottery numbers. The strawberry blonde looked confused. They have plenty of money. Rukia just shrugged and gave Tatsuki a wink to let her know something was going on. Ichigo began to talk again. Even number 4, yes, and odd 4, no. Okay, she agreed. Are you upstairs? 14. Are you in her bedroom? 23. Does her bedroom have that little balcony that leads to the backyard? 54. Can you take her there? 38. Remember when I jumped off the roof into my pool when we were kids? Her voice growled. 42. Well, this is something like that, but no pain. Well, maybe your ears. He chuckled. You'll thank me for it though. He then paused. How many numbers was that? That was 5. He nodded and then smiled softly. Did you like the magazine cover? She smiled in the same manner and spoke softly, 2. He smiled even more, me too. He stood there for a second. You can hang up now and bring her to her bedroom. All right, she said with a soft tone still. And Rukia, he added somewhat urgently. Yes, she said and subconsciously held her breath. He exhaled, thanks. She exhaled as well, no problem, strawberry. He chuckled and then hung up. God. It's kind of stuffy in here, isn't it? Rukia said, hanging up the phone. What? I think it's fine, Orihime said, not noticing. Tatsuki got the hint. I don't know. It's either getting really hot in here or I'm having a hot flash at such a young age. Let's go get some air, Rukia said, pulling on her friend's wrist. She led her to her bedroom and opened up the balcony doors. Look at that beautiful sunset. Rukia yelled with a smile. Orihime smiled and stepped out. Then, they heard the start of instruments which were really the voices of three men. Chad and Renji took on the constant bass, while Ichigo took the guitar part to sing. Then, Yuryu came in. His heart was racing, while he started off with a shaky voice. I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. When it's cold outside I've got the month of May. His voice cracked on the word, May, and the guys found it hard not to laugh and mess up the music. I guess you'd say. What can make me feel this way? My girl, my girl, my girl. Talkin' 'bout my girl, my girl. They came in with the echo when necessary. And Yuryu felt like he was getting used to it. Orihime was left with her hand over her open mouth. Rukia and Tatsuki were trying so hard not to laugh as hard as possible. I've got so much honey the bees envy me. I've got a sweeter song than the birds in the trees. I guess you'd say. What can make me feel this way? My girl, my girl, my girl. Talkin' 'bout my girl, my girl. Yuryu was now getting really into it and was having no problem swaying with the song now. I don't need no money, fortune, or fame. I've got all the riches baby one man can claim. I guess you'd say. What can make me feel this way? My girl, my girl, my girl. Talkin' 'bout my girl, my girl. He put it all out on the line for the last few lines. I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. With my girl. I've even got the month of May. With my girl. The ending was full of power and he suddenly felt shy once the three stopped playing their convincing instrumentals. He smiled sheepishly up at Orihime. Well. I'll call you later, he said, beginning to walk off. Wait, she yelled from the balcony before disappearing into the house. Yuryu swallowed hard and then shook his head. I gotta get out of here, he said before walking fast towards the front of the house where the car was. Yo. Ishida. Maybe you should wait. Ichigo yelled after him as Chad elbowed him. What are you doing? Let him fail his challenge, man. Chad whispered to Ichigo. Ishida didn't listen. Rukia looked down on the three remaining and shook her head with a big grin. Tatsuki was laughing out loud clearly, you guys are idiots. Renji laughed, you loved it and you know it. The boxer laughed, of course I did. Yuryu singing. That is something you can't miss. Rukia spoke up, I can't believe he actually went through with the dare you gave him years ago, Chad. I know. I was sure he was gonna lose his money first, the giant responded. You guys are not betting, she said disappointedly, hoping she misunderstood. Ichigo rubbed the back of his neck, no, he said unconvincingly. Tatsuki sighed loudly in disappointment as she shook her head and made her way inside to go down the stairs inside. Oh God. Hold on. I don't want to yell down anymore, Rukia yelled before jumping over the ledge and holding onto the drain pipe. What the hell are you doing, midget? Ichigo yelled, running towards the wall of the house. I've got it covered. Just get out of my way, she said, climbing down slowly. Rukia. Why couldn't you have just used the DMN stairs inside? Renji asked incredulously. What did you expect? Chad said unenthusiastically. She was a little less than 10 feet above the ground when she decided to try to slide down it instead. This caused her to lose her grip, and before she hit the ground she felt arms encompass her. She took a deep breath. Way to almost break your neck, the orange-headed man said after letting go of her from behind. Rukia just brushed off her pants. Well, I obviously wasn't going to if you were going to be there to be my cushion. He glared, I was only your cushion because I knew you would fall and I'd have to catch you. She froze and let those words take over her thoughts. She swallowed and broke eye contact with him. "Thanks," she said softly. He knew how weird it had gotten as well and just replied with a mumble, "Yeah. Let's go find Yuryu so I can let him down easy," Ichigo said before walking towards the front of the house. The rest followed him and met up with Tatsuki, who came out of the front door. Once they saw the car in sight, they also saw Orihime and Yuryu, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, his hands around her waist, while their lips were crushed together. "DMN," Chad said with a smile. Rukia shook her head as she crossed her arms over her chest with a grin. "I guess she's getting more contact now," she mumbled to herself. "Dude. Quit making out. You lost," Ichigo said with a chuckle. The two separated with embarrassment of getting caught. They came closer to the group as Renji began to explain. "So due to Chad and Yuryu not completing their challenges, Ichigo wins." The orange-headed man threw both hands in the air. "That's right," he yelled cockily. The two other men rolled their eyes. Tatsuki didn't quite understand. "How did Yuryu lose? We just saw him go through with it." "He didn't confess his love for her," Chad said unenthusiastically. Yuryu threw his hand to his face. "This is so embarrassing," he mumbled. Orihime grinned from ear to ear and kissed his cheek. Tatsuki looked over to Chad and Ichigo. "What did you guys have to do?" Renji laughed. "How about we just go back to Ichigo's and you can see what they had to do." Ichigo's eyes grew wide. "What? No way. We agreed no one would see that," he yelled with paranoia. "Let's get going," Renji said, ignoring Ichigo and walking towards the car. Everyone began to move toward a vehicle, while Ichigo stood where he remained. "Come on guys," he begged. Rukia walked up next to him. "What are you so afraid of? We're all friends here," she said with her violet eyes staring into his. She then turned and made her way towards Tatsuki's car. He watched her retreating form and took in her words. They were finally friends again. After all this time they had made it back to where they started. He couldn't help but let his lips curl into a smile. Then it hit him. He doesn't need her seeing what's on that camera. Everyone was sitting down in the living room. Renji sat in a chair with Tatsuki sitting on the arm. Yuryu sat with Orihime on the love seat, while Chad sat on the couch next to Rukia. Ichigo was pacing in the background as Renji tried to figure out how to play the tape. "I gotta think. Gotta think," he thought to himself urgently. "Anyone but her." He then stopped pacing. "Well, it's not like she hasn't seen me like that, it's just been a while," he yelled in his head with frustration as he started pacing again. He looked up at his kitchen. "Ask her to help me get some drinks." He then shook his head. "We'd be back in there before we saw Chad pop the question and not put the ring on that guy's finger." He then smiled as he thought about how his friend lost the bet. Ichigo then looked up his stairs. He thought about it for a moment and then nodded slowly as he began to like this new idea. He then turned back to the group and leaned over the back of the couch, tapping her on the shoulder. "Hey, can you come with me for a sec?" She looked at him curiously. "Sure." She got up as Renji continued to yell profanity at the television screen. They began to make their way up the stairs and Ichigo led her into his bedroom. She raised an eyebrow, but quickly dismissed any thoughts that she knew she shouldn't be having. She began as she looked around his bedroom. She felt wrong standing in it. It was different now from when she helped prepare him for Orihime's talk show. Now he was in a relationship with someone. Regardless of their true intentions in his bed chambers, she felt uncomfortable. "Sit down," he said, motioning towards his bed as he went for a drawer in a dresser on the far wall. I don't think I should," she said sheepishly, which caused him to turn around and look at her awkwardly. "And why is that?" he asked somewhat suspiciously with furrowed eyebrows. "It's your bed," she said incredulously without looking at him. "It's just weird." He rolled his eyes. "Whatever, midget." "Stand then," he said, shaking his head as he turned back around and continued rummaging through his drawer. She crossed her arms and looked around. She took a deep breath and then flopped on the floor sitting Indian style. He turned around with a possession in hand and then raised an eyebrow. He sighed and walked over towards and crashed down to the floor next to her. "Who said you had to sit on the floor?" she asked, trying to defend her action. "Well, if I'm trying to show you something I should probably be next to you, shouldn't I?" he said sarcastically. She rolled her eyes and then looked at his hands. Her mouth began to open slowly as her eyes grew wide. "Is that?" He smiled softly and nodded as his eyes looked back at the object he was holding. "I thought I lost it years ago, but I found it in the past year when I went back home." They sat there in a minute of silence as they stared at the worn sheet of paper in Ichigo's hands. Rukia slowly reached over and took it out of his grip. She smiled big as she read her 10-year-old handwriting. She let her fingers trace across the words written on the paper. "Friends forever" were the words written in rainbow-colored markers. There was a picture of two bunnies on the piece paper holding hands. "You were always so DMN forward," he said with a chuckle as he leaned back on his palms with his legs stretched out in front of him on the floor. She raised an eyebrow and looked back at him with a knowing smile. "Apparently you liked that about me, otherwise you would have thrown this away a long time ago." He shrugged. "You ran straight up to me before you left the playground that day, handed it to me and said in a threatening tone, 'Keep that forever or else,'" he said in defense. She gave a laugh and nodded as she looked back towards the paper. "See? Then it worked." He shook his head at her and moved on. "How old is that thing now?" 12 years. She nodded her head slowly and then looked back at him with a sincere and delicate smile. "Almost 13. Your 23rd birthday is coming up," she added, seeing as how they met shortly after his 10th birthday. He sighed. "Yeah. Time is flying by." The two sat silently as Rukia continued to stare at her childhood creation. Ichigo struggled as he began to stand up. He stretched his back once, he stood straight up and then looked down at the raven-haired woman still captivated by the picture. "It really has," she said softly with her eyes hanging on the words in the sheet. She tilted her head up to look into his eyes. "And now I'm sitting here next to you almost 13 years later," she said in a "look at that" manner. He smiled down at her and held his hand down for her to grab, in which she did. "What did you expect?" he said as he pulled her up. She balanced herself and stood staring into his amber eyes again after handing him their memory. "You did say, 'friends forever,'" he said with a sly smile. She found trouble believing he had just said that. They had been through a messy couple of years, and after all of that, he just reinforced her declaration that she made almost 13 years ago. She smiled shyly and simply said, "Yeah," before turning and walking towards the door as a blush graced her cheeks. She turned back around once she made it to the door. "Come on, Strawberry. Let's get back downstairs," she said with a kind smile as she made a nod towards the stairs. He nodded with a smile, placed the picture on his bed and walked out of the room behind her. "By the way," she started as they made it to the bottom of the stairs, "I hope you didn't think that could distract me from seeing whatever stunt you pulled on that videotape," she said in an all-knowing tone of voice as she strutted back into the living room. His eyes went wide and then he followed quickly behind her. Renji smirked. "Perfect timing," he said as the image of Ichigo was now on the screen with his back walking away from the camera. Then, immediately, Ichigo draped his arms over Rukia and put his hands over her eyes. "Ichigo! Get off!" she yelled as she got out of his grip and looked at the screen with a smile. He began to panic, and as his shirt was seen being thrown to the ground he quickly wrapped his arms around her waist and tried carrying her off. Of course, being Rukia Kuchiki, she was always up for a good fight, especially with Ichigo Kurosaki. She kicked her legs around everywhere and threw her arms over her head as well as trying to elbow him in the gut, which she succeeded in doing. She ran back over behind the couch and saw the final drop of his boxers. Her mouth fell open as a smile began to grow. The rest of the group was laughing, especially the unexpected few that had no idea. Ichigo wasn't ready to give up though. They had only seen him from behind. He watched for a moment, and before he saw himself starting to turn and jump on the diving board, he grabbed Rukia and turned her towards him and wrapped her in his arms close to his body. He had a good grip on her this time, and there was no way she was going to get out. She began to try to break free, but once she saw how close they were, her struggle stopped as she stared deeply into his eyes. They were lost in the other's gaze for what felt like an infinite amount of moments, with his arms tightly wrapped around her body so that they were pressed together. He swallowed hard as he saw her cheeks begin to turn a light pink. He quickly let go and looked anywhere but at her. She watched him act uncomfortable as she found she had lost her breath. She blinked a few times and then casually looked over at the screen, not like it mattered to her anymore. She saw him running back towards the camera in his boxers with his clothes in his hands. Rukia smiled at the screen and then peeked at Ichigo from the corner of her eye. He was completely red and looking at what seemed like the empty wall. Her smile grew even bigger, and the rest of their friends had no idea what had occurred behind them. The screen changed to showing the back of Oriheim's house. She casually took a step to the side so that she could lean close into Ichigo. "I can't wait to see Ishida embarrass himself twice," she whispered in order to loosen the tension she knew Ichigo was feeling. He smiled with his blush almost dead. Ichigo leaned down to her and whispered as they both kept their eyes on the screen. "Don't worry. I'm getting a copy of this." Chapter 12, I Need You Tonight. "So how do you like this dress?" Senna asked as she twirled around in a circle. Ichigo smiled and nodded. He walked up to her and put his arms around her waist. "Anything on you would be beautiful." She giggled and captured his lips. "Are you sure?" she asked again. "I want to look good for your sisters." He furrowed his eyebrows with a smile still on his lips. His arms were still wrapped around her waist. "Why? You don't have to impress them, you know." She shrugged. "I know, but I can't help it. I want them to like me," she said, throwing a nervous fit. He laughed. "You'll be fine. If I like you, then you should have nothing to worry about," he said, kissing her on her forehead and then letting go of her. He walked towards the door of her bedroom and then turned around. "I've got to go talk to Urahara about some business. So I'll call you when I'm done, okay?" She nodded with a smile and watched him leave her sight. He stood in the office wearing a pair of dark blue jeans and a t-shirt with a band advertised on it. He sighed. "Well, you're my DMN manager. You're supposed to tell me when we change the time of our meeting. You think I have some telepathic powers? 'Cause I don't." "Take a breath, Ichigo. It was a simple mistake. I trust you won't do it again," Urahara said casually with his feet up on his desk. "It wasn't my mistake, you DMN whack job. Take some responsibility for once," the orange-headed man yelled back. "Well, there's no need to lose your head about it. I mean, you did mess up your chances of going on tour for months out of the country, but that's nothing to get upset about," the older man said lazily as he yawned. To put it simply, his manager was a little too lazy to have this kind of job. He spoke and acted like a surfer, yet somehow was a very suspicious and sneaky man. Ichigo slammed his fists on his manager's desk. "DMN it, Urahara. What were you thinking?" Urahara stood up from his chair and looked the younger man in the eyes seriously, until a smirk took over his face. "I was thinking, what is my client doing being late for such an important meeting?" Ichigo growled through his teeth. "BSTRD, he mumbled. At that moment, Yoruchi came walking into the room. "Oh. Are you two in a meeting?" she asked as she hesitated going further into the room. Urahara looked around the very angry musician and delivered a huge smile at Yoruchi. "No, no. Come in, my dear." Yoruchi raised an eyebrow as she began to walk in. "How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that?" "I'm sorry, my pet," he said, turning back to Ichigo before she could protest yet another nickname. "So it looks like you won't be doing much traveling now, huh?" he asked as he took his seat again. Yoruchi stood beside Ichigo with a questionable look. "What's going on?" She had come to deliver some photos for Urahara's next issue of Fallen Angel, but due to the fact that the three had known each other for years, casual conversation wasn't out of the ordinary. He didn't tell me that the time of our meeting changed, so now I'm deprived for touring out of the country, Ichigo said bitterly. Yoruchi looked at Ichigo curiously, but it's not like you haven't done that before. You did it 2 years ago. Yeah, but I had to cut it short. Plus, you can't ignore fans just because they are a bit farther away than others. Yoruchi gave an apologetic face, which wasn't very believable. I'm sorry, she said in a dramatic sad tone. She then turned to Urahara, so I brought you some pictures for the next issue. Ah, the manager and magazine editor said as he took the envelope. Wait a minute, Ichigo interrupted. That's it? You don't have anything else to say? He asked angrily. Urahara pretended to think for a moment. Nope, he said, bringing his attention back to the envelope. Yoruchi then brought up a point to the furious orange-haired man. This means you won't be traveling with Senna now, doesn't it? She said in a curious and almost excited tone. Ichigo was now confused. What? Yes, Urahara said as he continued to look through a pile of pictures. I heard she signed on board yesterday for that tour you would have been going on. Ichigo's mouth fell open. You knew she had decided to do this, knowing that I could have gone and toured with her, but you still didn't tell me? Urahara shook his head with his eyes still glued to the pictures. Should have kept that in mind before you showed up late. Ichigo glared extremely hard. He took a deep breath and spoke through his teeth. If I didn't owe you anything and if I didn't have an idiot as a father that loved you, you would be dead right now. The older man laughed. You are so cruel, Kurosaki. Ichigo began to walk away. How about you call me the next time I forget before I show up too late? Good idea. I'll be in touch then, he said perkily as Ichigo slammed the door behind him. Yoruchi smiled mischievously at him. You are a very sneaky man, Kisuke. He leaned back in his chair with a grin. Whatever do you mean, my dear, he said innocently. She rolled her eyes at the nickname. You purposefully wanted him to not go on tour. He pretended to be surprised. Me? Want Ichigo to stay here? Now why would I want that? He ended with a smirk. Oh, I don't know, Yoruchi began in the same attitude as she sat down on the corner of his desk. Maybe because a certain female singer will be away for weeks at a time and a particular writer's love interest has been away. Urahara raised an eyebrow with his smile never leaving his face. What's your point? What are you planning, Kisuke? She asked with a stuck look. I'm not planning anything. He then pretended to gasp. What do you think Kurosaki's planning? She shook her head at the man in front of her. The room was completely dark. The shades hadn't been raised for days now. She had made her far journey back to her hometown in secret the day she found out. It was always said to her that she was a strong person, someone that could take any hit and still be standing afterwards. There was proof of that, just ask any of her friends that were around her for the past few years. But it had been 4 days and she had failed to find the strength she needed. It had been 4 days and she had failed to ask for help. She would deal with this on her own like she always did. Ichigo was frustrated. He couldn't believe how idiotic that man could be. And not to mention the fact that Senna had not told him of her scheduling to tour out of the country. She wouldn't usually do something like that. He needed a pick-me-up. So he went to his favorite coffee shop and got himself a Java chip frappuccino. He sat at a corner table and rolled his neck along his shoulders with his eyes closed. It was stressful. What would happen now that Senna was leaving for weeks and he was staying there? They had only been dating for a few months and he wondered if it was strong enough to last something like this. Not to mention Urahara had screwed him of a career opportunity. Hey there Ichigo, he heard from his side. He opened his eyes cautiously and looked in the direction of the voice. He gave a nod. Ranjaku. What's going on? Nothing really. I'm getting a cup of coffee. Jin is in the bathroom, she replied casually. Are you okay? You look a little stressed out. He sighed heavily. I'm fine. Just wantin' to kick Urahara Kisuke's butt, but nothin' new there. Ranjaku frowned. Are you okay? She repeated. He put on a fake reassuring smile, I'm fine. Then, Jin walked up with his usual sinister smile that gave you a bad impression. Ichigo Kurosaki. Fancy meeting you here, he said as he placed his arm around Ranjaku's shoulder. Ichigo glared, not being able to help it due to the sleazy look of the man in front of him. Yeah. How you doin', Jin? He shrugged with his smile not changing, doesn't matter. I'm with Ran right now. Couldn't be better. Ranjaku leaned into him more from his comment, which made Ichigo want to vomit. No one liked the couple. He was such an but to her before. He probably hadn't changed a bit, regardless of what he may have told Ranjaku. Everyone couldn't believe she took him back. Well, we better get going, Jin added. Ranjaku looked sadly at Ichigo again, are you sure you're okay? Ichigo smiled again, I'm fine. Go ahead. I'll talk to you later. She smiled at him in return, but then remembered something. Oh, have you talked to Rukia lately? He frowned curiously, no. I haven't. Ranjaku sighed. She hasn't talked to anyone in a few days now. She's not answering her phone and a few of us have tried seeing her at her place, but it looks like no one's home. Ichigo frowned even more. You haven't heard anything? No. That's why I was asking you, she said with a sigh. Well, I'll see you later then, she said with a wave. You sure you're alright? Ichigo smiled again, yes, yes. I'm fine. Get out of here already, he yelled jokingly. She laughed and then the two left. Ichigo's smile fell from his face as their backs were now to him. He stretched in his chair as he took his last chug of his caffeinated delight. Then, his cell phone began to ring. He reached into his pocket and held it in front of him as he read the name on the LCD screen. Ichigo was surprised to see the name and hesitated in answering. He felt an immediate feeling of worry work through his system, something he didn't expect. Then, he picked it up. Hello. There was silence. He knew someone was on the other side of the phone, but they had not spoken. Rukia, he added after not getting an answer. Then, the call was disconnected. Ichigo brought his phone away from his ear and looked down at the screen where it read, call ended. He frowned and called her back, but it went straight to voicemail. He hung up before he heard the beep. Ichigo thought about it for a moment. He stared at his empty cup as he decided what to do. And then, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hey Senna, he said urgently. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to cancel our plans tonight. Something came up. She was sitting on her couch in the dark. It was in the middle of the afternoon, but she had no idea of time with her residence blocked off from the world. Her face was buried into her hands as she was hunched over on the edge of her seat. There she sat in a t-shirt and short shorts, one of the loungy outfits she had been wearing in the past few days. She felt as if her world had come tumbling down. Hope was something she had little faith in now, and she suddenly believed she held a heavy weight on her shoulders. It had been a downward spiral ever since she got the phone call. Her eyes had become so red. She had not gotten any sleep, and although it would have been normal that she felt sadness to the point of crying her eyes out, she had yet to portray any emotion. It was as if she had become numb. Then, the doorbell rang. She lifted her head slightly up out of her hands and looked at the door with a questionable look. The young woman made no attempts in communicating with a single soul during these past few days. To be quite honest, she didn't know how they would react to her. She knew she wasn't in the right state of mind, so she kept herself away from the world to avoid causing any sort of damage that she wouldn't want to be held responsible for. But it had been 4 days now and she had only gotten worse. She wanted to reach out for help, but she was never good at doing that sort of thing. She was always the shoulder for everyone else to cry on, but when it came to herself, she had learned to keep it all inside. Although there was one person that could always get her to spill her guts, but that was different. Time has gone by and she shouldn't expect him to come running every time she needs him. She looked at the door as the inner fight continued inside, whether or not to have the courage to ask for someone else to help her. Her thoughts began to run wild until the doorbell rang again. She closed her eyes tightly from the stinging of her eyes and clenched her fists as she took a swallow. Then, she stood up and walked in a determined manner towards the door. The doorknob was right there and her hand was reaching out towards it, but she stopped in mid-reach. Her mind began to fight with her body, but knocking was then heard on the door. She took a deep breath and turned the doorknob, secretly thankful for her persistent visitor to keep her on track. "Open up your heart to me. And say what's on your mind." "Oh yes. I know that we have been through so much pain. But I still need you in my life this time." She opened the door and was shocked to see him staring down with his amber eyes looking deep into her soul. She saw just how worried he seemed to be through his face, posture, and movement. "Ichigo," she softly said with both shock yet expectancy. "Rukia, what's going on?" he said with his voice being the finishing touch to break her icy exterior. Her body felt like it could collapse, but her stubbornness kept her defiant even after opening the door. "What are you talking about?" He sighed and continued staring sadly at her. He looked exactly how she should be. "You haven't talked to anyone in 4 days," he looked behind her and saw the dark house. "And your house looks vacant," he said walking in past her and looking around to see if she indeed had been living in it. "And I need you tonight. I need you right now. I know deep within my heart. It doesn't matter if it's wrong or right. I really need you tonight." Rukia sighed heavily and shut the door. She then walked her way back in front of Ichigo to stop him getting too far into her domain. His eyes met hers again and he spoke again, "Tell me what's wrong." She looked away from him. She couldn't take his stare. It was too penetrating. He could easily get it out of her as long as her eyes stayed on his, but things shouldn't be as simple as they used to be. Things were different. "I don't know what you're talking about. I figured out what to say to you. But sometimes the words they come out so wrong, always they do. And I know in time that you will understand. That what we have is so right this time. Look at me," he said softly. He could see how withdrawn she was and it only reminded him all too much of himself, back when he gave up on everything. She had refused his command and instead frowned slightly. He took a step closer to her, placed his hand under her chin and moved her head from the side to look back at him. Her heart fell deep into her stomach when his caring touch melted her skin. His fingertips were on fire and she knew everything she had created in the past 4 days was being boiled away. "Please," he said with his voice incredibly soft. "You don't have to do this to yourself." And just like that, her eyes filled with water and her throat began to clog up. "My dash," she began but found her jaw was now trembling. "His gone. And I need you tonight. I need you right now. I know deep within my heart. It doesn't matter if it's wrong or right." Ichigo felt the pang in his chest. His mouth fell open and his hand dropped from her chin as he watched the raven-haired woman in front of him hug her stomach with her head bowed down towards the floor. His fists had subconsciously clenched and as he saw her begin to sob, he knew he needed to do something. He slowly reached out and began to place his hand on her shoulder, but once his fingertips began to touch her, she threw herself against him with her palms and forehead placed on his chest. "All those endless times we tried to make it last forevermore. And baby, I know. I need you. I know deep within my heart. It doesn't matter if it's wrong or right. I really need you, oh." He was shocked for the first millisecond, but his arms found their way to wrap her in a tight embrace. She was letting it all out now. He felt her long-awaited tears soak through his cotton tee and her fists grip handfuls of the cloth. He then knew what to do. He pushed her away. Her chest immediately filled up with regret as the thought of rejection flooded her mind. But then, he gracefully tilted her back and scooped her up with one arm under her knees and the other supporting her side against his body. She swallowed and spoke through sobs, "Ichigo, what are doing?" He began to walk up the stairs. "I'm bringing you to your bed." Rukia didn't question it, despite her normal rebellion, and began to cry against him again as he made his way towards her room. He placed her gently on top of the covers and watched as she curled up into a ball. He then walked to the other side of the bed and sat down at the edge. She sniffed a few times. "What are you doing?" she asked weakly. "I need you tonight, I need you, oh I need you baby. I need you right now, it's gotta be this, it's gotta be this. I know deep within my heart. No, it doesn't matter if it's wrong or it's right. All I know is baby. I'm taking off my shoes," he said as he kicked them off and then lied down on the bed next to her. He lied down with his hands folded behind his head and looked up towards the ceiling. Her jaw trembled as another wave of emotions came flooding through her body. She closed her eyes tightly to prevent an outburst. Then, she felt her body being pulled towards the center of the bed. Her eyes snapped open and she saw his hand gripping onto her shoulder, pulling until her face lay on his hard, yet comforting chest. Her mouth hung slightly ajar as her eyes remained surprised and shocked as her hand rested flatly on his chest in front of her face. "Stop. Just stop already. Who are you trying to impress?" "I'm the only one here and I know it's not me," he said in an amused manner. "Everyone knows that Rukia Kachiki is strong," he began as she felt his chin rest gently on top of her head. "But even the strongest are left vulnerable at some point." She felt her barrier begin to break once again before he spoke one last time with his words so penetrating and effective that her hand on his chest gripped his shirt in her fist. "Don't hold anything back. I really need you tonight." And that broke her. Despite her continuous rants of convincing herself that things were different, at the end of the day, everything that happened seemed to prove her wrong every time. For example, she needed him more than ever and he came running, something that she somewhere deep down wished he hadn't done, but was more than grateful for his comforting touch and ability to shatter her defense mechanism to any emotional breakdown. So there they lay. Hours could have passed, but time was irrelevant at this point. His arms were wrapped around her body as she continued to cry on his chest. But after some time, her sobbing died down and they were left in a comfortable silence with her occasional sniff. Finally, she spoke with a soft and quiet voice. "Why did you come here?" His chin still rested on the top of her head as he replied back calmly. "I heard from Ranjaku that no one has heard from you in a few days. And when you called me, I felt like something was wrong. But when I picked up, you hung up. I had to see if you were all right." She responded in silence. After a few minutes, she spoke again. "I went to Karakura the day I got the call. That was probably about 4 days ago. It's hard to judge time when you haven't really been sleeping," she said in the same soft and calm voice. Ichigo just listened quietly as she continued to talk. "I raced there as if there was a purpose," she said with a chuckle to explain her feeling of being ridiculous. "They told me she had died and I took the first plane back home as if someone needed me there, like someone was waiting for me." She laughed again. "The only thing waiting for me was the sudden burden that's left on my shoulders." "What burden?" Ichigo asked quietly. Rukia hesitated, but then answered him, "I'm the only one left." Ichigo's eyebrows furrowed in confusion, but his question was answered before he could ask. "Everyone is gone. My parents, my sister. I'm the only one. Of course Byakuya is still my family, but I'm the only blood relation to my family history. I feel like it's all up to me to make sure we don't die out." She subconsciously traced her fingers across his cotton t-shirt as she spoke, not realizing the effect it was having on Ichigo's calm. Shivers continued to shoot up his spine. "Byakuya will never move on. He loved his Anna so much," she said with a sad smile. "He showed up for the funeral just in time. I don't really know how he found a way home. Supposedly he was in the middle of a crucial mission, so it's a wonder how he found out. But there he stood staring down at her coffin with his usually lifeless eyes, yet somehow I felt like I could see the desire he had to hold her in his arms one last time. I don't know, she explained softly. All I know is that I never saw him so weak, so vulnerable before. Even when the accident happened, he looked down at her lying in that same bed where she lay for more than a decade and he smiled the slightest bit with love radiating off him. Now, she stopped as the sad smile fell from her face. I watched him clench his fists until his knuckles were beyond white. I know he blamed himself. Why? I don't really know. He must have felt like he failed to make her better. Ichigo began to slowly and gently run his fingers through her raven locks that rested on her shoulder. Rukia had failed to register this, subconsciously thinking it was normal. But how could he even take on such a burden? It doesn't make any sense. It wasn't even his fault. He stayed by her side since the beginning. He's done more than enough, she said with pity dripping from her tongue. So now that there's no reason for him to be so cautious when he's away, I feel as if I have lost everyone, she said shamefully. And there's that one fact of never being able to hear what she thought of my constant rambling when I visited her. Was she proud of me? Did I do everything I could to prove I was an acceptable sister? She paused. I needed her so much. Even though she couldn't reach out and hold my hand or say a single word, she was still someone that I depended on. I barely remember the sound of her voice, yet I feel as if I could imagine her talking to me, telling me everything would be all right. She sniffed again, but now I'll never be able to hear her voice outside of my own head. She's gone, she ended softly. His chest ached from her words. He could only relate with the loss of his mother all those years ago. He closed his eyes to push back the pain he went through. I'm the only one left and soon there will be no one. She frowned and clenched her fist on his chest as her voice became bitter. I won't ever have a family. I won't ever let anyone in. And I won't ever fall in love. After a few seconds passed and the sorrow that filled his chest began to settle, Ichigo finally spoke. Do you honestly think Byakuya has no incentive to come home anymore? He asked so softly and innocently that she could have mistaken him for a child. His Anna was the love of his life, but you are his sister, blood or not. He loves you, Rukia, and he will always be your family. He paused, but not only that, don't you know how much all of your friends care about you? You've known them since you were a kid and they'd do anything for you. Is that not a family? He asked in the same soft but effective voice. He continued, and letting people in hasn't ever been your strong point. He paused again. But you've always let me in. Doesn't that count for something? He had a small smile on his face even though she couldn't see. Maybe you're being too hard on yourself. He felt her take a deep breath and heard her sigh heavily as her fingers began to dance across his chest again. The orange-headed man spoke yet again with his face now serious as he kept his chin on her head. And you really can't predict if you'll ever fall in love. Maybe one day, when you least expect it, you'll run into some lucky guy who you'll immediately give your whole heart to. That is, if you haven't already run into him. Rukia's breath caught in her throat. Her back stiffened. Her fingers stopped their constant movement. Her skin tingled. And her heart paused before going erratic. Ichigo smiled sadly, Shuhai's one lucky guy. And just like that, her heart fell deep into her stomach. She swallowed hard to keep her emotions in check. Then, she pushed off of him gently and sat up for the first time in hours. Her piercing violet eyes stared into his shielded ambers as she searched for a certain emotion. What emotion she was searching for was beyond her knowledge, but she knew that throbbing in her chest, that yearning she so desperately wanted to fulfill. She slowly leaned towards him as he watched her without flinching or reacted at all. But when she got inches from his face, her arms swung around his neck as her head rested over his shoulder. She hugged him tightly. Thank you, she said sincerely in his ear as her eyes remained tightly shut. He smiled softly as he slowly embraced her back. Anytime, shorty. Rukia couldn't help but smile at his sudden joking attitude before pulling herself away from his warm embrace, something she immediately missed. She chuckled as she looked into his caring eyes. "Always running out of nowhere and saving the day," she said as she shook her head and a smile played across her face. Ichigo smirked in return and casually reached up and tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, leaving her feeling a sensation from his touch and her breathing hitching. "Somebody's got to do the dirty work." Rukia broke eye contact, not being able to take the intensity of his eyes and conceal her uncontrollable emotions at the same time. Then, another uncontrollable factor came into play as a muffled sound was then heard. "When's the last time you ate?" he asked with a laugh, causing her to look back up at him. She smiled sheepishly at him as he began to make his way off the bed. "I'll order a pizza," he said, making his way out of the room. "Where are you going?" she asked, confused to why he left the room. He walked back into the doorway. "I was going to throw my shirt in your dryer real fast." He smirked at her. "It's a little damp." Then, she noticed his shirt was indeed wet and sticking to his chiseled upper body. She blushed and looked away. He chuckled, "Don't worry about it, midget. You shouldn't be embarrassed when you've gone through losing your bathing suit top in the pool filter. This couldn't beat that. Not by a long shot." Rukia immediately opened her mouth from shock and then threw a pillow in his direction, causing him to dodge out of the way. "I told you never to bring that up. And I know you told Cayenne," she yelled as she heard laughing down the hall. He jogged down the stairs with a grin on his face and made his way towards the laundry room. On his way he pulled out his phone, called his favorite pizza place stored in his phone and ordered an extra cheese and bacon pizza. He knew it was her favorite. He stood in front of the dryer as he watched his shirt spin in a circle through the clear window. The air-conditioned house left him with the occasional shiver due to his shirtless upper body. His thoughts were carried away even though his gaze was settled on the machine. When he woke up this morning he knew what was planned. He would go to Senna's for a little bit, then see Urahara about a meeting and then go out to dinner with his sisters and Senna. He would slowly introduce his girlfriend into his family. It was a big step, a step he had been trying to avoid for a few months now. But how much longer could he push it off without giving her the wrong idea? He had to commit. There wasn't a reason for him not to. But as he stood in her laundry room, staring at her dryer with his shirt inside, he found it ironic that after all his effort to move forward on that particular day, all he ended up doing was going backwards. And for once in a very long time, it didn't seem all that bad to him. His eye caught a vase of violets sitting on a table in the hallway and he smiled. She really hadn't changed. He could picture this exact moment, only both of them being 4, maybe 5 years younger. He would be standing, waiting for his clothes to dry after they had been caught by an unexpected thunderstorm, and she would be waiting for him in her room. The sight of flower vases filled with violets of a purple so beautiful that it could only remind him of her eyes, was around every corner in her childhood house. She only lived with Byakuya, who was away often, so the decorating was all her doing. He would wait patiently, pick out a single flower from the closest vase and smell it deeply. It was a natural, relaxing and sweet smell, a smell that reminded him of an all-too-familiar raven-haired girl waiting for him upstairs. He would stand there with the flower in his hand, a smile on his lips as he pictured her with a blanket wrapped tightly over her shoulders as she shivered from being soaked. He would be looking forward to keeping her warm. But now he stood there, subconsciously having walked in front of the vase. He reached down, pulled out a single violet and smelt it, closing his eyes in the process. It brought back all those memories that he thought were long ago buried. But as the beeping of the dryer was heard, signaling its end, he was brought back to the present. After putting on the now warm shirt he made his way back upstairs. He began to turn into the room saying, "The pizza should be here in about 5. He cut himself off. His eyes settled on her carefree body. She lied on her bed with her face in his direction. 10 minutes, he finished softly as he began to smile at her long overdue rest. He stepped closer and looked down at her facial expression. She looked free of any past pain. Free from any worries or fears. He hesitantly raised his hand and caressed her soft porcelain cheek. When he pulled away, a smile appeared across her rose-colored lips. Ichigo smirked and placed the single violet a foot away from her face on the bed. He took a step backwards and sat down in the same armchair from the few nights before. "Take your time," he said softly as he picked up to read what was responsible for her success. Chapter 13, The Special 2. He looked at his feet as he sat comfortably on the edge of her bed. Ichigo was waiting for her to come out after changing. He had come over because 1. He was bored beyond belief now that Senna had been gone for 3 days, 2. Rukia's company was always better than anyone else's, and 3. Rukia only seemed to feel when Ichigo was around. He knew this. Orihime and Momo had visited her within the past few days and they only received a nod of acknowledgement from her. But once he showed up, her face lit up. The two girls looked at each other with bewilderment and then went on their way, seeing how the raven-haired woman's attention was completely on the orange-haired man. Senna had left 3 days ago and with a very long and drawn-out conversation about how their relationship was going to work thousands of miles apart. The end result, Ichigo Kurosaki and Senna Otanashi were on a break. He had yet to tell Rukia this bit of information. Ichigo being Ichigo was still confused on the matter. Was he a free man? He liked to think he was at moments like these. "Can you do me a favor?" she asked with her back facing him as she stood in front of her mirror. He looked up from his seat at the edge of her made bed with raised eyebrows. He hadn't seen her exit the bathroom and she stood with her slender yet perfect back revealed from the open zipper of her little black dress. His mind couldn't really make his body move at her request. A feeling of desire circulated through his veins yet reluctance prevented any budge. "Ichigo?" she asked with a raised eyebrow as she looked over her shoulder at him. His mouth dropped open as he rummaged through his mind to speak. Yeah," he squeaked out. He coughed to clear his throat. Rukia began to chuckle. "Can you zip this up for me? It's a bit cold in here," she said as she began to rub her arms and looked back into the mirror at her strapless dress. He swallowed and finally stood up, making his way slowly towards her awaiting form. His fingers shook as he extended his hand towards her bare back. He flared his nostrils, frustrated by his inability to focus, but he inhaled her lavender scent without meaning to. His thoughts became even more jumbled. Then, he clenched his fists. "Any day now, strawberry," she chuckled, causing him to look up over her shoulder into the mirror. She wore a carefree smile that caused shivers to run up his spine. His chest felt warm. "Sorry," he said softly as he finally zipped the dress up slowly. He took a step back and watched her turn around to meet his gaze. "Now," she began with a smirk on her face. "How about you get in that suit that's waiting for you in the bathroom?" Ichigo took a moment to process what she said. "What?" Apparently he still didn't get it. She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest. "You," she began pointing towards the orange-headed man, no more than 2 feet ahead of her. "Go," she added walking with her fingers and a point towards the bathroom. "Put on suit." He blinked a few times and then frowned. "Thanks, Tarzan. What I mean is, why?" She smirked. Jane. "I thought it would be nice if I had a date for this DMN dinner that Urahara and Yoruchi are organizing. I know you were invited. I also know that you are trying to get out of it." He squinted suspiciously. "How could you possibly know that?" he asked in an attitude as he put his hands into his jean pockets. She raised an eyebrow. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Rukia stuck out her hand. "Hi, I'm Rukia Kuchiki. I've only known you since we were 10, she said sarcastically as her hand dropped by her side. He rolled his eyes. "Well, what makes you think you can change my mind?" She smirked. "Okay, let me try this again." She stuck out her hand again. "Hi, I'm Rukia Kuchi Dash," she began but was interrupted with his hand pushing hers down to stop her. Okay. But it's not so simple. I at least need to hear some sort of persuasion come out of that irritating mouth." "Fine." No problem, she said confidently. If we show up together, it's like we're helping them out. Our cover did put them at the top. It would help get them more stars for their magazine if people saw us coming back to them. She was surprised that she could easily speak of the suggestive magazine cover without blushing. He frowned with a laugh as he matched her stance with his arms crossed over his chest. And why would I want to help Urahara after he lost me my chance? To go on tour? Rukia sighed as her strong posture slouched. What if I told you I didn't want to go alone? His eyes settled easily on her uncomfortable stance. He smirked, now we're being honest. She rolled her eyes, shut up. She stood straight up again with her arms crossed tighter. I'd just rather not get another, how do you feel about your boyfriend not seeing you since the beginning of the month, question. There's only one other question I hate more, are you seeing anyone? I want to murder people who ask that one. She said bitterly through her teeth as she looked off into the distance. Ichigo's eyes were a little wide by how fierce she was at the moment. He wanted to take a step back, but she apologized before he could. Sorry, she said taking a deep breath. She looked back up into his eyes. I'd really like it if you were there so you can keep me away from stupid questions. Do you mean keep you away from the questions or you committing homicide? He asked with his eyes still wide. She smirked, both. He smirked back. Fair enough, he said as he began to walk towards the bathroom. Wait. That's it? That was pretty fast. You didn't throw your usual hissy fit yet, Rukia said almost disappointedly, unprepared for his fast defeat. He shrugged as he continued to walk. He looked over his shoulder, I figured keeping you out of killing someone for the second time is a good enough reason. He reached the door and turned around to face her with the door halfway closed between them. Second time, she thought hard. And then her mind clicked. The time she punched that photographer square in the face was the first. That was luck that you were there, she said in defense. Yeah, luck, he said with a laugh as he shut the door. She yelled louder so he would hear, what is that supposed to mean? Nothing. Hey, if you want me to go, let me get dressed, his muffled voice was heard yelling back. She squinted towards the door in suspicion. She would remind him later. So why don't you tell me how the hell you got this suit, he said as he pulled it tighter by the collar. It fits perfectly. She was waiting in her living room as he came walking and looking as spiffy as she hoped, maybe even better. His black suit went perfect with the red dress shirt she had picked out. His black tie was another plus in her opinion, plain but sharp. She smiled up at him as she hit the off button on the remote and stood up. I made a few calls. He raised an eyebrow, by a few calls you really mean, Ranjaku. Rukia grinned and brushed by him, making her way towards the front door. Ichigo turned and watched as she strutted towards the door down the hall. She had always been a shorter girl, but her figure always amazed him, and no doubt every other man that came across her. This little black dress did exactly what it was supposed to. Her legs moved down the hall slowly with her black high heels making them look longer than usual. He watched closely with his breathing becoming heavier as her hips moved in a constant pace. She turned as she picked up her little purse and looked back at the orange-headed man in bewilderment. Coming or not? Ichigo blinked a few times, why yeah. He walked firmly towards her as he gritted his teeth secretly. I should not be thinking that, he thought in annoyance. Rukia pulled out her keys from her purse, so I might need to stop and get gas, just to warn you. Ichigo groaned, how about we just take my bike? Rukia just laughed and began to open the door. He quickly placed his palm on the door and shut it closed. I don't get what's so funny, he said with a frown. You know I hate that thing. Why on earth would I agree on torturing myself, she said in a tone that was in disbelief of his suggestion. She tried to pull open the door again, but his hand was still pushing against it. He rolled his eyes at her attempt to open it and her response. You know I'm a good driver. Come on. A little trust. She took a deep breath. Ichigo, she said in an annoyed and unconvinced tone. Live on the wild side a little, he suggested. She raised an eyebrow at him. I tend to do that too much when I'm with you. When I'm with you. That sounded way too good coming from her lips. He tried not to let it get to him. He failed. We won't even need to stop for gas, he added to help his plea. She sighed, and after a few seconds of silence, if I so much as get a scratch, I will kill you. Ichigo smirked, yes ma'am. He removed his hand from the door and allowed her to open it. They walked to where his motorcycle was parked in front of her house, and he handed her the black helmet. Put it on, he said as she stood in a defiant stance. He sighed. I'm trying to make sure you don't get a DMN scratch, now put the DMN helmet on, he said, shoving it at her. Rukia huffed and took it. Thank God she had decided to leave her hair down. Then, before Ichigo got on, he took off his suit jacket and held it out to Rukia. Her eyes grew wide. She blinked a few times and then was about to say how she wasn't cold, but he spoke first. The wind is gonna freeze you. Especially when you're wearing that, he said, not looking at her and sitting down on the bike. His hand was still stretched out to her with the jacket dangling from it when he finally met her eyes. Rukia felt shivers run up her spine. She even let a shiver show. See? You're already cold, he said with the smallest hint of a smile. She began to feel her cheeks turn red, so she quickly grabbed the jacket and put it on. Not to her surprise, it was way too big. But she couldn't help but get lost in its warmth. She then got on the motorcycle and placed her palms against his back. He titled his head back. Hold on tight, he warned. In response, she wrapped her arms around his waist. A smile grew on his face as he hit the gas. They made their way down her driveway and Rukia quickly told him to slow down and stop at the end. I don't think there's a point. We'll be fine, he said in confidence. You don't know this road like I do, she argued. The turn around the corner is unpredictable. I already hear a car coming around it fast. Trust me. He sighed and stopped at the end, but within 2 seconds of his complete stop, a jeep came flying by them. Ichigo's eyes were wide. Holy shit, he said with relief. Rukia relaxed against his back. I told you. Why don't you tell them to put up a sign or something, he asked as he pulled out. She shrugged against him. I guess I like to live on the wild side. Ichigo smiled and rolled his eyes as he sped up. When they arrived, they were welcomed by a number of celebrities. Urahara and Yoruichi really had a reputation. They had been family friends for both Rukia and Ichigo for so long that they tended to not realize how much renown they had. They spoke with a few acquaintances and moved on. It was for the best not to spend too much time talking to one person at these sorts of occasions. They were able to find a spot in the corner of a room and hid for quite some time. So now that we've shown our face, how long do we have to stay before we can get the hell out of here? Ichigo said with a hopeful face. Rukia sighed and took a sip of her champagne. I wish I could say, now. Ichigo sighed heavily and leaned his back against the wall and closed his eyes. He began to imagine being anywhere but there. Oddly enough, his mind did not carry him to another country where his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend was involved in a tour that was meant for him, but was instead, it took him back to his brother's birthday party. Rukia and him had stood outside of Kyan's house on the small wooden bridge near the pond and reminisced. He then peeked one eye open and stared at Rukia, who was staring at the open party as she took another sip. He quickly reached over and pulled the glass out of her hand. She began to reach for it and opened her mouth to argue, but Ichigo spoke before she could speak. I'm not going to let you get drunk and leave me to go through this party sober. How fair is that? She glared and then began to smirk. Fine. We'll leave after dinner. Besides, it's not that boring. Are you trying to convince me or yourself? He added with a look like she was insane. She rolled her eyes. After a few seconds she remembered something that sparked her interest. So how about you tell me what you were talking about back at my house? Ichigo was completely clueless. He raised an eyebrow without saying a word. She sighed, "We were talking about how you saved me from killing someone before. I said it was luck, remember?" "Ah," he said with a smirk. "I remember," he said, and then took a sip out of Rukia's champagne glass. She waited a few seconds, and his eyes went slightly wide. "What?" Rukia groaned. "You were being stupid. I want to know what the hell you were hiding." Ichigo frowned with a chuckle. "Keep complimenting me. You might get somewhere with it," he said sarcastically. Rukia looked straight into his eyes. "Was it or was it not luck that you got me out of that sticky situation way back when?" He stared into her eyes for a minute and then sighed. "It was not," he answered formally. Rukia frowned, looking for an explanation. He spoke seeing this. "I was still trying to get you to talk to me. Orihime gave me a call after having lunch with you. She's one of your best friends, yes. But I grew up with her too. It's not like she wouldn't help me out if she thought it was all right." Rukia's mouth opened wide. "Orihime?" It was quite the outburst. Ichigo looked around and saw many people eyeing them up. He put on a suspicious smile and spoke through his teeth. "Try not to draw attention to yourself," he said with a sigh following. "Remind me to kick her butt," she said with a frown. "You wouldn't hurt her," he said with a laugh. "Then remind me to kick your butt." He leaned back against the wall, seeing how the excitement had died down. "Don't get all worked up. That was months ago. She was only doing what she thought was best." "Fine, I'll do the next best thing," she said, crossing her arms over her chest. "What's that?" he asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "I'll have her invite you to one of her home-cooked meals." The dining room was enormous. The two sat at the same table as Momo and Tushuru. Ichigo had placed his suit jacket on the back of his chair and rolled up his red dress shirt sleeves to his elbows. It was surprisingly hot. Momo continued to flirt with her boyfriend, while he tried his hardest to ignore her tempting behavior. Rukia and Ichigo knew he secretly loved Momo's cheek-pecking and hand-grabbing. The two non-couple rolled their eyes at the couple's behavior and avoided each other's gaze, thinking it would be awkward. Ichigo looked to his left at nothing in particular, while Rukia, who was sitting on his right, looked to her left hand as she drummed her fingers lightly to a familiar tune. Ichigo looked at her hand from the corner of his eye and began to smirk. He leaned over so that his mouth was near her ear. "If I could make you mine, I'll go wherever you will go," he sang his lyrics smoothly into her ear. Her heart skipped a beat, startled by his voice resonating in her mind and that he had actually heard her. "Are you going to admit that you are finally bored, Kochiki?" he asked with a smirk, his voice still smooth in her ear. She felt her hands begin to tremble and she quickly clenched her fists. She swallowed. "Why would you think that?" she asked more quietly than she intended. His smirk turned into a grin as he continued to whisper into her ear. "You started to drum your fingers to the beat of one of my songs." She began to get control of herself and she quickly raised an eyebrow of hers as she pulled away from him to look at him. "Well, isn't someone a bit self-obsessed?" He leaned back in his chair and smirked as he rolled his eyes. He looked in front of him with his hands crossed behind his head. "Twist and turn it whichever way you want, Kochiki. The fact remains." She squinted at him. "And what fact is that?" He turned his head slightly to look at her. "You like my music," he said with a goofy grin. She raised both her eyebrows. "And that makes you happy?" She blinked a few times as if she was waiting for him to say something else. He didn't. "You knew I liked your music. Why is that such a surprise?" she asked in annoyance. He shrugged as turned his head straight and closed his eyes. "I just never pictured you actually listening to my CD or anything. It's strange." Rukia rolled her eyes. "You're strange." He sat up straight and looked at her, shaking his head. "Real mature." She smirked, feeling as if she had won some sort of battle. She leaned back into her chair and crossed her arms over her chest. The two seemed to both see the same thing occur on the other side of the table. After much protest, it seemed Toshiro had finally given in and he had reached over and intertwined his fingers with Momo's. This should have had no effect on anyone. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. But Ichigo and Rukia were taken over by a feeling that surprised even them. He looked down at Rukia's hand that had been drumming a song, Rukia's hand that had been drumming his song. His hand gripped his knee tightly as his eyes stayed focused on her beautifully crafted hand that was pressed palm down with her delicate fingers outstretched. Little did he know, her eyes were watching her hand as well. He began to pull his hand off of his knee when she clenched her head into a fist on the table and dragged it across the table until it reached her lap. Neither one looked at the other's face and neither knew if the other's thoughts even resembled their own. Rukia bowed her head and held her clenched fist in her other hand. She frowned at her behavior. As if he'd ever hold my hand like that again, she thought with furrowed eyebrows. Accept that already, Kuchiki. You even have someone who loves you. Think of Shuhei, she yelled in her head. Ichigo slowly rested his hand back on his knee. His eyes saddened. He silently exhaled out of his mouth as if he had been holding his breath for minutes. His eyes looked at Rukia through his peripheral vision. She looked as if she knew what he was planning. She held her hand in her lap with anger on her face. His chest felt heavy as worry flooded his body. Oh God! What have I done? Did she know I was thinking about trying something? She couldn't have. I wasn't even sure, he argued in his head. His hand clenched his knee as he closed his eyes tightly. Please don't let this ruin anything. I won't do anything again, I promise. Just don't let her run away from me again, he begged silently. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to our dinner party. Urahara yelled with a grin as he stood on a chair at the table he had been eating at in the front of the room. Yoruchi sat in her chair next to him with her arms crossed over her gold dress with rolling eyes. I'd like to thank my darling, Yoruchi, for aiding this magazine with her amazing talent, he said, smiling down at her. Applause was heard throughout the room as cameras flashed. He then looked up across the room. I'd also like to thank Dash, he continued as Rukia began to ignore the unneeded speech. She thought about running out of the house as fast as possible, which would mean taking off her heels and sprinting with them in her hands. She definitely had enough of being here. Momo and Toshiro weren't helping either. That made the tension within the room worse. It wasn't like she wanted to be away from Ichigo, not at all. She just needed to be in a different atmosphere with him. This place seemed too encouraging. She was afraid she would do something stupid and end up ruining this newly acquired friendship. That was the last thing she wanted. Besides, why would she want to do something when she was clearly already taken? She looked down at her watch and sighed heavily. Ichigo wasn't paying much attention to Urahara either. He never really did listen to him anyway, except when he clearly scheduled meetings with him. He will never forget that. He sat tapping his foot anxiously against the wooden floor. He desperately wanted to get out of there. He hated being there in the first place, but he could simply reach over onto the table, pick up the knife and cut the tension in the air. He just wanted to get some fresh air. Maybe that would make this easier. He looked over at Rukia and saw her looking at her watch. She sighed heavily. She wants to leave, he assumed. She didn't want to leave before. I knew it. I made things awkward. DMN, he yelled in his head as his eyebrows furrowed in frustration. Toshiro Hitsugaya, I owe much of my thanks too. Your sponsorship means the world to me, he said in such an but kissing way that it made Rukia and Ichigo want to vomit. And by the look on Toshiro's face, it made him feel the exact same way. Finally, let's give a round of applause to the reason why Fallen Angel is such a success. If they had not created such a beautiful masterpiece, the eyes of many would have never rested on this magazine. I'd like to thank Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kuchiki for their more than appreciated debut cover, he finished with his hands held over his head as he began to clap. The room erupted in applause, even whistles. Ichigo's mouth dropped open. He slowly formed it into an awkward smile as his hand cautiously raised and gave an uncomfortable wave. Rukia's eyes went wide as her cheeks began to turn a deep crimson. She sunk lower in her chair. Cameras flashed wildly. Urahara began talking again. "I hope you enjoy the rest of the party," he finished as he got down from the chair and chatter began throughout the room. "Time to leave?" Ichigo asked without looking at her, still stunned by Urahara's unexpected thanks. Rukia still had her head bowed to her lap with her cheeks still burning. "Yes," she said quickly, causing them both to stand. "See you later," Ichigo said, waving his hand at Momo and Tushuru, but before he could even turn, Rukia had her hand firmly gripping Ichigo's bare forearm as she began to pull him in the direction of the exit. He was too shocked to react, but after her surprising yet comfortable warm touch was accepted in his mind, when he realized he was almost 10 feet away from the table, he stopped. "Wait, my jacket," he said as she let go of him and he grabbed the jacket off of his chair and threw it over his shoulder. He made it back towards her, now disappointed that she no longer was going to pull him along. "No. Why would you be disappointed?" "That's stupid, Ichigo," he reprimanded himself. "Let's go," she said in a cold manner without looking at him as she led him towards the door again, this time without her touch. "Kuchiki. Kurosaki. How about a few pictures with the camera? Maybe a few questions?" A voice was heard from their side, followed by many flashes. They looked and saw a group of about 6 interviewers with their own personal photographers by their side. The two internally groaned. "Too late. We're kind of in a hurry," Ichigo said sheepishly with a smile. "Where you two off to?" a man asked with a smirk. Rukia fought back the urge to glare. This was another question she could accept under the category that is death-worthy. She put on a fake smile instead. "Well, I've got a lot of work to do. Ichigo's my ride, so he's taking me home." "Wasn't he also your date?" the same man asked with a curious smile. Rukia's muscles tightened. Ichigo knew this wasn't the best idea after considering what he thought to be a mistake at the table, but he placed his arm around her shoulders anyway, in order to calm her. He gave her a light squeeze. Rukia was thankful for his action. "Yes, we did come here together," Ichigo answered with a smile. "But that doesn't mean anything. We came as friends." "No big deal," he shrugged it off. As more pictures were taken, a woman asked a question. "Both of you have such an amazing fan base, where so many people have posters of you on their walls. Do you know how many of them would actually be fine with the two of you as a couple? Even when they dream of marrying you?" the woman asked in a more acceptable tone. Rukia and Ichigo seemed at ease by her question. Ichigo opened his mouth to speak, but then he closed it. He smirked. "I really don't know how to reply to that. I've hardly been outside my room in days. 'Cause I don't feel that I deserve the sunshine's rays. The darkness helped until the whiskey wore away. And it was then I realized the conscience never fades." Rukia was surprised by his lack of words as she looked up at him and then back at the reporter. "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" she said sweetly with a curious glint in her eye. The reporter was a bit dumbfounded. Sure." Rukia subconsciously leaned into Ichigo more. "Why do you think people would be fine with that? I can't really wrap my mind around it." Ichigo looked down at Rukia with caring eyes. His grip grew tighter. He looked back at the reporter, awaiting her response. "When you're young you have this image of your life. That you'll be scrupulous and one day even make a wife. And you make boundaries you'd never dream to cross. And if you happen to you wake completely lost. Well, I guess it's because when the two of you are together, it just seems like there's something more. You guys have a past. And you're really cute together. It's probably just a bunch of wishful thinking." Rukia looked up at Ichigo with a warm smile that matched his. Their eyes locked for a moment. It was as if they were trying to see what everyone else saw between them. The sad part was, they both secretly knew it all along. Rukia turned her smile back to the woman as the pictures continued to flash around them. We're still in our own relationships though. But I will fight for you, be sure that. I will fight until we're the special two once again. Ichigo spoke up. Well actually. He hesitated. Senna and I are on a break. She's doing her tour and I'm stuck here. We thought it was for the best. Rukia quickly looked up at him, her eyes wide. She squinted in an attempt to say, why didn't you tell me? Ichigo smiled apologetically. And we will only need each other, we'll bleed together. Our hands will not be taught to hold another's. When we're the special two. And we could only see each other, we'll bleed together. These arms will not be taught to need another. 'Cause we were the special two. Another reporter came in. Looks like Kuchiki had no idea. I don't see how it matters anyway. Rukia is still seeing Shuhei. That's a good enough reason to question people's wishful thinking. Ichigo finished beginning to get agitated. You sound a bit bitter about that, Kurosaki. Plan on fighting for the girl, the first annoying reporter asked with a cocky smile. Rukia brought her hand to her face to cover it as she shook her head. No, but if you want I could plan on fighting you, Ichigo said, beginning to raise his voice and taking his arm off of Rukia's shoulders. I remember someone old once said to me. That lies will lock you up with truth the only key. The raven-haired woman's eyes went wide as she removed her hand from her face and stepped in front of the hot-tempered orange-headed man. She made herself let out a few chuckles with a fake smile on her face, such a sense of humor. She chuckled again. Well, I really need to get going. Lots of writing to do, she said as she grabbed Ichigo's forearm once again and dragged him out the door in record time. But I was comfortable and warm inside my shell. And couldn't see this place would soon become my hell. So is it better to tell and hurt or lie to save their face? Well, I guess the answer is don't do it in the first place. She continued to pull him behind her until they reached the motorcycle. Her nostrils were flaring and she continued to take deep breaths as she looked out into the night sky. He looked down at her. Seeing her upset made him less upset for some reason. Maybe because the only thing he wanted to do when he saw her like this was bury her in his arms. He shook his head from the thought and then looked down at her hand still on his arm. He smirked as he finally let out a cough to emphasize she was still holding on to him. I know I'm not deserving of your trust from you right now. But if by chance you change your mind, you know I will not let you down. 'Cause we were the special two, and will be again. She looked down and softly said, oh, as she let her hand softly graze the rest of his arm, all the way down his wrist before her hand met her side. She looked off into the night sky again. He missed her warm touch. And I thought I was angry, he said with a bit of humor as he leaned on his bike and looked at her. And we will only need each other, we'll bleed together. Our hands will not be taught to hold another's. When we're the special two. And we can only see each other, we'll breathe together. These arms will not be taught to need another. 'Cause we're the special two. I'm not mad about any of the questions. That was foreseeable. She turned to face him. She had a hurt face displayed for him to see. Why didn't you tell me you and Senna were on a break? He was surprised. He didn't expect her act this way about that. I don't know. I didn't see the big deal, he shrugged. Ichigo, you didn't see the big deal? I'm your friend. Friends tell each other things like this, she said in a very hurt tone. I'm sorry, he said with attitude. What do you want me to do? Tell you something as soon as I do it? Hey Rukia, I just bought a few rolls of toilet paper. I'll call you back later when I actually wipe my butt with it. I step outside my mind's eyes for a minute. And I look over me like a doctor looking for disease. Or something that could ease the pain. But nothing cures the hurt you bring on by yourself. Just remembering how we were. She glared at him and shook her head. You know what I mean, Ichigo. Don't be an a-hole. She crossed her arms over her chest, this happened 3 days ago. Why wouldn't you tell me something like this? I don't know, he said with an exasperated laugh. I don't know why I didn't tell you. Okay. It's not like I've been upset about it. I'm fine with it. If it didn't bother me, why should I waste your time? When we would only need each other, we'd bleed together. Our hands would not be taught to hold another's. We were the special two. And we could only see each other, we'd bleed together. These arms would not be taught to need another. 'Cause we're the special two. Her hard expression fell as she leaned against the bike next to him and looked into his amber eyes. Don't you get it, Ichigo? You could never be wasting my time. If it's about something going on in your life. She hesitated and then smiled sheepishly. I want to know about it. His voice caught in his throat from her genuine smile, a smile that was only meant for him. Her voice then revealed a past hurt he wished he could say wasn't his fault. I don't want you to think you can't open up to me. I've seen that, Ichigo, before. I want to do whatever I have to in order to prevent that again. This time. I won't fail. She was determined. She smiled again and playfully shoved his shoulder. Plus, it's not fair if I do all the opening up and you get to sit there listening all the time. My mouth will run dry sooner or later. He smirked and rolled his eyes as he turned his head away from her. He looked back at her violet eyes almost immediately. All right. I'm sorry. She nodded. Now let's get out of here. He smiled and handed her both his jacket and helmet. There was no hesitation this time. She got off his bike, handed him the helmet and began to walk up the few steps to her door with his jacket still on her. She turned back halfway and tilted her head, seeing how he hadn't moved from the vehicle. Not coming in. I thought you were planning to write, he asked curiously. She shrugged. You're good inspiration anyway. Couldn't hurt to have you around, she added as with a smirk and walked into her house. He smiled to himself and shook his head as he turned off his bike. He made his way up the steps with a jog. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Rukia had just placed down her purse. He followed closely behind her as she made her way into the living room. You know you can take that jacket off. It's like 100 degrees in here. She continued to walk into the room as she pulled the jacket tighter around her. You know I always run at a different temperature than you. He rolled his eyes, yeah. You're freakishly cold all the DMN time. It's probably 'cause you're dead or something dash. He was cut off by the sight in front of him. Byakuya. Rukia yelled in shock. The middle-aged man sat in an armchair in the silent room. His head rose slightly from her call, signaling him to stand. She immediately ran over and threw her arms around him. He awkwardly held her in return. He looked down at his sister and registered the jacket on her. He looked up with a hard posture and glare. Kurosaki, he said, trying to hold back his irritation caused by the mere sight of the orange-haired man. Byakuya, Ichigo greeted in the same manner with more glare in his eyes. Maybe I should leave, Ichigo said with his glare still focused on the older man. No, there's no reason for you to go, Rukia said in a desired tone. Maybe you should leave, her brother said coldly with his eyes still locked with Ichigo's. Byakuya, she said, a warning and a frown. Well then I think I'll stay, Ichigo said with a smirk growing on his face as his eyes remained on Byakuya's. Rukia looked between her brother and her, well, Ichigo, and she knew this probably wasn't a good idea. She had been trying to get them to get along for years. She hadn't gotten as much as a budge from either of them. So what brings you here, Kuchiki? Ichigo said with a sting of bitterness in his voice. I'm planning on spending some time with Rukia. What brings you here, he said in the same manner. Ichigo smirked, spending time with Rukia. Byakuya raised an eyebrow. Since when? The orange-headed man thought for a moment, few weeks now. The older Kuchiki looked at Rukia for a moment and then back at Ichigo. Seems you've forgotten what this man did to you a few years ago, Rukia. Do I have to remind you of your emotional state? Byakuya, she said sternly in order to stop him. You've forgiven him after all the pain he has put you through, he frowned angrily with his eyes never leaving Ichigo. Byakuya, enough, she said again to stop anything worse from being said. He was never good enough for you and never will be. Let the past go, Rukia, before you get too excited by the candy box when there is no candy left inside it, he said bitterly. Enough, she finally yelled. Ichigo and Byakuya both looked at her finally. She took a few deep breaths. That's enough, she said with her voice more steady. The phone began to ring and she fought on whether or not to answer. Damn it. I'll be back, she said, leaving them in a room alone. She knew this would be a mistake. The two men watched her leave and then the older man spoke. What are you trying to do, Kurosaki? Are you trying to hurt her? Ichigo glared. Why would I want to do that? Then why am I staring at you right now in her house? Why are you here? Ichigo opened his mouth to answer, but he found no words. He closed his mouth. Was he hurting her by coming back into her life? He did that months ago when they tried being friends again. They haven't gotten into a major fight yet, but how long will that last? His eyes wandered away from the man in front of him as he thought. You don't even know, do you? Byakuya asked curiously. Ichigo continued to look away from him as his eyebrows furrowed. Byakuya spoke again. You lost her years ago. Give it up. Ichigo's face then smoothed out. He was not frowning or scowling. His eyebrows were no longer furrowed. He looked up and met his gaze. He spoke softly with gentle eyes, I can't. Why not? He asked after seeing the sudden change in the younger man in front of him. Because I love her, he said with a shrug and a sad smile. I don't know whether it's in a best friend kinda way or a protective family member kinda way or the way that I used to feel about her. All I know is that I love her. He then frowned. How do you expect me to give up on something like that? He paused, questioning if he should cross that line. I would think you should know about how hard it is to give up on someone you love. Byakuya's face was unreadable. The silence filled the room for possibly an entire minute. It seemed as though Ichigo's suggestion to his late Hizana had been the final clincher to this conversation. Finally, Byakuya spoke. If you do anything to cause her pain, I will see to it that you are dealt with. I believe you remember what it is I do, he said with a cold stare. Yeah, Ichigo said softly. I got it. Rukia came walking back in with her fingers rubbing her temple as Byakuya walked past her making his way towards the kitchen. Hey, I'm gonna get going, Ichigo said motioning towards the door with his thumb pointing over his shoulder. You really don't have to go, Rukia said with a saddened face. Did he say something else? Ignore him. He's just overprotective. Ichigo smirked, it's fine, really. I have some practicing I need to get on anyway. Catch up with your brother, he said in a casual command. She raised an eyebrow with a smile. Yes, master, she said sarcastically. He let out a chuckle, which surprised her. His mood had completely altered. She didn't know why, but she liked it. That's the way you should respond to me, he said back with a grin and playful ambers. She rolled her eyes, not helping the smile on her lips. He began to walk backwards down the corridor that led directly to the front door. Catch you later, Kuchiki, he said with a smirk and then turned around. She felt her chest expand from his charismatic smile and captivating stare. She wanted to stare into those eyes for hours, but he broke the connection too soon for her. She yearned for more. And as she watched him open the door and leave, her posture dropped. She smiled at the closed door as her thoughts ran wild. Rukia? Byakuya called from the kitchen. Her eyes opened wide, surprised by her sudden interruption to her daydream. Coming, she yelled as she made her way to her brother. These arms would not be taught to need another. 'Cause we're the special two. Chapter 14, Take It All Away. So when's the last time you talked to him? Momo asked as she hugged a couch pillow to her chest. Rukia leaned back in her love seat and leaned her head back so that she was staring at the ceiling. Last night. He called me when it was 3 in the morning so that he wouldn't wake me or catch me while I was at the book signing. He woke up at 3 in the morning to call you. Momo said, beginning to gush. That's so sweet. Rukia sighed, yeah. That's all she could really say. All right. I got Coke and Sprite. Pick, pick, pick. Ranjaku said, coming in from Rukia's kitchen as she juggled 3 cans in her hands. Coke, Rukia said unenthusiastically. Ranjaku threw it over too and Rukia sat up quickly to catch it. She did successfully, but gave an incredulous look towards Ranjaku. Might not want to open that right away, she said as she handed Momo her can. Thanks a bunch, the raven-haired woman said with pure sarcasm as she placed the can on the table in front of her and then leaned back to her original position. I bet he's dying to see you. Ranjaku said, getting back into the conversation that was taking place before it was interrupted. Yeah, Rukia said softly. He sends me text messages saying he loves me and misses me every chance that he gets. He should be coming to visit you soon, Momo inputted. Maybe, Rukia replied in the same tone. You don't seem very excited about it, Ranjaku commented on Rukia's emotionless response. The woman in question shrugged. I've just got a lot of things on my mind. Of course I'd be happy about my boyfriend coming to see me. She sat there thinking. Yeah. Of course I'd be happy. What's on your mind? Momo asked innocently. Rukia remained in her position with her head leaned back, staring at the ceiling. She let out a heavy sigh, everything. Ranjaku rolled her eyes as she sat on the arm of the couch, next to Momo. Care to elaborate? Not particularly, the raven-haired woman replied casually. Come on, Rukia, Momo said caringly. Talk to us. Rukia let out an annoyed groan. It's just my editor is hounding me for some work. Then there's the fact that I haven't left my house in almost a week because there's just too much to do, so I'm feeling like a prisoner in my own house. Plus, my brother is staying here, which means I haven't been able to see people that much. And to top it off, now I can't write a DMN thing, she blurted it all out, leaving her a bit out of breath. Momo frowned, but you have plenty done. I don't get it. You've been writing like crazy and only recently started giving away chapters. I was told I'm expected to have it out in stores by fall. But it's almost July, her innocent friend exclaimed. Rukia let out a single chuckle, tell me about it. Ranjaku squinted in confusion. How is it even possible to get out that fast? They're editing it as I give it to them and basically we're all going to get addicted to Lunesta because of it, Rukia said with a sigh. Sad part is, I'm so stuck, she said dropping her head into her hands. Momo and Ranjaku frowned sadly at their friend. Momo spoke up, well, how do you usually get inspiration? Rukia looked up, I spend time with all of you and someone sparks something. It's all luck. Ranjaku smiled, well then, there you go. Let's go out. The raven-haired writer groaned again and buried her face in her hands again, I can't. I can't waste time gambling on whether or not I'll hit the jackpot when I'll probably end up forgetting by the time I get home to write it down. Might as well stay here and bang my head against the wall for something to fall out, same chances of coming up with something. She sat back up with her face now visible. Momo frowned as she began to ponder the situation. Then her face lit up. Rukia raised an eyebrow. Light bulb, she said emotionless towards her friend. We'll have everyone come here. Momo said with excitement. The raven-haired woman immediately started to shake her head, no, no, no. Not when my brother is staying with me. You know how he is, she warned. Ranjaku waved her hand towards the defiant woman as if it were no big deal. Byakuya needs to loosen up. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to him, she said with a wink. Rukia let out a loud laugh, ha. If I let you talk to him, I'd probably be moved halfway across the globe. She shook her head. Byakuya's not a people person. Plus he's not a fan of some people, she said the last part sheepishly. The two friends looked at each other with the same thought in mind from Rukia's remark. Ranjaku sighed sadly, then we won't have him over. Rukia laughed, oh yeah. That's real nice, she said sarcastically. Well. Sacrifices have to be made at the moment. You're in dire need of work, Momo explained. Rukia crossed her arms over her chest and turned her head to the side to look away. Well, there's really no point in having people over if it's gonna be that way, she said casually without realizing what she was really saying. Her eyes went wide. What the hell did you just say, Rukia? She questioned herself. What? Ranjaku asked for both herself and Momo. It was something that startled both of them, but there was no mistaking it. That both clearly hurt her and they both clearly understood her. Rukia didn't reply to Ranjaku's question. Instead, she continued to stare off to the side with furrowed eyebrows as she questioned her remark. Ranjaku frowned with determination. Screw Byakuya, then. Rukia's eyes went wide again and her head snapped towards the blonde's direction. What? She asked with surprise. Ranjaku continued. I think he should understand more than most people how important work is. This is for your job, and happiness, she added in her head. So he should just SCK it up. Kurosaki isn't even a bad guy. He's practically a hero to some people. He should be thrilled you're with someone who is that good and successful. Rukia let the word with ring in her mind, but instead of correcting her like she usually would, she decided not to comment on it. Instead, she took a different approach. Thank God he's not her right now, otherwise you would have boosted his already off the charts ego. Then I guess it's a good thing I didn't hear it, huh? A voice came from behind her. Her back straightened from the sound of his voice and she found herself having trouble swallowing. She turned around to find him leaning his shoulder against the doorframe with a tantalizing smirk on his lips. She then glared, how long have you been there? He smiled even more at her annoyed appearance. Not long, midget. Just enough to hear Ranjaku compliment me and then hear you shoot me down. Rukia turned back around. Humph. She crossed her arms over her chest stubbornly. Ichigo walked around so that he could sit in the recliner placed closer to the love seat rather than the couch. He grabbed Rukia's unopened soda on the table in front of her as he walked by and then sat down on the chair. Hey! Rukia complained, but Ichigo ignored her. So what we talkin' about, he said nonchalantly as he opened the can and took a swig. This caused Momo to giggle and Ranjaku to smirk as Rukia continued to glare. Nothing. We're talking about nothing, Rukia said bitterly. Ranjaku ignored her as well and stared at the new arrival. We're having a little get-together here later. Can you help us tell everyone? Ichigo almost spat out the soda in his mouth. He looked at Rukia with shock. You're throwing a party. Rukia began to growl as she turned her gaze from the orange-haired man towards Ranjaku, who opened her mouth when she shouldn't have. No, I am not having a part. I have too much work to do. Momo stayed quiet, too polite and nice to do anything against her friend's wish, although she did agree with her blonde friend. Yeah, but you can't do any of that work without inspiration. Ranjaku said and then turned to Ichigo. We're her inspiration, she explained casually before turning back to Rukia. Ichigo opened his mouth to speak a silent, oh, in understanding. Ranjaku spoke again. Plus, you said yourself that you haven't seen people in a while. You need a break. Rukia sighed in defeat. Ichigo then realized something. He began to laugh, how's dearest Byakuya going to feel about this? Rukia groaned. He might be fine with the party if I explain it, but the thing he might be sad about is you being here, she said looking at Ichigo. The orange-haired man smirked, then I'll make sure to show up early. He downed the rest of the soda and then placed it on the table next to him. Rukia rolled her eyes. You two are so childish. He began to laugh. You know you love it, he said with his eyes closed and his hands locked behind his head. She raised an eyebrow as if he was insane. Why would I love both of you fighting over what's best for me? His eyes shot open and immediately found hers. A playful smile was on his face. Who said anything about you loving Byakuya fighting for what's best for you? Rukia found herself unable to respond. Did she like Ichigo fighting Byakuya in order for him to be around her? She never really thought of it. Maybe that's why she tried to get her brother to understand more than she tried for Ichigo to understand. The silence was broken by Ranjiku's phone ringing. She looked at the LCD screen and then picked up with a smile from ear to ear. Hey there, she said flirtatiously. The rest of the room gained the same feeling in their gut that made them want to punch a wall. Alright, I'm on my way. I didn't realize what time it was, she said looking up at the wall clock. Okay, see you there. Love you, she said before closing her phone. She looked up at everyone. I gotta go meet Jin for lunch. How's 7 sound for later? Rukia began to open her mouth in protest, but Ichigo cut in with a smile. 7's great. The raven-haired woman glared at the man. Ranjiku began to walk out of the room towards the front door. She then stopped and turned around. I almost forgot. Is it alright if I bring Jin along tonight? Rukia clenched her jaw. She wanted to spit out a, hell no, but the hopeful look in her friend's eyes stopped her. For some reason, she would feel bad if she denied her this. Sure, Rukia said unenthusiastically. Why not, she added in the same tone. Ranjiku frowned. Try to be excited about this. You deserve to have fun. I'll see you later, she said turning and exiting. The raven-haired woman frowned at her friends retreating back. She thought that her unenthused attitude was due to the party. Being accompanied by Jin Ikamaru didn't even cross her mind as being the reason. They heard the door slam and Momo turned to look at Rukia. I'm surprised you said, yes. Rukia rubbed her temple with closed eyes. So am I. I'm glad you did, Ichigo said easily as he stretched. The two girls looked at him with an incredulous look. Rukia was the one to speak though. Why are you glad? It means a lot to her. It's good to know you care how she feels, he explained. And it's not good to care about her well-being? Rukia asked disbelievingly. Ichigo sighed, realizing this was getting into a complicated conversation. No, I didn't say that. I think we all are pretty much on our toes for anything bad to happen. Momo interrupted. Ranjiku told me she found out that Jin had been in bar 2 nights ago. She said he didn't come back drunk, but his breath smelt like alcohol. He even admitted to having a drink. Rukia's nostrils flared as her eyes remained wide. She looked at Ichigo as if to say, I told you so. Momo sighed. I feel like there's nothing we can do, she said sadly. The three sat in silence, Ichigo and Rukia absorbing this new information. Finally, Momo stood up. I should probably get going. Tushiro said he's going to take me somewhere. It's supposed to be a surprise, she said trying to sound excited, but having trouble from their previous conversation. She let out an uneasy laugh. So I'll see you later, Kay. Rukia nodded silently without looking at anyone or anything in particular as Ichigo watched Rukia carefully. He could tell she was deep in thought. He knew they were going to be in deep conversation once Momo shut the door behind her. Momo frowned at the atmosphere she was about to leave and then turned around and left. The two sat in silence for another minute before Rukia stood up and began to walk out of the room towards the kitchen. Ichigo immediately stood up as he watched her retreating back. He began to walk after her. Rukia. She stopped in her tracks but didn't turn around immediately. She turned finally. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I feel like I'm just watching her walk down a dark alley and that she might never come out. He then took a few steps closer as his head tilted to the side. He listened to her as she talked. I'm afraid for her, Ichigo. Jin is a bad guy. I don't believe he's changed. Someone can't change that much in a short time, not when he's that bad. Ichigo had trouble not taking that out of context. He had changed in a short amount of time. Did she count him in that category? It wasn't like he had changed into a completely different person, just that he changed back to who he used to be, back to who she used to love. He stopped a foot away from her. I agree with you, but Ranjaku is our friend. We can't just tell her to stop seeing a guy that she loves. And who knows? Maybe he loves her back. I mean, even bad guys fall sooner or later. He couldn't help but think that his last sentence came from another part of his mind that wanted to defend himself as well. She shook her head with furrowed eyebrows. That's not love. Love wouldn't leave bruises on her skin or give you a trip to the emergency room. He looked at her with sad eyes. He was a drunken bastard that used her as a punching bag. We all know. But we should try to give him another chance if she has decided to. Again his last sentence meant more. Why are you defending him? Rukia asked incredulously, although she remained calm. He sighed and then let his facial expression clear. His face was relaxed. So far he's done nothing but put a smile on Ranjaku's face. Why should we hold anything against him? I think a second chance is in order, he added boldly. People never change. They always have their original self lurking somewhere deep inside. I truly believe that, she said confidently. This surprisingly made Ichigo relax even more. He felt that his own case did not need defending after all. He knew she believed he changed back to who he used to be. She wouldn't say that if she didn't speak the truth. But he still wanted her to give Jin a chance, not for Jin himself, but for Ranjaku. So much beauty in life. Shining on the outside. Empty on the inside. I get lost sometimes. Blinded by the flashing lights. Distractions always in my eyes. But maybe he realizes that she doesn't deserve that. Despite what you may think, there is still the possibility that he loves her. Or he could be using her, Rukia said coldly. Rukia, he whined, thinking she wasn't being considerate. What? He could be using her. She'd do anything for him. He could be pulling her along for his own enjoyment, she defended casually. She knew how it felt. No one can be that sick in the head, he said in a tone that told her it was a ridiculous thought on her part. So I'm following the sound. The sound of my heart. Beating. You'd be surprised what people do to other people, she said emotionless. Somehow Ichigo felt he had been pulled back into this conversation after thinking he was freed from any painful memories. Where'd you get that from? He cautiously asked softly with a sincere stare. Stories, she said in the same softness. She broke eye contact with him and looked to the side to nothing in particular. You can take it all away. I don't need it. Underneath, I'll still be the same. You can take it all away. I don't need it, it's not me. You can take it all away. I'll still be the same. Then, he placed his hand on her cheek, his thumb caressing her temple. How could someone so thoughtful be so easily swayed? He looked curiously into her wide, shocked eyes as if he could answer the question by staring intently into her. The fact was that Rukia's head was no longer full of as many thoughts as he had believed. She was only thinking of the way his calloused yet soft, hard hand felt against her skin. His touch burned her skin and she knew that this was definitely a third degree. It paralyzed her body, leaving her motionless and speechless. His eyes mesmerized her into a trance that somehow kept her from feeling any pain that might have been caused by this burn. And his light, comforting touch held her in place, stopping her from fainting to the floor. Are you hiding still? Don't you want to love yourself? Don't you know that someone will? Time can turn it around. Leave it all that's dribbled down. That's the only way to find it out. Then, she closed her eyes softly and felt his continuous caress on her temple. Do you have any idea what that feels like? She whispered effortlessly through her plump lips. Ichigo's heart leaped in his chest from her words, but he tried his best to keep cool. Was this simple action of his thrilling her just as much as it did him? Rukia slowly opened her eyes to reveal her serene violets. Before he could reply, she spoke again. To think that someone's been carrying you the whole time and then to find out that they've been dragging you instead? Are you following the sound? The sound of your heart beating. Ichigo's chest no longer leaped for joy. It fell deep. And his hand immediately stopped his comforting movement on her temple. He didn't know how it felt. He only knew that he had caused her to feel that way a long time ago. It hurt. To hear the tone in her voice that revealed a past hurt. He slowly began to remove his hand from her cheek, but he found he no longer could. You can take it all away. I don't need it. Underneath, I'll still be the same. You can take it all away. I don't need it, it's not me. You can take it all away. I'll still be the same. She had stopped him and held his hand back against her face gently. He felt her cooler touch on the back of his hand. She always gave that icy chill whenever her skin met his. His eyebrows furrowed from confusion. Because I've realized, she paused with her facial expression becoming less serious and more relaxed, an expression of silent gratefulness. After spending so much time thinking you were dragging me, while you tried to convince me otherwise, I finally realized that you really are carrying me, she finished with her hand now gripping his tighter against her face. Coming in with nothing. Leaving with the same. It's all inside. Coming in with nothing, the only thing that saves is here inside. And with the words said aloud, she was finally able to take the burning of his touch without feeling that pain she was afraid of, she could embrace it. Ichigo's eyes widened for a second, but then his face fell into a slight smile. How simple would it be for him to place his other hand against her other cheek? How easy would it be for him to take a small step forward so that he could feel her breathing against his own skin? What could prevent him from leaning down so that his face was even with hers? What could stop him from causing their noses to brush for a mere moment before a more tantalizing contact would be made? You can take it all away. I don't need it. Underneath, I'll still be the same. You can take it all away. I don't need it, it's not me. You can take it all away. I'll still be the same. He raised his other hand and placed it on her other cheek without causing her to flinch from his touch. What could stop him? His heart could. He knew now, although if he really thought about it, he would realize that he knew along that he loved her in the way he feared. Ichigo Kurosaki was in love with her. And that scared him to death. He had already been through that once before and he broke her heart. There was no point in pretending he didn't. It was a fact. He was afraid of what he could further do to her. Would he hurt her again down the road? It was possible, so possible that he would do anything to prevent that possibility, which included doing absolutely nothing about his feelings of the heart. Then, another thought broke in as her amethyst eyes stared delicately into his. She doesn't feel the same, he thought with a sinking feeling in his gut. Why would I jeopardize everything I've worked for only to ruin it? His stomach churned in a nauseating knot. She's with Shuhei. I'll still be the same. So there he stood, with her literally in his hands, and he was going to do something so out of character, he wasn't going to go with his instincts. He leaned his forehead against hers, and I promise, he began before closing his eyes, pain from holding back. I'll never let you fall, he finished as he felt his heart begin to ache. I'll still be the same. Then, he pulled away. She no longer felt the warmth he supplied and she found herself missing it dearly. What has gotten into her? Why would she miss his warmth? Get a hold of yourself, Rukia, she yelled in her head. She found trouble balancing herself. Her mind was all over the place and his sudden retreat left her a little off. She knew what she expected him to do, but somewhere deep down inside her, she wanted him to go through with whatever it was. He looked down at his watch and then back up at her. She blinked a few times and finally could think straight. The effect had worn off. He nodded in the direction of the exit behind him. "I should probably get going," he said casually. "Why?" she said quietly with soft eyes. Apparently it hadn't worn off completely. He gave a crooked smile, curious. He began to walk towards the door and she followed. She then was taken over by old habit. She rolled her eyes. "I doubt you have anything better to do, that's all." He opened the door and walked down the steps before turning around to look at her at the top of the steps. He furrowed his eyebrows with a smile. "Oh yeah. What is it that I could be doing here that is so wonderful?" "I'm here," Rukia said quickly without thinking. Her eyes went wide. Did I really just say that out loud? Her heart began to beat like crazy. What the hell was that about, Rukia? She yelled in her head. She felt her cheeks begin to blush. What is your problem? She thought even more. Stop it. Stop it right now. Turn around and walk away. You have more important things to do than babysit a stupid, overgrown carrot. His eyes began to bore holes into her. The more she speaks, the more I'm tempted to slam her up against a wall. DMN it. Stay cool, he yelled in his head. Before he could reply with a remark that would loosen the tension, she spoke. Beat it, you overgrown carrot, she yelled suddenly. Her eyes went wide again and her mouth fell open. Her mouth had a mind of its own apparently because she was having trouble controlling what came out of it today. Ichigo's eyebrows rose from surprise. What the hell? He yelled in complete confusion. Alright, I know I didn't do anything wrong. He spoke out loud, although she did not know the complete meaning of his words. Then, without seeing it coming, Rukia let out a startling yell of frustration. She turned around and took off inside and shut the door behind her. He ran back up the steps and tried to turn the handle, only to find it locked. He slammed his fist against the door twice. Rukia. Open the door. What's wrong? What did I do? He yelled through the door. On the other side of the door, Rukia sat with her back against it. Her knees were bent so that she could wrap her arms around her legs against her chest. Nothing, she yelled back, you didn't do anything. I just forgot I needed to do something. I'll talk to you later, okay? She said, hiding her emotion in her voice. Ichigo frowned with his forehead now placed against the door. He closed his eyes as he placed his palm against the door's cool surface. He took a deep breath. Call me if you need me, he said as he began to push away from the entrance. She smiled and then leaned her forehead against one of her knees. Bye, Ichigo. He then dragged his fingertips against the door one last time before turning and walking down the steps. Rukia, you have too much to do. You can't just decide to have playtime when you get stuck. This is what being a grown-up is like, Byakuya lectured as he took a sip out of his wineglass. He stood with his black dress pants and a blue button-down long-sleeve shirt. Anyone who looked at him would immediately think he was some powerful businessman who had more money than they could imagine. And in a sense, he was. The Kachikis did have a hell of a lot of money. The only mistake in the common assumption would be that he was more of a government secret agent than a businessman, the type that could kill you with a spoon. It always surprised Rukia how people would react to her brother in public. Women would flirt with him on any occasion, but Byakuya being Byakuya, didn't give them the time of day. If there was one thing she admired about her brother, she could safely say that it was his commitment towards things, especially the way he was with his Anna. Rukia let out a sigh as she stood on the opposite side of the kitchen island as her brother. I get that completely, Byakuya, but this is my line of work. I need to be around people for the way I do my job. I can't just randomly come up with things. People influence me. This technically is part of my job, she explained in an understanding way. She couldn't believe she was actually trying to get him to approve of something she didn't even want to do. Why did she care so much whether or not he approved? She was old enough to make her own decisions, right? Wrong. Rukia Kuchiki could make her own decisions, yes. But Byakuya's opinion meant a great deal to her. He was her only family now. Without him, there would be no one left to judge her for her actions. Since he was the only one, she desperately wanted his approval. She wanted him to be proud of her for everything she did. Byakuya looked into her pleading eyes. I will not tell you that you can't do this. This is your decision. I trust that whatever you choose will be in your best interest and I'll support you either way, he said, taking another sip. Rukia smiled at him. That's all she wanted to hear. She began to walk away before he spoke again, which caused her to stop in her track. Is Kurosaki going to be here? He asked, tilting the glass so that the liquid inside swayed delicately. She sighed and then turned around to face him. Yes. He nodded slowly as he thought. You know what I think of him, right? Her eyes settled on Byakuya's and she stood up straighter. She was confident now. Much more than before. Yes. And you still intend on wasting your time with him? He asked with no displeasure in his voice, though she knew that's how he felt. Of course, she said as a smile began to grow on her face. He pet an eyebrow. What's so amusing? She shook her head with a chuckle. Nothing really. I just remember having this conversation many years ago back in Karakura town. It's funny how life brings you in circles. Then, to her surprise, Byakuya's mouth twitched to what she believed had the potential of being a genuine smile. Rukia smiled towards him and then began to walk away again before she stopped herself. Are you going to be around for later? He shook his head. I'll be going out to see a play this evening. Urahara, Yoruchi, and Ishin are meeting me there. She smiled. The old gang's getting back together, huh? He let out a chuckle without giving away any emotion on his face. I guess you could say that. Well, have fun, she said as she walked away again. You too, he said, staring at his sister's retreat with soft eyes. Chapter 15, Better Now. She lay on her bed with her arms stretched out to her sides and her legs spread out as she stared up at the ceiling with a blank stare. She tried to balance her laptop on her stomach as she breathed in and out. Still nothing, she thought in annoyance with a sigh. After her conversation with her brother in the kitchen, she found herself in this position. Being the way she was, she refused to think she needed this get-together in order to do what she was passionate for. I can handle this on my own, she told herself. I can do this. 2, maybe 3 hours later, she found herself lying there with an empty Word document shining onto her face. She didn't need any inspiration. But how much had she gotten done in the past week? She was in need of help whether she admitted it or not. The raven-haired woman exhaled in aggravation. Whoever said people look best by candlelight obviously haven't tried a computer light before, a voice came from the opposite side of her room. She jumped slightly from surprise and then shut the lid of her laptop slightly. Rukia squinted from the light in order to see into her pitch-black room. She saw an image of a man leaning against the wall of her bedroom, his arms crossed over his chest and a possible smile on his face. Her eyes began to adjust more and they only revealed what she should have already known. You think you can just come in my room whenever the hell you want, Kurosaki, she said with a flustered attitude as she tried to get rid of the flush on her face. Rukia then turned her laptop around so that the light shined on Ichigo. He flinched, turned his head away and put his hand up to shield the light. Jesus, blind me, why don't ya? That was my plan, Rukia said bitterly with a glare in the dark room that he could only predict she was giving. You're early, Rukia stated simply as she sat her computer on the bed so that the light wouldn't bother either of them. I told you I was gonna to be, he said leaning back against the wall casually. I thought you were joking, she said not looking at him as she began to get up off of her bed and walk around her room as she threw random pieces of clothing into a pile on a chair. You think I'm joking when I talk about pissing off old Byakuya? Geez, Rukia, I thought you knew me, he said with an amused tone. He's not even here. He left to hang out with your father and them tonight, she said as she continued to move around in an agitated manner. Wrong again. I passed him through the front door, he corrected. I got the glare I was aiming for. Gave him my signature grin too, he added with a smirk. Why are you such an butt? She asked with an exasperated huff as she examined a shirt and then threw it in the same pile. Ichigo shrugged, you like me this way. Rukia froze in the middle of her movement and then turned to look at Ichigo as if he had 3 heads. Feeling a little bold today, huh? She asked. Incredulously. What? It's true, he defended. She rolled her eyes, yeah, it's true that I like you randomly showing up in my room and scaring the hell out of me. It's true I like having you call me midget. Or how about liking you PSS off my brother? Oh yeah, I love that. She began to go through the pile of clothes again. He smirked, oh, I know you do. She turned her head back slightly to show her glare and then turned back to the clothes she was riffling through. Why are you so DMN cocky today? He raised an eyebrow from the remark. His easygoing attitude was beginning to crumble. He furrowed his eyebrows with his arms still crossed over his chest. Why are you so set off today? Rukia exhaled loudly as she stood up straight and turned to look at Ichigo. I'm not sad, she said in a tired tone. Bullshit. You've been throwing bitchy remarks at me since I showed up, he defended. Well, maybe it's because you showed up, she yelled back. He rolled his eyes as he began to walk out of the room. I'm not arguing with you over this, he said calmly with his back facing her as he walked away. Her mouth fell open. Was he seriously being mature about this? She thought in complete astonishment. Who the hell are you and what have you done with my Ichigo? She said with shock still on her face, but her tone more amused. He stopped in mid-step and turned to look at her. She couldn't breathe from his piercing stare. Her lungs had failed to work as her brain processed his appearance in front of her. He stood with his body slightly turned back to her. His faded jeans fit in all the right places and his aqua t-shirt revealed the toned muscles underneath the thin cloth. His amber eyes seemed so inhuman at that moment, not in a frightening way, but instead in a godlike way, like he was looking upon her and seeing all her truths. He didn't know what to say, so he just tried to figure out what she meant by her words. My Ichigo. It sounded so good in his ears to hear her say those words. And by the way he looked into her clueless, violet eyes, he knew that she didn't realize the significance of her words. What she did happen to realize was the impact it had on the receiving end of her question. What? He said in a whisper. His voice was soft and questioning. She didn't know how to approach this. So because of her confusion and fear, she did what she first thought of doing. You're not mature enough to walk away from a fight. It came out a bit too loud. Then, Rukia saw something she would have never expected. His piercing eyes softened. They now possessed the caring gaze of what she would have only imagined to belong to an angel. The corners of his lips twitched up into what she thought could have quite possibly grown into a smile. Maybe I was wrong, he said with the same whisper. Her throat began to close off. What was happening? She tried to swallow as her eyes stared wide. Ichigo turned around completely and put his hands in his pockets. His head tilted slightly to its side as he let that smile grow on his lips. You do know me. Rukia didn't know how to proceed with the situation. This wasn't the Ichigo she knew. He would have fought her like so many other times they had fought in the past. He would still be fighting her at that moment. But he chose to walk away without a second comeback. Who was he? That's exactly what she wanted to find out. Who are you? She asked in a whisper with a curious stare. He squinted in confusion. He didn't know how to respond. There are moments when I feel like we're 16 again and we're arguing like we live for it, she began in a tone where he could tell she was trying to understand. But then you have these moments when you surprise me. Surprise you? He questioned. She took a deep breath. Yeah, she agreed. You leave me speechless, she said the last word with amusement and a chuckle. Ichigo couldn't help but let a smirk take over his facial expression. Shivers ran up his spine. He loved hearing her saying that. He tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't help it. She was saying all the things he wanted her to say, only she didn't see it in the same way as he did. He admitted it wasn't healthy for him to harp on this, but how could he not? He was in love with her. How could he forget her, claim him as her own, and tell him that he leaves her speechless? Rukia rolled her eyes while her smile remained on her face. I just boosted your ego way too much. He smirked. Now how couldn't you have seen that one coming? I really don't know, she said with a chuckle and finally breaking the eye contact. She went back to the pile of clothes. What are you looking for? He asked finally. Nothing. Just a piece of clothing, she said firmly as she continued to look through the pile in the dim-lit room. Ichigo looked around the room on the floor for any more garments. Where the hell is it? She mumbled to herself as Ichigo's eyes landed on something on the floor. His cheeks heated up a bit and then he began to smile. He cleared his throat in an effort to get her attention, but she didn't seem to notice. He put more emphasis on his cough, but she wasn't getting the hint. He took a step towards the piece of clothing and tried to kick it towards her, but it wasn't moving easily on the rug. As he continued to try to kick it towards her, he spoke her name in a mumble to get her attention, Rukia. She continued to huff as she stopped and scratched her head in wonder. Rukia, he mumbled again, this time getting her attention. Timing was terrible because once she turned to look at him, his foot caught the lavender panties and kicked them into the air as they landed on her head. Rukia's eyes grew wide. She reached up after a second of shock and pulled down the underwear into her hand, and then her face immediately heated up. Ichigo, she yelled as she threw it deep into the pile of clothes on the chair. What? He yelled in confusion. He just helped her out and this is how she repays him. I can't believe you just did that, she yelled back with her face flushed. He frowned. I helped you find what you were looking for. What are you getting so bitchy for? I was looking for them because I didn't want you to see them lying on my floor somewhere, she yelled back. She was quite embarrassed. Ichigo opened his mouth to yell back, but then he closed his mouth. Then, a smile grew on his face. He then began to laugh. This only set the female Kuchiki off more. What the hell is so goddamn funny? He continued to laugh until he finally was able to speak. You're such a prude, he said before he continued to laugh at her still very red face. I'm the prude, she asked incredulously. Her confidence was coming back. I was the one to make the first moves. He rolled his eyes. You were completely red when you did. And you were completely frozen. You didn't even know how to react. He shook his head. Whatever. The point is you shouldn't be trying your hardest to keep me from seeing your very scandalous-looking lingerie. I mean, it's not like I haven't seen you before. Her face heated up again. She let out a yell, I cannot believe you just said that. His eyebrows furrowed as a smile was very clear on his face. What? It's not a secret between us. I think it's pretty clear that we've had dash. No. Rukia yelled as her pointer finger pressed against Ichigo's lips. No, 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 she added once she thought it was safe. Let's not say it out loud. It'll be less awkward if you go along with me and pretend we never took part in activities like that. He began to laugh. You can't even say what it is. Besides, I don't see what's so awkward about it, he shrugged as her hand fell from his lips to her side. He looked at her curiously with a serious face. I can accept that you were my first and only one for a while. Why can't you? She opened her mouth to reply, but she stopped. Why couldn't she? It was a fact. But something else was holding her back from admitting it. Talking about this is stupid. I have a boyfriend. He'd probably beat the crap out of you for talking about me in that way, she said to avoid the question. He let a chuckle escape his mouth as he looked away from her. Beat the crap out of me for having you first, he said with a sly look as his eyes met hers again. She frowned and opened her mouth in a shocking way. I don't even know how to respond to that. I should punch you in the face for that. Ichigo's eyes went wide. What? You totally loved me first, he said in a defensive, yet very childish way. He didn't really realize how immature that sounded until it came out. Rukia's mouth opened slightly in understanding and then closed. Oh, she said softly. I thought you were being. Ichigo raised an eyebrow at her. I wasn't talking about you like that. Rukia smiled apologetically. Sorry, she said sheepishly. Ichigo looked away and began to rub his neck. Ugh, he let out. Now you made it awkward. I was completely fine with it before. Rukia raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms over her chest. I definitely saw a blush on your cheeks before I realized my underwear was on my head. Ichigo began to smile. It's amazing how you can say that with a straight face. Rukia pushed his chest and rolled her eyes. Shut up. She started to walk towards her computer again. She sighed as she began to close the laptop for the night. What's up with you anyway? You never answered me seriously before, Ichigo asked curiously as he stood with his hands still in his pockets. She looked up at him and saw just how much he seemed to care. I haven't been able to write for about a week and my editor is hounding me. I need to be shooting these chapters out like bunnies have babies, she said with a sigh. Ichigo laughed. Figures you'd compare it to bunnies. Shut up, she said quickly. She continued, this has to be in stores by fall. That's supposedly what my contract says. She let out a groan as she began to rub her temples. He smiled at her sincerely. Don't kill yourself over it. You'll be fine. She continued to rub her temples. You don't know that, she ummed. You always pull through. Now stop moping around and do something about it, he commanded more than suggested. And how the hell do I do that? She asked with a slight attitude. He walked over to the door and held his hand out motioning her to go through the door. It's inspiration time. I can't believe it. Did you even see it coming? Rukia asked with excitement as Ranjaku, Tatsuki and Orihime gushed beside her. No. Not at all, actually, Momo giggled as Orihime held Momo's hand in hers. This ring is beautiful. Orihime said with awe. Ranjaku crossed her arms over her chest. I can't believe the twerp actually got the nerve to propose. I thought he'd never do it, she said with a smirk. Momo's smile beamed as much as the rock on her finger did. Tushura was wealthy after all. Do you have any idea when you want it to happen? Rukia asked with excitement. Well, Tushura didn't really want to wait that long. He said we've been dating long enough so we might as well just make it soon, she explained as her eyes remained on the glittering diamonds. So I suggested August. It's already June. Orihime exclaimed. Momo continued to smile. She nodded, I know. Tatsuki smiled at her. Congratulations. You guys are perfect for each other. Thank you, Momo said before their little circle went into a comfortable silence. Then, the four girls threw themselves onto the engaged young woman and went into a squealing group hug. From a distance, the men looked on with a smirk. So you finally became a man, huh? Renji asked taking a drink and then spitting it out. What the hell is this sheet? Ichigo shook his head. I guess you never heard of that kind before. It's called root. Renji looked at him like he was an idiot. What the F is root? Ichigo's eyes showed amusement as his face remained nonchalant. It's the kind of beer you should be drinking. Chad added caringly in his deep voice, yeah, you have been having a lot lately. It's bad for your health. Tushura smirked from his remark. Renji saw this and glared, what the hell's so funny, little boy? Tushura rolled his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest as he leaned back into the wall. When you have a promising career, a promising relationship and a promising liver, then you can attempt to prove that you're better than me. Ishida chuckled, burn. Third degree, Ichigo chimed in. Renji growled and mumbled something that sounded close to little son of a beach. Speaking of bad livers. Toshiro added casually as the man walked up with his usual nauseating grin. Hey Jin. What's going on? Renji said in diminutive interest. Nothing really. It's been a long week, but what can you do about, he said, sounding so carefree. Renji gave a nod. Ishida continued, trying to make the tension as small as possible. How's the architecture business? Heard you're putting in a big plot over by North Avenue. He continued to grin. Ah, yeah. Should bring in a lot of profit. Don't know why I didn't think of it before. I just finished the plans for it. Construction should start soon. Really? Chad piped in. I've been looking for a new place. How long until they're finished? Jin just shrugged, no idea. Depends on how many we can get to work. Complicated stuff finding people to actually do their job, he said with a chuckle. Toshiro remained in his leaning position with his eyes closed. He refused to acknowledge this man. I know what you mean. Ichigo hasn't played a song in a few weeks. I'm surprised his manager hasn't lost his mind, Ishida said with a smirk. Renji raised an eyebrow. Have you met Urahara? This caused the small group to laugh, all except one. Ichigo. You okay? You didn't add another insult after I cracked on Urahara, Renji said in his own manly concern. The orange-haired man continued to stare off in another direction. His eyes were completely focused on something else and the corners of his lips twitched upwards. Ichigo? Chad asked as the men looked to see what he was staring at. Across the room they saw the girls. Toshiro opened his eyes as the curiosity finally got to him. Momo and Orihime both blushed furiously at something. Tatsuki raised an eyebrow, not seeming to see the reason for the conversation. Ranjiko flailed her limbs around in an attempt to describe something, in which she was in deep concentration for. Rukia was left laughing very hard, although a slight blush was seen on her cheeks as well, but she seemed to find it all amusing. For Ichigo, it all seemed to be in slow motion as well as the world going incredibly silent. He didn't know what Ranjiko was saying, but he wished she didn't stop. The way Rukia was laughing, the no-worries aura coming off her eased his soul. He wanted so badly to be a part of that moment, yet he would gladly sit back and watch her smile like that for days. Easy there, Tiger, Ishida began with a smile, you might burn holes into her with those laser eyes. Ichigo broke his gaze and saw the guys staring at him. He then registered what the spectacle-wearing man said. Screw you, comic book boy. Is that supposed to offend me? Ishida asked with attitude. You still have my Superman collection, dipshit. Get over yourself, but wipe, Ichigo threw back. Can someone tell me why we're divided like a DMN middle school dance? Rukia said walking over to the guys as the girls continued to talk in the distance. Ichigo looked at her with surprise from her interruption. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest and her foot tapping on the floor from impatience. You supported this thing. The least you could do is get everybody together so maybe it can work a little on my non-working brain. He raised an eyebrow, well maybe you could put some music on so we don't stand around with an awkward silence all around us. Why on earth would I do that, she asked. Have you ever thrown some sort of party before, he asked incredulously. Before she could respond he answered for her, never mind. You haven't. She huffed. That's not my fault. I don't do this kind of thing. I show up when I'm supposed to. I don't plan. He rolled his eyes. USCK, a lot. Screw you, Kurosaki, she glared. Hey. Kurosaki. What kind of mood you in? Ranjiko grinned. Ichigo looked hesitantly. Not the strkng kind. I only did that once. Besides, I noticed you've done that recently yourself, she said with a wink. Ichigo immediately turned his head and glared at Renji, who began to laugh as he put his hands up beside his head to show fake innocence. How about a little karaoke, she asked with an amused tone as she strutted towards the piano. Are you serious? Ichigo asked with a smile coming to his lips. Then he felt a little push on his back forcing him forward a step. He looked back at the one who pushed him. Guess I'm lucky to have you here, huh? Who needs music when I got you? Rukia said with a grin like she planned this all along. Those are not the right words for me to hear come out of her mouth, he thought in agony. He knew his mind would run wild with the possibility of her meaning more than what she actually said. His heart jumped for joy, while his fist clenched by his side, ready to punch that idiotic organ in his chest. He looked at the piano again and then at Rukia. No one has probably ever played the DMN thing. I doubt it's even tuned. What's the point of you even having it? She raised an eyebrow and smirked, shows how much you know. I took lessons like 2 years ago, she estimated. He looked at her with disbelief. For how long? Like 4 months, she estimated again. Like how far did you get? He mocked her. I hate you, she said hearing his mockery. He began to smile, answer the question. No, she said stubbornly as she turned her head to look away. The rest of the group just looked on, both baffled yet entertained by the exchange. Tell me or I'll yell right now what I told Kyan about you and a pool's filter. Her eyes went wide and she turned to look at him as she practically yelled the answer, my fingers were too short. Ichigo laughed at her urgency to stop him from proceeding, but then her answer sunk in and he laughed more. He was almost falling down laughing now. She frowned and put her hands on her hip, while a few of the men smirked, but refused to get the raven-haired woman's rage directed at them. The other women knew Ichigo was dead. What the hell is so funny, Ichigo Kurosaki, she yelled almost in a reprimanding manner. He continued to laugh. In between gasps of breath he tried to get words out, nothing. You're just, he let out a loud laugh, you're such a midget. Rukia glared at him. Then, she found her resolve. Ichigo slept with a stuffed lion until he was 13, she said with her glare still penetrating through Ichigo. Then, the room fell silent. Ichigo heard the words and felt like the world no longer held humor in it. Then, the guys began to laugh extremely hard. Too hard, in his opinion. He peeked over to see how the girls were taking it. Tatsuki laughed like the guys on the other side of the room, while the rest held their hand over their mouth to hide the laughter. His eyes met Rukia's. She now had a malevolent smile on her face. She was clearly pleased with the result. Ichigo stared back into her eyes. Rukia lost her swimsuit top in a pool and had to beg me for my shirt. That was only after 2 younger boys saw her and our English teacher. The room took the new news well as it blended with the previous. Rukia's gaze burned into Ichigo as he felt successful. All right. Enough, you two. Settle down, Tatsuki said after catching her breath. Don't get your panties in a bundle, she said. Or your swimsuit top. Renji added with a laugh, causing the rest to start laughing. Rukia shot a glare at Renji and was about to charge over there when she felt Tatsuki's hands on her shoulders from behind. Rukia looked back at the orange-haired man with a glare. Come on, Carrot Top. Let's do this. Ranjiku said with excitement as she pulled on Ichigo's forearm. He sent a final glare at the petite raven-haired woman and then walked over and took his seat at the luxurious and used piano. All right, after that, I definitely need a break, Ichigo said with a chuckle. Pure skill, right there, Renji commented on his turn. The redhead had just sung his own version of Titanic's My Heart Will Go On. Celine Dion would be wishing she had never sung that song right about now. Sadly, he thought he saw Tatsuki swooning over him. Everyone began to get into conversation. Ichigo didn't stand up, but instead just turned so that he was sitting on the piano bench from the side. Rukia came walking up. He began to smile, you haven't done anything yet. She raised an eyebrow as a smile came to play on her lips. Are you serious? Since when do I embarrass myself on purpose? He began to shake his head, but she continued. Besides, why would I join in song with someone who betrayed me? Ichigo couldn't help but flinch at the words. He took them much deeper than they were meant to be. He was taking everything the wrong way lately. He gave her a confused look. Have you seriously forgotten already? You just threw out one of my most embarrassing moments ever, she said incredulously. Strangely, she no longer seemed mad, but instead in disbelief by his forgetfulness. His eyes went wide, and his emotions relaxed. He laughed at himself in his head. Always thinking the worst, he told himself. You told them about Khan, he said through his teeth in more of a whisper as to not strike up another fit of hysteria throughout the room. And you laughed at my lack of height, she said with a pout as her arms crossed over her chest and her head turned to the side. He couldn't help but smile. She always had the ability to turn into a child, and she always had the ability to take him back to the days where they'd been inseparable. She looks adorable, he thought, and then mentally slapped himself. He sighed, I know. Sorry. I might have gotten a little out of hand there. She looked back at him and then smiled at his attempt at an apology. He always scked at them. Whatever, Strawberry. What's done is done. He gave a single nod, knowing that their little dispute was over. So tell me, what song would you like to sing? He said with a grin growing across his face. She rolled her eyes and then took a step towards the piano. She turned around and leaned her back against the instrument, her elbows resting behind her on the piano. I'll tell you what. If you can write the rest of my book for me, then I'll sing a song, she said sarcastically. Deal, he said turning towards the piano keys. Rukia let out a hearty laugh, ha. Dream on, Kurosaki. What? Tell me what it's about and I'll finish it for you, he pushed. She noted that he looked almost serious. Rukia found herself not knowing what to say. She stuttered to get words out and he watched curiously. Then, she spoke. It's complicated. He began to chuckle. Complicated, how? She cut herself off. She took a breath. I haven't told anyone what it's about. Both of his eyebrows rose. No one. She shook her head in agreement. He blinked a few times, then I guess we're all in for a big surprise, huh? He began to smile sweetly. She smiled at him sadly and gave a single nod, not knowing how to reply. He noticed the sadness in her smile though, and something inside him began to hurt. Rukia, what's wrong? He began but was interrupted. Where's my girl? A voice came from the room entrance. Everyone turned and saw the man with a huge smile on his face. Rukia's eyes went wide and she grinned. Shuhai, she yelled as she pushed herself off the piano and ran for the said man. Ichigo began to feel like it was hard to breathe. He watched as she threw her arms around his neck and he picked her up and swung her around, Shuhai's head in the crook of her neck. Then Rukia leaned back in his arms and placed her lips on his. That did it for Ichigo. He turned his head and looked away. It was surprising how much that hurt him. What did you think? That she was going to fall into your arms, while she was obviously in love with her boyfriend? God, you're such an idiot, Ichigo, he yelled at himself in his head. Shuhai placed her back on the floor. Hey, come with me for a second. I have something for you, he said grabbing her hand and pulling her out of the room. She was startled by this. Oh okay. Be right back, she yelled to her guests and then disappeared. Conversation struck up again, but Ichigo paid no attention to it. Instead, his fingers took their place on the piano and played a soft melody. His mind continued to think as he poured his heart into the instrument in front of him. What could he really do about this? She was taken. For some reason for the past few weeks he had a hard time taking that in. He couldn't picture anyone else in his little world beside himself and Rukia. And now that he thought about it, he didn't realize just how much he wanted to be with her. He knew he had begun to love her again, but he didn't realize how much it had grown. He didn't realize how much it would affect him to see her in another man's arms, to see her lips against someone else's. His heart clenched at the thought of seeing that display of affection again. His eyes closed as his fingers continued to move with force yet grace. It was only a short time ago that he was ready to have Senna meet his family, that he was ready to go across the world with her for months at a time. How did he find himself back at the beginning? Back to the same person he let go those few years ago. His memory brought him back to that night. Her hands began to shake as the crossroads in her life was about to come. She reached her arm across her body and grabbed her wrist to steady herself. "I'm going to take the first bus out of here tomorrow morning, but I'm not going unless you tell me to." She stared deep into his eyes and she thought she saw the slightest bit of emotion. "If I had one call to make, I would dial yesterday and warn myself. Tell my lips the words to say. Not let you just walk away. With someone else. With someone else." The beginning of her statement made his chest collapse, but the part that shook him up the most was the latter part. "She's asking me to choose for her. If I tell her to stay, she'll most likely stay with me, no matter how miserable it may make her. I don't want her to leave." He let out a deep breath slowly and closed his eyes for a few moments. He let it all soak in and took a large swallow. He opened his eyes and turned his head away from her. The word seemed to refuse to leave his throat, but when it did, it was practically a whisper. "Go." It felt as if he had just stabbed himself in what was left of his beating heart. "Next time, I won't suffer this kind of pain. Own my mistakes. Not just pass off all the blame. If you were here, we could figure this out. Then I wouldn't be bitter. I'd just be better now. What am I going to do without you?" he thought as her mouth hung slightly open and her chest rose up and down. She stared at his face that refused to look at her. She gave a slow nod in understanding and wiped a tear that strode down her cheek quickly before he could turn to see her, but he secretly did. She turned towards the window and stopped before continuing. She looked behind her, over her shoulder at him, who still refused to look at her retreating form. She spoke sweetly, so sweet that once he heard her, he let her words echo throughout his entire body. "I love you. To be the strong and silent one. A lot of good that has done. Yes, you'd agree. No more trying to understand. Or fix these things because you can. Guess it's up to me. Yeah, it's up to me." He heard her exit and without even looking at the window, he returned the favor. "I'll never stop." He lied there for hours. His mind never letting go of the beautiful sound of her last 3 words in his presence. His eyes couldn't forget her beauty in the moonlight and his empty, pathetic excuse for a heart began to feel something, the first thing in a long time. It ached. And it only got worse. His fists began to clench and his eyes met the sun coming up over the horizon. Then, his eyes found their way to the clock on his bedside table. He looked away quickly in disapproval, but then, he turned his head slowly back to the time. "Next time, I won't suffer this kind of pain. Own my mistakes. Not just pass off all the blame. If you were here, we could figure this out. Then I wouldn't be bitter. I'd just be better now." The pain was only getting worse and he knew what it was from. Time was a precious thing and he knew that if he had any regrets from his decision he should act soon, otherwise he would be left to live with this ache in his chest. Finally, he sat up. He stood up from his bed for the first time in days and he ran, through his bedroom door, down the stairs, out the front door and kept going. The sidewalk was wet from last night's dew and he could smell the humid air slamming into him as he ran. "I'd be much better off. Much better off, maybe. If I could just let it go. With no regrets then." Around the first corner and only 2 more to go, he listed in his mind, not paying any attention to his heavy breathing. Then came the second corner and sooner than he thought came the third. He then stopped dead in his tracks. "Next time, I won't suffer this kind of pain. Own my mistakes. Not just pass off all the blame. You'd still be here, and we'd figure this out. Then I wouldn't be better, I wouldn't be better." The bus was there and she held a bag firmly in her hand as she took a step onto it and then disappeared inside. He knew he could have yelled, he knew he could bang his fists on the side of the vehicle until she saw him, but time was a precious thing. He had come when she was already halfway through the door, she was already on her way out of his world. He chose to let her go and then he raced time to take it back. But he had to accept it. He was too late. He couldn't take it back. He wanted her to have a better life and these last few minutes were his selfish instinct to hold on to something he would only destroy. So he took a step back behind the corner and rested his back against the cold, brick wall, not knowing that the girl that was his entire world stared out the window at the corner half a second after he slipped away. Oh, no, I wouldn't be bitter. I'd just be better now. His fingers hit the last few keys of the first song he had played in almost a month, a song with no words, just feeling, his feeling. His head was bowed towards the keys and his eyes were closed tightly as he tried to lock the memory away. He prayed to be in that old room of his at the moment. He wanted to lie there on his bed in the dark with nothing but the moon staring back at him. He wanted to lose himself in the darkness and bury himself in the silence. All he wanted was to be alone. That was beautiful, a kind voice broke through beside him. His eyes snapped open and he noticed that everyone had stopped and listened to his heart's melody. The kind voice spoke again. I don't think we've ever heard that before, Orihime said. He looked back at his fingers that were still resting lightly on the keys, you wouldn't have. He began to stand up, still not looking at his audience. I just came up with it. He moved out from under the piano, excuse me. He walked his way towards the room's exit and stopped before he walked out. He looked over his shoulder, tell Rukia I had to go. Why are you leaving? A curious yet sad voice came from in front of him. He almost jumped, but his eyes settled into pools of violet. It took him a few seconds to reply, but then he noticed something on her neck. It was a necklace with an amethyst butterfly on it. The chain seemed different. That necklace. He pushed out of his mouth as his eyes continued to stare at the beautiful charm. His hand itched to raise and touch the small symbol of the past. Shuhai's voice came from behind. Isn't it beautiful? I've always loved it. Told her it matched her eyes beautifully. The chain was too flimsy though, so I got her a new one. Been told that nothing would snap it in two, he said with cheerfulness. Ichigo took in his words and clenched his hand into a fist. Yeah, you're right, he agreed with his eyes on the butterfly. He then raised his ambers to meet her wide violets. Completely beautiful. Rukia opened her mouth to speak, but she honestly had no idea what she would say. I'll see you later, Ichigo said and then looked up to the man behind her. Shuhai, he said with a nod as a way of saying. Farewell. He turned down the hallway towards the exit and Rukia watched, still speechless. No, I wouldn't be bitter. I'd just be better now. Chapter 16, You and I Both. So Rukia, tell me something. Why is it that you moved from your hometown of Karakura to this celebrity-filled city? I mean, we've seen that you like your privacy. You could have been just as successful being a writer there as you are here, Orihime asked taking a glimpse at her note cards. Rukia smiled at her friend. She could tell she was taking this seriously considering she already knew most of these answers. She was doing what everyone in front of a camera does, pleases the public. Orihime had reminded her before the show that these weren't her questions and that if any of them hit her the wrong way, she apologized beforehand. You're right, I do love my privacy, Rukia agreed politely. And I absolutely love Karakura town, as I'm sure you do too, she said with a wink. But it's such a small town. I wanted to get out there and see something different. Experience is great inspiration by the way. But you wouldn't have had to deal with any of those paparazzi or reporters with all those annoying questions, she said with a sad smile as she mocked herself. I happen to love one of those reporters with all those annoying questions, she argued playfully. She then smiled, it's gotten a little too rough for me now and then, but I've learned to accept the hype. I mean, I've been taught to not shy away from all the pictures and questions. Who would have thought a writer would have so many people looking up to them? Why not be an influence for people to do what you love and not what everyone else is doing, she said with another wink to her best friend. Orihime nodded. So how about we talk about that trial of yours that took place a couple months ago? Rukia sighed and threw a hand to cover her face. She looked at her friend between her fingers. That wasn't the high point of my life. Orihime chuckled. Rukia then spoke again. I was angry. And yes, I did punch that reporter in the face. He was being rude and saying untrue things. I probably shouldn't have hit him, but... She shrugged. It felt good, she said with a sad smile. The strawberry blonde woman hesitated before speaking and then asked the next question with apologizing eyes. What was he saying that made you so angry? The raven-haired woman's eyes grew slightly wide. She blinked a few times and then exhaled with a sly smile. We're hitting the hard questions today, huh? Orihime smiled. It's rare to get the opportunity to get you to talk. You might as well get it all out there so you can get it over with. Rukia let out another breath and nodded. That was during the time when the rumors of Ichigo Kurosaki and I being a couple were all over the place. I mean, they still exist now when I'm in the middle of a great relationship, but this was when it was literally every other thing someone said to me. Orihime nodded as Rukia continued. As I'm sure many remember from your interview with that orange-headed buffoon, I've known him since we were kids. And yes, we were high school sweethearts. Well, I really don't think we could ever be called sweethearts. We were never the lovey-dovey kind of people. I'd call him a moron, he'd call me a midget, she said as she looked towards the ground with a distant smile. She then looked back up at Orihime. I still don't understand how that turned into those kinds of feelings. She said, shaking her head with a smile. But it was kind of hard for me to ignore all those rumors and accusations. We were in love once, she said with a pause. But time changes things. I hadn't seen him in a few years, which was when we broke up, and after talking to him twice everyone thought we were together. She rolled her eyes and reached for the glass of water on the table. Rukia began to take a sip as Orihime pushed for more. So you were being reminded of your previous relationship with him and that is what made you angry? Rukia brought the glass away from her mouth and sighed as she placed it back down on the table. I don't know if you can say I was angry over that. I was more upset, I guess. I was being reminded of something that I technically was forced to let go of. Orihime looked at her curiously. What do you mean? The raven-haired woman all of a sudden felt aware of the camera on her. She wasn't being afraid to speak the truth, but now it was getting a little too personal. She probably shouldn't have said that last part. She could only imagine what Ichigo was thinking right about now. Rukia chose to buy herself some time. What do you mean, what do you mean? I mean, what did you mean by being forced to let go of something? Orihime asked again. Rukia squinted curiously at her friend. What do you think it means? Orihime all of a sudden turned to the camera with a huge fake smile. I think it means we should go to a break. We'll be right back. The strawberry blonde turned to her best friend. That got awkward fast, she stated. Rukia sighed. I said more than I wanted to. Sorry. I didn't know what to do. Orihime chuckled. It's fine. These questions are personal. But I have to ask them. I should be the one saying, sorry, Don't worry about it. Agreeing to do this means I should have been prepared for this kind of thing, Rukia explained. Speaking means, Orihime said with a smile, let's try not to say that word for the rest of the interview. We may have overdone it. Rukia laughed, agreed. And you don't have to answer them if you don't want. Just say something creative. I know you have that capability. Rukia sighed, all right. We'll see what happens. Oh, I'm getting the green light, Orihime said, getting herself situated again. Welcome back to the secrets in the telling. I'm here with Rukia Kachiki and we're talking about some juicy questions that many of you have been dying to know, she said to the camera and then turned to face Rukia again. Where were we? She asked the raven-haired woman in order to give her the option of what to do about the question. I think we were talking about relationships, she said in a question form. She decided to be as vague as possible. Oh. That brings me to this next question. How are you and Shuhai doing? She said with a kind smile. Rukia exhaled as she felt her body relax. She was in a safe zone now. It was a much more comfortable atmosphere now. We're doing great. He came back 2 days ago from being kidnapped for about a month. Kidnapped? Orihime said. Faking concern. Yeah, Rukia answered as she continued to act. He said they used whips and told him to do things under poor conditions. Said they were a big fan of role-playing. She said with a grimace. Orihime let out a laugh. Shuhai is staring in that new action film that's being filmed in the desert, right? Rukia smiled. Yeah. I'm thrilled he's back, although he has to leave again in the next few days. All work, no play. Orihime tilted her head curiously to the side. Any plans for you two in the future? Rukia raised both eyebrows, like marriage. Her friend replied with a nod. We haven't really talked about it, she said moving uncomfortably in her chair. Do you see a future with Shuhai? Rukia let out a laugh. Who couldn't? He's one of the hottest actors in the world. Do you know how many girls out there dream of him as their husband and having his babies? I bet too many, Orihime said with a laugh. Rukia said with a smile. But yeah. Shuhai and I are going really good. Haven't had any issues and he's definitely a Prince Charming. Orihime showed a face of swooning. And he's your Prince Charming. Rukia broke eye contact and looked towards the floor. Yeah, she said in deep thought before looking back up at her friend with a forced smile. Orihime looked down at a note card. We got a few specific questions here for you from some fans. This one is asking about your next project. She looked back up at Rukia. They want to know anything you can say about it. Rukia smiled sweetly. Well, I haven't been talking about it for a reason. I'm so excited to get it out there for people to read, but honestly, it's killing me slowly. Why? My publishers gave me a deadline. I can safely say the book will be out sometime this fall. It's what my contract says. And to hand in a chapter every few days, well, let's just say writer's block has been quite present lately, the writer said as she combed her hand through her shoulder-length hair. Rukia continued, but I can tell you that this is definitely going to be my favorite one yet. I can't even give you the title because it's still too hard to name. I'll figure it out though. Also, I apologize that I have decided not to give out any information on what it is about. She shrugged, so until you have it in your hands, it's a mystery. Orihime sighed. That's so cruel, she let slip from her mouth. Rukia raised an eyebrow. Don't try to make me feel guilty. You won't even tell your best friend what it is you've been slaving over for months. It's not very polite, she said almost with a pout. The raven-haired woman rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest. What can I say? I'm stubborn, she ended with a smirk. Maybe you should ask the next question. Orihime sighed. The next person says that they recently read in a magazine that you went to a dinner party for the celebration of the new magazine, Fallen Angel. Your date was Ichigo Kurosaki. How close are you two now, and is it true that he is no longer dating Sena Otanashi? Maybe he broke up with her for you. The strawberry blonde blinked a few times and then looked up from the card. Wow. Blunt. Rukia took a deep breath and then puffed her cheeks out before letting it exhale out of her mouth slowly. She then chuckled. Specific topic today, huh? Kurosaki's that much of a mystery to everyone? Orihime shrugged. I think. She hesitated. I don't think they see him as a mystery. I think they just want to know what you have to say about him. They already heard what he had to say about you. Rukia stretched her neck and let out another deep breath. This was stressful, but she knew there was no avoiding it. If she tried to, people would get suspicious and also think badly of her. Might as well tell them what they want to know, she told herself. Yes, we did attend Urahara Kisuke's dinner party the other week, but it was strictly as friends. We wanted to help promote the magazine considering we were on the first issue's cover. He's a great guy to have around when you need a shoulder to cry on or if you just want a really good distraction. We're really close friends and I couldn't ask for more. What about the latter part of the questions? Orihime said hesitantly. Ichigo and Senna are on a break right now. She went touring on a different continent and he stayed here. They didn't see the point in keeping a long-distant relationship. They might give it a try when she comes back. This break had nothing to do with me, she stressed the last statement. Orihime nodded and then read another question. Another Ichigo one. Rukia laughed, if there was a polite way to groan I would do that right now. Sorry. Maybe they think that if you're asked repeatedly about it all that you'll eventually come to terms with your fate, Orihime said. I doubt they think that, Rukia said with a chuckle. No, this question says that. The reason we all ask about the two of you is because we hope that if we asked repeatedly about it all that you'll eventually come to terms with your fate. Rukia gave a chuckle of surprise. Wow. No kidding. Also, they want to know if you ever saw a future with Ichigo. Strange how that question was used minutes ago with a different man. Rukia stated in amusement and then shook her head with a smile. There was no giving up by the fans. A long time ago I did. We were young and in love. Who doesn't dream of a house with a picket fence and little kids running around? Cute, Orihime commented. By the way, that was from the leader of the Ichiraki fan club. There's no doubt that they won't ignore that. Ichiraki. Did they seriously give us a couple name? We're not even a couple. Rukia exclaimed with a smile due to disbelief. This was all a bit too ridiculous for her. Orihime shrugged. Think about it this way. Your fans love you so much that they want to see you happy. Rukia then looked into the camera. I appreciate the gesture, but I'm happy now. Please try to understand that, she almost begged. Orihime laughed and patted her friend on the arm, try not to let it get to you. He's being harassed just as much. Rukia smiled and shook her head, I hope so. Okay, tell me this. Why is it that you can laugh about all this and I'm the one that looks like a complete but for trying to set people straight, she yelled on the phone at a certain man that she was constantly paired with. Because you are a complete but. I'm the good guy in this relationship, he said with a smirk that she could imagine from his tone of voice. Bullshit. You're the cocky, rude guy in this relation, wait. That's just it. This isn't a relationship. See. Your stupid remarks are the cause of all of this, she exclaimed, knowing she was probably on the verge of making him go deaf. She imagined him rolling his eyes during his next comment, calm down, shorty. I swear you let the littlest things get to you. I think it's pretty clear we're not together. Try not to cry about it. Your sarcasm isn't appreciated at the moment. Do you ever appreciate it? He asked curiously. Stop talking. You're giving me a headache, she said beginning to rub her temples. Ichigo looked at his phone incredulously and then spoke, you do realize that you called me, right? Ugh, she yelled and then threw herself on her bed, her face in a pillow. Okay, maybe I should give you some alone time. He began, feeling awkward. She began with her face still in the pillow. She lifted her head and tried again. No. I'm fine. I just needed to vent a little. So you called me to vent about hating the fact that people want you and me in a relationship, he asked, finding it a tad unusual. Rukia bit her lip. Yeah. Sorry. That was pretty stupid, wasn't it? You've done dumber things. Thanks a bunch, she replied, dripping in sarcasm. Emicham. So are you going to the fundraiser thing tonight? Rukia asked, changing subjects. You make it sound like it's a third-grade bake sale. You do realize they're not selling cupcakes, right? Screw you, Kurosaki. I know it's for the environment. Trying to keep the world from looking like crap like you. Beautiful comeback, he replied. She could see his smirk perfectly in her mind. Are you going or not? She asked impatiently. Yeah. I'm performing. What? Why didn't I know about this? She asked, her mood suddenly changing. Again with you wanting to know every single detail of my life. He said with a sigh. She shook her head as if he could see her. I've got to go, but try to find me later. Why? It was her turn to look at the phone incredulously. What do you mean, why? Shuhai's going to be with you. Why look for me? He asked honestly, trying to ignore the sting in his chest. Just because my boyfriend is back in town doesn't mean I'm going to ditch you. You're my friend, you idiot. Why wouldn't I want to spend time with you? Seriously, sometimes I think you really are a moron, she said with a smirk coming to her lips. Alright, midget. Go do what you gotta do. I'll see ya, he said with eyebrows furrowed as his chest again felt tighter than it had in years. She heard the click on the other line inside. She couldn't believe it actually. They had become so close in the past few weeks and he was ready to take a step back just because her boyfriend returned. She didn't know whether to think he was being courteous or just plain stupid. Oddly enough, she was having trouble getting over this little detail. It irked her. Her mind began to throw theories in front of her eyes and she didn't like them one bit. He thinks he can just walk in and out of my life when he wants, she thought, and then shook her head. No. Maybe he's actually considering that if he hangs around me as often the rumors will keep going and Shuhai will get upset. She brought her index finger and tapped her lip and then shook her head. I don't think he cares that much about what Shuhai thinks. Her hand then dropped to her lap as she sat on the side of the bed. But he does know that I care what Shuhai thinks, she thought with a mental sigh. She let out a laugh. Maybe Ichigo Kurosaki is a mystery. I can't even understand what he is trying to do by avoiding me. She stood up and went into her walk-in closet in her mission to find an outfit for the night. Her mind kept moving. Well, he's not technically avoiding me. But he thinks he shouldn't be around when I'm with Shuhai. Like Shuhai wouldn't share me. He's one of the most easygoing guys I've ever met, she added, a chuckle at its ridiculousness. She pulled out a pair of faded blue jeans. It was a casual event, something she was thrilled about. She loved to look pretty for special occasions, don't get her wrong. It's just she would choose jeans over a dress any day. She continued her search for a top. Ichigo's mood changes so quickly. One minute he's so DMN cocky or caring and another he's serious or depressed. He tried to make it sound like that conversation was nothing, but he felt awkward about it. I know him that much. He's been kind of weird ever since Shuhai came back actually. Like he's done something wrong and shied away, she shook her head at the thought. The raven-haired woman grabbed a shirt on a hanger and pulled it down. She furrowed her eyebrows as she tried to determine if she liked her decision. She shook her head and hung it back up, causing her search to continue. The weird part is he hasn't done anything. It was weird. I have to admit that, when Ichigo saw the necklace on me 2 days ago. Shuhai loves that DMN charm on me so much. The poor guy doesn't have any idea when or who it's from. I mean, he thinks he's the first to tell me that it matches my eyes perfectly. I've heard that 1,000,000 times by the one who gave it to me. That was the reason he bought it for me. She finished her thought and pulled out another shirt. It was a 3/4 sleeved shirt with a V-neck. The design on the black shirt was white music notes floating all over the front along with a winding music staff in which the notes should have been stationed on. She smiled and walked out of the closet with her jeans and shirt over her arm. The look in his eyes when he acknowledged the trinket on my neck made me feel weak, almost as if it was too much of a touchy subject that I shouldn't bring it up by ever wearing it again. But how can I do that when Shuhei just bought me an extremely expensive chain to wear the DMN thing on it? I'm expected to wear it tonight, she let out an exasperated sigh. Men are always saying how they don't understand women, that they're too complicated. Well, I have news for them, she began as she got ready to change into her outfit. Women have a hard time understanding them too sometimes. The difference is, they're too simple. We already have an amazing outcome. Donations are flying in and we'd like to thank those of you already giving us your support. The number is at the bottom of the screen right now and you don't have to spend more than you can. Every little bit counts. Momo yelled with enthusiasm as she stood next to a very laid-back redhead. Don't even think you can't make a difference. $5 can buy a trash can on the side of the road. No excuses, he said with a frown until Momo nudged him with a fake smile on her face. He then understood and put on a forced grin as well. Ichigo shook his head. He's such an idiot, he whispered more to himself than anyone in particular. For now we're going to go into a break, so stick around for some performances. We even have a satellite all the way across the world to give you a performance by Sena Otanashi. So stick around. Momo yelled energetically. The two hosts walked off the stage after the cameraman gave them the signal. There were hundreds of circular tables located throughout the enormous theater. White tablecloths with lit candles in the center were everywhere you looked. The building itself was dimly lit, so the candles helped give it a comfortable ambience. Ichigo sighed as he cracked his neck. His eyes stared into the small flame of the candle at the table he was sitting at. Being reminded of a great opportunity that his manager screwed him over with was not pleasant. He tried to calm down as he pictured himself punching his close family friend in the face. "Hey, I thought I told you to try and find me," a soft, playful voice came from behind him as he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. His back straightened immediately as he felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. He turned his head quickly with wide eyes and then exhaled to try and regain control of his body. Both of her eyebrows were raised from his reaction as her hand remained in the air from surprise. She let it fall to her side before moving into her usual stance and crossing her arms over her chest. A smile began to form on her lips. "Tense about something?" "No," he answered shortly as he stared blankly back at her. She furrowed her eyebrows. "Okay," she said in confusion. Then, she smiled again. "I tell you to find me and you make no attempt whatsoever." "How do you know I didn't look for you?" he said with a frown. "You're sitting down listening to Renji be a moron on stage," she stated confidently. "What's your point?" She looked at him incredulously. "Are you serious? You could care less what he has to say, no matter what it's about." He let out a disgusted chuckle. "Way to make me sound like a complete a-hole," he said, looking away from her at nothing in particular. She frowned. "What's wrong?" His eyes went wide and then he looked back at her immediately. "What? Something's wrong with you. You're upset. You're trying to act like a hotshot, but not the usual cocky type. You're being mean and angry, which means something upset you. Tell me what's going on," she demanded in a soft tone with caring eyes. "Why didn't I see he was hurt over something earlier? Was I being that selfish earlier?" It was moments like these that he realized just how much he hated her knowing so much about him. He wasn't ready for her to see right through him. It had been a while since someone could read him so easily. He had no idea what to do. She took a seat next to him and all he could do was keep his eyes completely focused on her. She leaned forward towards him in her seat. "Come on," she started to put on a soft genuine smile. "I've had to pull things out of you so many times before. You should really stop thinking this time will be anything different." He looked away from her violet eyes. They were dangerous to stare in at times like these. "I'm just stressed out." "Well, I can tell that," she said like it was obvious. She placed her hand on his knee, causing him to move his eyes to the area of her tender touch. He then met her eyes again. "Bad idea." Her head was tilted to the side slightly with pure innocence. "Share with me your worries," she said in a joking tone with a smile. He bit down hard. How was he supposed to deny her an answer? She seemed to care what he actually felt. Maybe he could tell her straight out that he loved her more than anything and that he would die for her. Maybe he could propose to her right then and there. Or maybe he could grab her hand placed on his knee, give it a slight tug so that her body would collide with his, as would her lips. Then something caught his attention over her shoulder. Shuhei was walking in their direction. His eyes locked back with hers. He struggled to find words. He needed to know what he was planning, but before he could think it through, he spoke. "I miss Senna." He didn't know he was that desperate. Rukia's eyes went wide for half a second and then she slowly dragged her hand off of his knee and sat back in the chair. She gave him a soft smile as Ichigo felt disgusted with himself. Her removal of her hand burned terribly. If he could, he would run out of there and deal with this now very upset stomach. For some reason, Rukia didn't expect him to say that. It was weird hearing him say those words. Out of all the things she had gotten him to admit when she knew he was upset, this kind of thing never came up. He never confessed to her that he had feelings for any other girl besides herself. She felt something tug at her chest, but paid no attention to it. No matter what the subject was, she knew that she had to help him get through this feeling of hurt. "Are you upset about seeing her perform in a few minutes?" she asked calmly. What was he supposed to do now? He had completely lied to her. Was he supposed to keep going with it now? He wanted to grab the knife on the table and run it through his chest. He figured he might as well have proof of the pain than live in secret turmoil. He took his eyes off of hers and looked to the floor. He nodded slowly. "Maybe you should try to talk to her. She seemed like a nice girl. I doubt she'd be able to deny you after hearing the hurt in your voice when you tell her," she said, feeling sympathy for him. She felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked back over her shoulder and saw Shuhei. She delivered a smile, but saw he was angry about something. What was with all the men in her life having something bothering them? She decided to finish with Ichigo first before attempting her boyfriend. Her eyes went back to Amber. He let her words move through his mind. "The hurt in my voice won't be meant for her," he thought to himself in response to Rukia's suggestion. "Maybe. I'll have to think about it." He knew he had to end this. So he took a deep breath and forced a believable smile. "I'm feeling better now. Thanks, but I've gotta get going. I'm supposed to be performing after Senna," he said. Beginning to stand up and walk past her. She quickly grabbed his forearm, something he internally groaned at. He really wanted her to just leave him alone for a while. He looked down at her and she just continued to smile up at him. "If you need to talk, just let me know." He gave another smile, although it was less convincing. He turned to walk again, but she didn't let go. He turned to look at her again, something that continued to tear at the flesh in his chest. "Good luck," she added with a beautiful smile. "He doesn't need it, but I want to cheer him up. He's pretending to be fine." He smiled for real in response. "Thanks." She let go of his forearm and began to walk away. Rukia looked up at Shuhei. "So," she began with another concerned face. "Care to tell me why you're angry?" He looked at the retreating back of a certain orange-headed man. "Don't worry about it." Ichigo stood behind stage as he waited for Renji to mess up his introduction. Not like he needed any special invitation, but he knew Renji would make him look bad somehow or another or just make him feel uncomfortable. "She's got one beautiful voice, I'll tell ya," the redhead began before looking away from the screen on the wall where Senna's performance was seen. "And who else would follow her but her ex-lover?" "Ichigo Kurosaki, get out here," he said with a grin. The orange-headed man wanted to kill him. Ex-lover. "F you, Renji," he cursed in his mind as his teeth gritted together. He was having trouble remaining stable without his little embarrassing stunts. He came out onto the stage with a smile and sat down on a stool already set up for him. The microphone was placed a little too far away as he sat down with the black acoustic guitar on his knee. He smoothed out his dark blue jeans on his thighs and pulled his shirt down. He wore a collared, white t-shirt under a green t-shirt that had the word, "Listen," written on it in script. He leaned forward to grab it and pull it forward. "Hey there," he said with a suave tone. "Some of you are surprised to see me with a guitar, I don't blame you. You've known me as a piano man. But I started off with the guitar, so I'm bringing back my youth, I guess," he said with smirk. Then, he sang. "Was it you who spoke the words that things would happen but not to me? Oh, things are gonna happen naturally. Oh, taking your advice, I'm looking on the bright side. And balancing the whole thing." He had written this song back when he admitted on Oriheim's talk show that he had feelings for Rukia. It was something he never planned on introducing to an audience, but he was feeling daring. But now that Rukia believed he had feelings for his ex, he honestly didn't have anything to worry about. Sadly. But oftentimes those words get tangled up in lines. And the bright lights turn to night. Until the dawn it brings. A little bird to sing about the magic that was you and me. He had lied to her. That's what his words said. He lied to her months ago when he said the feelings he had for her were strictly platonic, and he had lied to her now, saying he had feelings for someone else. But although his words revealed sadness, there were other words that revealed possible hope. "'Cause you and I both loved what you and I spoke of. And others just read of. Others only read of the love that I love." His chorus dreamed of days where he could freely love her. It described not only that, but days where she felt the same in return. It was something so rare, yet somehow it had ended. Somehow they fell out of love, or so they made it out to seem. See, I'm all about them words. Over numbers, unencumbered numbered words. Hundreds of pages, pages, pages for words. More words than I had ever heard, and I feel so alive. He wanted anything to hear her say that he was her one and only. That she could only ever love him. He wanted to know why he felt so strongly about her, how she was the only one who could make him feel so dramatic yet alive at the same time. He never felt this weak about anyone before, but the more his unrequited love tore at his insides, the more he found the words harder to sing. "Oh love, no. You and I, you and I. Not so little you and I anymore, mmm. And with this silence brings a moral story. More importantly, evolving is the glory of a boy." The words were reaching out to Rukia. They were beautiful, and his fingers played elegantly on the instrument she grew up hearing him play. Her eyes admired his craft, but her heart ached for some unknown reason. Was it pity? She could only assume so. These words carried so much longing. She wished Senna could give him the happiness that he deserved. "'Cause you and I both loved what you and I spoke of. And others just read of. And if you could see me now. Well, I'm almost finally out of. I'm finally out of. Finally ddddd. Well, I'm almost finally. Well, I'm free, oh, I'm free." Rukia knew the pain he had. He missed Senna. She remembered that feeling of yearning for the other when they were not within reach. It was painful. And although he had been the reason for her pain, she wouldn't wish it on him. He was her best friend after all. She would look out for him as he looked after her whenever she needed it. If he could be there for her when she was down, she could be there for him. And it's okay if you have to go away. Oh, just remember the telephone works both ways. And if I never ever hear them ring. If nothing else, I'll think the bells inside have finally found you someone else, and that's okay. 'Cause I'll remember everything you sang. Ichigo looked away from the microphone, away from his guitar, and away from his lap. He finally met the audience. And despite his best effort to avoid finding her, she was the first person he saw, and his eyes couldn't move from her. He knew the words he sang at the moment told her that he was fine, that she had moved on, that he would be happy for her. But he also sang of how he would never forget what they had. And as he stared across the room at her, he meant every word. "'Cause you and I both loved what you and I spoke of. And others just read of, and if you could see now. Well, I'm almost finally out of. I'm finally out of, finally, deed. Well, I'm almost finally, out of words." He sang the first line of the chorus strongly, the one line that said that they had been in love and that it was pure. His eyes never left her, and he knew that she didn't suspect a thing. He couldn't take it anymore. He bowed his head towards his guitar and sang the rest of the song with his eyes closed tightly, but with his heart wide open. Then he ended. The applause roared. He gave a nod of appreciation with a smirk and then walked off stage with his guitar in hand. He walked to his own little room that he was given and placed it back in its case. His head pounded along with his chest. He'd end up giving himself a heart attack at this rate. Then, he heard a knock at the door. "Come in," he said without turning towards the door. He wasn't in a hurry to see who it was. "Hey. Can I talk to you?" the deep voice said with a serious tone as Ichigo heard the door click behind him. He turned to see Shuhei standing about 4 feet away with his hands in his pockets. The look in his eyes told Ichigo he meant business, but he was not in the mood for company. He needed alone time. Didn't people understand that? Sure, the orange-headed man said hesitantly. "I just want to clear some things up," Shuhei began with a strong posture. Ichigo raised an eyebrow at the obvious defensive stance. "While I was away, you became close with my girlfriend." He paused. "Now I don't care who she hangs out with. She can be friends with whoever she wants. She's her own person. But I know you two have had some sort of past. It's no secret." Ichigo squinted slightly to try and understand where he was going with this. "The fact that you two were in a long and complicated relationship doesn't even bother me. It's the way the people respond to it that bothers me. They encourage it. I think you can understand how that might upset me," he said casually. "Of course. Makes sense," Ichigo said with his same suspicious look. "But that only started bothering me after a buddy of mine told me that you went as her date to an important dinner party," he said, finally getting somewhere. Ichigo took a deep breath, but continued to give off a serious stare. The man hadn't done anything aggressive yet, but he didn't want to look like he could be easily pushed over by some hotshot actor. "The weird part is, that really didn't bother me. I trust her. And I believe you only went as friends. But of course my mind continues to think about things. So after I found that out, I understood that you accompanied her to promote a magazine cover that you two did together. Again, I didn't feel too upset." He paused. "I started to get suspicious though. The number of events you two attended together was adding up within a maximum of 30 seconds. Ichigo felt it coming. He raised his chin up into the air slightly. He wouldn't be seen as weak now. Not when he needed to hide what he couldn't possibly have. Shuhei continued, "The one thing that did it for me was something I never expected." He pulled something out of his back pocket and unfolded it. He held it out lazily for Ichigo to recognize it. "This set me off." He looked at it for a second and then back at Ichigo. "There's no way you can look at someone like that and not mean it. I don't buy it." Ichigo let out a chuckle and rolled his eyes. "Paranoid much?" "I'm not laughing," he said bitterly. "I watched the way you looked at her before. I saw the way you looked only at her up on stage. If you have feelings for her, fine. But I want you to know that I'm not going to let you take her from me." Ichigo glared. "She's not a piece of furniture. You can't claim her as your own. Human beings don't work that way. I've heard some things about how much you ruined her. She was a wreck for years after you dumped her. If you want to be friends with her, that's fine, but if you even dare of trying anything, I will fight for her. She deserves someone who won't make the mistake of letting her go once," he said boldly. This last statement made every muscle in Ichigo's body tense. He wanted to grab the chair only inches away from him and smash it over his rival's head. Shohei didn't say anything bad enough that it was cause for a beating, but the accusation and subject was something he wanted to deny and ignore. But the facts were staring him in the face. That cover said it all. "I think you should get out before you say anything you might regret," Ichigo threatened clearly through almost clenched teeth. Shohei furrowed his eyebrows and met Ichigo's glare. "The only thing I would regret is not making it clear that you don't have a chance." Ichigo clenched his fists by his sides. "You have no idea, pretty boy. You clearly have no idea about any of this." Shohei gave him a confused look in his eyes that told Ichigo to go on. "When she's upset, she runs to me. Not to her best girlfriends, not to you, but to me. I'm the only one that can get her to stop torturing herself from her own emotions. I'm the only one that can take care of her when she refuses to let anyone do it. And I'm the only love that she'll remember beyond the day she dies." He raised his chin up into the air again. "You see, Shohei. You have no chance, not if I decided to fight for her." Shohei took a step forward and raised his chin as well. "Stop living in the past. Your time is over." Ichigo smirked in his face. "You see, that's where you're wrong again." He smirked even more. "You're just a distraction, a tool she holds on to that's supposed to keep her happy." Shohei continued to glare. "Well, at least she's holding me." Ichigo glared even more with a smirk. "Yeah, but who do you think is making her happy?" And just like that, Shohei let Ichigo have what it. His fist left the orange-headed man's cheekbone cut from the ring on the actor's finger. Ichigo's body went flying back onto the table that held his guitar case. He looked up dizzily. He shook his head to clear his vision, decreasing 4 Shoheis to 2. "If I see you so much as touch her, I'll leave a mark much bigger than that," he threatened. Ichigo really couldn't think of anything to say. He let him walk out of his room without attempting to fight back. He felt the swelling begin on his face. He gently raised his hand and let his fingers brush the wound. He brought his hand in front of him and saw the blood. Ichigo let himself drop to the floor. Shohei hadn't planned on getting violent, Ichigo knew that. But part of him wanted it. It was going to be his way of being able to let out his anger and frustration with himself. But as soon as Shohei's fist hit his face, he felt disgusted with himself again. He felt he deserved this one-sided fight. He felt he deserved a beating. Guilt began to flow through him as he realized he had intentionally made him get violent. But now that the words were exchanged, there was no helping this rivalry. Ichigo had to decide soon whether he was willing to fight for her, because soon her head would be filled with words that Ichigo would only want for her to hear come from his lips.